One stage left. No cushion, no do-overs.
That is that, folks. Qadsiah closed the book.
Every map matters. Every second counts.
Rocket is looking clean with his plays. You can't win this fight.
World Finals on the line. Stockholm in sight.
Just lasered. I mean, there's just nothing stopping Chronic right now.
Pull W. Win. Ticket punched.
The bowler just detonates everybody.
Lose. GG's. Season over.
In a dominant position. Oh, what? That flick was insane.
The strongest will rise. The rest will watch you.
What? There's no way. TK have done it.
Rise as champions. OWCS Stage 3 starts now.
What's good, Overwatch enthusiasts? We're back with another OWCS weekend. It's Stage 3, Week 2, and this is Day 1, and we've got some fire matchups lined up for all of you. I'm Zoe, and joining me for all the festivities are Avril and Matt Mr. X Morello to guide you through all the action here in the EMEA region. Avril, it's been
I'm actually Uber. Don't worry. If you close your eyes, I'm basically Uber. We sound the same. It's all good. Don't worry.
Wait,
Matt still casts as Uber. Nothing's changed.
Did I introduce you as
No,
Uber?
no, yeah, you
Did I just black out? Why are you gaslighting me? Like 10 seconds into the show, I'm like, I'm pretty sure I said Avril. Avril, already just like you. We're not even going through the top of show. That's crazy. What have you been up to? You're just like still awake at all times? Anytime?
Just 24/7 now. I just plug myself into the wall socket and then I just recharge that way apparently. So Yeah, I just got done watching co-stream in Korea. Now we're here for EMEA. So let's have a look at what we're going to get for EMEA. It's going to be interesting.
You're locked in. You're locked in. Yeah, let's take a look at the standings. Obviously, since you're following everything and its mother, you know exactly what went down after just 1 week of play. I think for most of it, not any massive like shockers here.
Well, I think Vision, winning their series. The map counts, obviously, they kind of get dominated in the second one, but winning their series against Gen G in 3-0 fashion, I think that would probably that would kind of result in the shock.
Unless you are one of the people who just knew that Gen G is gonna do the Gen 3 again.
I think the shocking thing is
right?
The shocking thing is the scoreline to me. I think I expected Vision to be really good. I expected Gen G to have some teething issues coming into this stage, given they do have to, sort of work through a different roster, changes to the team. And for Vision Esports, they've been sort of grinding their way through Masters. They've been looking amazing in Masters. They even had some close runs in the Saudi E-League and also towards the EWC qualifiers as well. So, right, we've seen Vision versus teams like Qadsiah and also Twisted Mind, so we know they're a quality team. But to see Gen G go down 0-3 in the way they did, I think was the biggest shocking thing.
I mean, the thing is, like, while we're looking at the standings, and I think most of the people kind of predicted week out to shake out the way it did, what did cause some, I don't know, interesting moments was what we actually got to see regarding the meta. We obviously had certain expectations given the changes in the game recently to what we're going to see. Now, how did these expectations live up to the reality? That's the real question. If we're looking at EMEA just did EMEA things. Sim was still around and doing well. We saw
Reinhardt still here.
Not doing well, but he was around. Crocs also, of course, played the signature hog. We saw Legs in the mix. Quite a bit of Hanzo. Reaper was all over the place as well. I think we might have been getting the wrong read. Then again, Avril, I mean, you're following Overwatch in Korea. Do they have the right read? Are we just tripping?
I think most teams will probably look towards Korea to sort of get a bit of a guiding star at what's happening. So if you actually got to look at where VP were, we got a glimpse of their composition. That's mostly where Korea. So I think Virtus Pro are probably the team playing closest to where Korea meta is. Genuinely, just hours ago, Korea's kind of in like this weird Zarya Reaper sort of situation now, because we've evolved from Ball into sort of with Winston there, some Hazard, and now it's like all that's gone. Now it's just going to play Reaper. EMEA is playing a lot of Hitscan. Hitscan's like dead in Korea. Merit's basically a Reaper Sombra 2 trick now on Falcons. He's not going to be playing any Sojin cast, no Freya, none of that. Hitscan's gone in Korea.
If you watched EMEA, you would have thought they like missed out on a few balance patches or some like hero adjustments. Like they're just kind of doing their own thing. That's what I love about EMEA. Just kind of out on their own little island, just playing their own little version of Overwatch.
Yeah, just kind of their own thing. In NA, we did see some Sombra in the mix as well, although it didn't really work out for any of the teams. If we're looking at the schedule though for today, let's talk about the teams we're about to see and what they might be bringing to the table after 1 week of quote-unquote rest. Man. I dare say, and I don't think I'm being crazy for that we are not going to see any close games today. Alas, some games will yield some answers regarding the individual teams. Now, is Peps for real? Can they make TM sweat? They're not the favorite to win it, but more importantly, what are we going to see from Gen G against VP?
Gen G's got to get on the horn with Sean Miller. I mean, getting the VP game right after their game last week. I mean, this is I know I'd be arguing this, but hey, give us a week. Let us have some time. It's a team, so we were like, I think you have to give them a lot of credit in the sense that like they've been trying things the entire year, right? Like we all have seen these players like individually succeed on like other teams, like even players that have left this team. And you thought when Exodial and Who Are You came in, like there were going to be big upgrades for this roster, and then it kind of doesn't work out. They make some more adjustments. We all have Backbone as a player, right? Like Tread has had some great moments, but it's still just not, at least in that first game, right? And we're only judging it off of 3 maps. Did not look like it was getting any better. So I'm a little bit worried about them going into VP today.
I don't think you're alone with that worry.
I don't even think they're playing bad comps. I think you look at what comps they were playing, they make sense. Tread's going to be playing a lot of Diva Hazard. I'll be interested to see if they're going to maybe try a little bit more Zarya. I think Zarya might be a bit of an answer here. I don't know what Tread Zarya is going to end up looking like. I don't know what Brawl looks like on this team. That's the problem with having a new roster like Gen G. I do say kind of new because they've changed up their roster enough that there's just going to be issues for this team that other teams not going to have to deal with. When you have to go up against the teams as good as like VP, Qadsiah, and the rest, I mean, they've just been together for so much longer.
It still is a head scratcher though, right? Because they are sporting players that they are veteran players in the mix, right? We know that it's not the individual players which are the problem. It's not the compositions they're running that are the problem. So what is the problem?
So hard to not say the talent is there.
I will not say it. You will not hear those words uttered. But if we're looking at our fantasy teams, some talent was definitely there. This is the leaderboard after 1 week. That's crazy, Matt. How did you end up all the way at the bottom?
Well, okay, this is because it's not about how you start, right? You know, I took some gambles in the draft. Those players were benched, right? But now I can move them to my bench. Maybe they'll come back a little bit later. And it's only like week 1. I mean, you know, looking at some of the people above me, clearly everybody, and everybody's bound to do something boneheaded at some point. So I feel pretty good. Johnny, he took this way too serious, though.
Well, you know what he did? He's slowly trying to build the Swedish World Cup team. He's like, who are the Swedish players here? I got Kevster, I've got Sky, and it's like, who we got left? Unfortunately, Willies has been taken away. I'm sure he would have liked to put Willies in there. Hawk is actually a huge player on this team because he was one of those players where I think Jake and I went first, and we went for tanks first, knowing that like tanks were going to be pretty hard to come by. But Hawk sort of slipped through a little bit, and I guess for me the reason why I didn't go with Hawk is because obviously he's been out of the game for a little bit, so a couple questions there, but we know what his legacy looks like. We know how talented he is, and Hawk ended up being the biggest point scorer, I think, the entire last week for our little fantasy here. Hawk got 24.5 points for Johnny, and Johnny had 3 players over 20 points on his team, which is why he's currently in first. So yeah, Hawk ended up being like a sleeper, really, really good pick for his team.
You
just said like
some good
50 numbers there.
He did, yeah. You banked some good players there, though. Who's on your bench? Have you made the picks
I just picked up Rocket and Exodial for my bench. I'm actually happy with my team. I was like, I don't know if I really need that many players on my bench. I was thinking, do I want to pick up a tank player? But I was like, no, I think Kuffer's going to be solid. Kuffer was one of my top point scorers from last week. I think he's still maybe the best tank in NA alongside Infected. Jake got Infected first, so I went for Kuffer straight afterwards. I might have gone for Kuffer first anyway, who knows? But I think I'm pretty happy with everyone on my team. The only question mark here for me is going to be the sort of sub situation for Psycho, because he does have to sort of work out his position among 2 other players. But I had a pretty good read in the sense that I felt like we weren't going to be in a sim meta, so UB was probably going to bench himself, put Psycho in, and I made the right call on that one. And unfortunately, Matt, he made the wrong call on a couple of players on his team in terms of bench.
I would not be
just gets bored.
Qadsiah also played the sim in week 1. I feel like it will be a very Twisted Minds thing to do. To if they go up against any other team that isn't Qadsiah, they're still gonna bring UB in. It's not like he can only play the sim as well. Now, my totally busted draft. Okay, listen. Backbone gave me minus points. So I don't know what that is all about.
He gave you minus points, which was less than 2 of my players.
Matt had 2 players that got 0 points because they didn't play, but they didn't give him negative points.
I got done dirty though. Like I went for DPS last. All the good ones were gone. Like no offense here, obviously to Shockwave and Backbone, but
I mean that's literally offensive.
That's literally.
You just said all the good players were gone. No,
you got one good. You got a good one. You got a good one on your bench coming up.
That's right.
That's right. You should tell people.
Yeah. Choice of One has joined the mix. I also picked up Vision, just a bit of a sleeper pick here from Extinction. I want to say that's how invested I am in my team. Well, okay, Matt, Mr. X Morello. Half your team didn't even play.
We are going to run the table this week. I guarantee this is a first place roster this week. We bought
those Peps pickups.
We bought.
He's buying.
We brought in Dip. We brought in Willies. This and Violet was really good last week. Violet was awesome.
You would have had so many points last week with this, but this week you're gonna go against Team Twisted Minds.
And when this doesn't work out, I will just pick up players who are playing against good guys and Sakura Esports and just hope.
I want to make one last comment. The big surprise here was that Lavder actually got negative points for Matt, only by negative 0.5, but that's not what you expect out of a star DPS player on Qadsiah. So that was a little surprising to me.
Yeah, but Matt didn't, like he said, week 1 is not where he's gonna shine. So yeah, right. For now, he's at the bottom, starting at the bottom, and then he probably stays there. So I don't know if the song is really.
It's just a brief moment.
It is what it is. Yeah. Hey, Matt, you know what? Even if you're not winning at fantasy team, you can still feel like you stay winning if you log into Overwatch 2 and just play some games and get onto that Junkrat loot box hunt. That's right, you can earn up to 9 loot boxes this weekend only in, I believe, pretty much every mode available.
Just play.
Just play. Play, forehead.
Wins count as 2 games. I think it goes up to, you got to get 10 to get like all of the loot boxes. So get out there, find a few friends, try a little bit. If you don't have any friends, throw on some music and just, you know, don't end people's games, but try a little less, I guess.
Channel that 4 hours watched cat spray. That could be you, okay? Now maybe with a victory, you're upgrading to that 6-hour Diva celebration.
Is it a little early for scarves? The cat is wearing a scarf.
That
I mean, we're in
depends on
September.
where in the world you're at. I'm in California. There is no scarf season, I found out.
Yeah.
People still do it though.
I mean,
so there's that.
Yeah. I mean, it's always
culture
a
goes
little
hard.
fashion statement, right?
Right. We're gonna see some teams making statements today as well. I expect these matches to be more one-sided affairs, but perhaps I'm surprised, Avril. Anyone?
I'm hoping that it's not going to be a 3 Overwatch day, because when I look at these 5 games, I'm a little scared it might be a full 3 Overwatch day 15.
I don't think
the surprise
so.
to me is I want to see if Genji can get one over VP, which is going to be a little bit tough. But aside from that, maybe quick. I just think these games are definitely on the lopsided end, unfortunately.
But hopefully some of the teams will be having fun with it. I'm here for fun, okay? I don't need good, honest Overwatch. I like it scrappy. I like when the teams just cook a little bit with it. Now, I do want to talk about this first match of the day. Yes, Team Peps played really, really well last week, but I think Twisted Minds is a different kind of beast to go up against. Peps exceeded expectations. Willies and Dips, honestly, they stood out, right? The new additions really did a lot for them. FD got not a sacrificial lamb anymore, not in week 1 anyway, so that can still change. But overall, I think the team looked improved and probably going to look like a solid mid-table team.
No, for sure. I mean, Willies and Dip were good in stage 2. Obviously, the team kind of like peaked really early, but now with like the support group of like Zerion and FT God and Zaro playing really well, they played a lot of different compositions last week. They looked really strong in just about all of them. It is against Quick Esports, so we'll see how that goes moving forward. But if there was one game I'd be looking at today that's like a little bit of a sleeper, maybe it's that first one here with Peps and TM.
Possibly. I mean, Matt's going to say that because he's just put 2 Peps players on his new fantasy roster, so he needs them to do well. He's definitely looking forward to that. So look out for Dip and Willies. He certainly got some investments.
Diva is in the portrait now. Diva has joined the fray.
People grow. People
Not
grow.
MIA. Yep. Good stuff. Thanks, production. It's a nice little fix. We can appreciate that. Now, things we appreciate is also, of course, Twisted Minds staying dominant. Another 5-map series in the bag in their opening match against Qadsiah, because when they play against each other, that's just kind of where they're taking it. We saw different looks from them. How will they stack up against other teams? We would still consider them like the top 2 teams and the team to beat, right?
Yes, I think without a doubt, like TM and Qadsiah are still the best 2 in the region. But the series, like for the first 2 games, right, where Qadsiah takes a 2-0 lead, like weren't particularly close. So I'm curious if Twisted Minds comes out with like the same type of comps it was last week, or if they decide to kind of move in this direction. We see Qadsiah was kind of playing for a lot of the series. Like this is like a crazy reverse sweep type of scenario that Twisted Minds was not able to close out. So that's partially I'm curious what we see from them against Peps early on, right? And maybe that's why I think this game could be a little bit closer, but Twisted Minds could also just kind of show that they're so far ahead that only against Qadsiah they're going to look beatable.
I think Twisted Minds is still obviously one of the top teams in the region. I don't really have any.
Okay. KSA in? Okay.
So if this is to be, so KSA is in.
They are doing this to me on purpose.
Into TVNT. So Matt, did you just a question? Did you sub out KSA from your starting lineup?
I benched KSA. And I mean, come on, man. What's going on? I'm always nice to Twisted Minds people whenever I see them. Like, what's going on here? Are you just out to get my fantasy team? Like between if
this
my
is all about
fantasy
you.
team
This
wins,
is not about them winning or not winning.
I'm battling the teams, you guys. Production tried taking picks away from me. I mean, that's
right.
It's just crazy.
You kept trying to snipe Rose's picks. You're like, can I have Rose's? You just kept going for her players.
But you know what? This might just be for control. Okay, we didn't get to see any KSA last week. UB, of course, also not, like, low-key meta benched both of them. Let's see if they bring them in for map 2 or not. We're about to find out.
If UB would have
with our
played
first
today
match.
for Psycho, I would have went crazy. If they would have played,
I would have went crazy.
And
They
UB
can
at the start, I would have
they can
lost
still
it.
do that for map 2.
I would have just
Lost it.
Well, again, they can still do that for map 2. So let's find out what I have in store
No,
for us.
we need to put a
Kevin,
rule
Matt,
in they can't.
take it away.
Avril, can you believe just how much everybody here is trying to gang up against me to try and win this fantasy? But I think this could be a closer game than people are giving potentially credit for. I was really impressed with Peps last week. In Twisted Minds, obviously a completely new meta. You would think globally a new meta, right? Maybe not as much here in EMEA, but they looked pretty beatable in those first 2 games against Qadsiah.
I just think that between those 2 teams, they look beatable because the other team is Qadsiah. It would probably not look the same if it was a different team, and that may end up being Peps. You go back against Peps, like, whoa, okay, this is what TM is supposed to look like, and obviously against Qadsiah, it's just going to be much different. So we're going to start out with Lee Jung Tower, Twisted Minds, first pick. I'm going to try and rationalize this KSA change a little bit. Obviously, he is normally the starting player on the tank position for this team. If you watched the mid-season championship we just had, KSA played like the entire time. We didn't have any TVNT. We'll talk about the Wuyong Cassidy bans in a second here as well. But to me, TVNT's strengths over KSA were probably more over towards the Diva Hazard side, more over towards the dive side, whereas KSA, we probably think of him more as a brawl tank on the Ram, on the Arista, stuff like that. So my question is going to be, when we go into this game, is that what KSA is going to come into play? Is he just going to come into play some brawl heroes? By the way, Ram nerfed, armor bug finally fixed, so I don't know if that's going to be the case. Is he just going to play the same heroes as TVNT? That would be a big question mark as to why TVNT is suddenly benched.
And the bans are quite interesting, right? We did see FD got play a bit of the Wuyong last week. And for Twisted Minds, one of the biggest things for me was just the amount of Cassidy we saw really on both sides in that matchup. So Cassidy goes here early on. I don't even think that's necessarily a bad thing, though, right? For TM, like, the Cassidy's gone, great. Like, you still have the Soj available. Quartz, not necessarily like a Freya player. There's maybe like 1 or 2 moments here on Li Zhang you would want to play the Freya, but I don't think that Cassidy ban is going to be like game altering per se.
Let's see if he goes on a Reaper. Again, when you see what Korea is heading towards, it is heading heavily over towards Reaper. Course is yet to lock in his hero. Soj is going to be the choice. I was thinking maybe he'll lean into a different direction, but Soj still going to be good here. Cass is obviously much more preferred on the opening round of Control Center. Overall, I think the Wuyong ban is not super impactful. I think that Lucio ban is way more impactful against a guy like FD God. So we'll see how that goes further forward. But Matt, let's talk about it. The Rhine there. As we got to pause here, there's a Rhine here. I mean, if this is a real Rhine, this is wild. Does KSA play Rhine? Is that one of his heroes?
No, not. I wouldn't put that down as one of his preferred heroes. We did see Reinhardt on Li Zhang Tower last week from Sky Tour, and I believe it was at Quick Esports. So we did see some Reinhardt last week. It wasn't like, oh man, everybody should be running to go pick up the Reinhardt. So maybe this is just like a control center opening kind of strategy that they think maybe it's like a Rhine. They think they're going to catch them off guard playing like a Hazard or something like that on the other side.
I think they're trying to counterpick the Zarya. I think they're expecting the possibility of a Zarya on the other side. I think we're moving maybe towards a Zarya type of Reaper meta, so they may be thinking, okay, if they go Zarya on this side, we're going to go Rhine. I don't think we've got that much footage of KSA on Rhine, but I did also say to you, Matt, like, he's probably more known as a brawl tank specialist on the team compared to KSA, despite them both being quote-unquote off-tank players, right? So this would be why he's in here. I asked, is he going to play Ram or Orisa? Ryan is actually going to be the choice, but then once he realizes it's not going to be Azari on the other side, does he then swap over towards a Hazard himself? Does he then think about a Diva, right? That's going to be the question.
Yeah, I mean, potentially. I'm curious, why do you think we are trending towards Zarya Reaper?
Because Korea's fighting. But also,
right, but like, just because Korea picks it, but like, why do you think the meta is going in that direction?
Right, because we started with Lucio, we started with Tracer Genji in Korea. It was like a Tracer Genji Winston / ball dive. Obviously, a lot of great ball players in Korea, so there's a ton of ball being played there. A lot of teams are scrambling for potential counters to these tanks. So that's where you see the Hog coming in from. That's where you see some of the Sombra coming in from. Then Reaper started to get put in the mix there as well. Reaper, by the way, has a new minor perk from this season, which allows him to basically TP a little bit quicker on a Shadow Step. And that's made a bit of a reasonable difference in terms of how fast he can sort of not only rotate, but how quickly he can get into positions that timing-wise teams are not quite used to, and he's just a lot more flexible. You can sort of dodge things as well. He TPs quickly enough now that you can sort of reactionary dodge certain things coming your way if you're fast enough, so that may be a bit of a reason as well. Zarya and Reaper work together well. Zarya plays great into Genji. Genji was a real mainstay before we sort of moved away from that. Europe's EMEA and NA have only had 1 week, so we don't sort of have the exact same locked-in meta. Now we'll sort of figure this out together as KSA. He is going to swap away from the Rhine, which if he did play the Rhine, I would have been like, that's great. That does make sense. But if he's not going to play it, I think it's because we're now going over towards 9 markets, as Steven says. So wait till we get the control center again. He might lock in the Rhine one more time.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's more for the points specifically. And then for Peps, I was going to say, they're going to be running the Freya here with Willys on the Hazard, but you ban the Qadsiah, that allows Quartz to play the Sojourn. I mean, he is tremendous on that hero. He gets a pick that is so early, and look at the position it's actually forced Peps back to, basically just back to their choke. That is about as good of an opening start as you get for TM.
I mean, Quartz straight away, Zora down. I think Sakura is maybe a little bit of a risky pick going into this particular map, and Quartz, no stranger playing into it either. And for Twisted Minds, early cap, a little bit of pressure onto Willies. There's funny Astra down though in trade.
Yes, we've got a little bit of a pause here, so we'll see kind of what's going on, where it looks like Twisted Minds, right? They get control of the point first, a quick 8%, but you allow the side of Peps to kind of get out of that spawn kind of choke area, and they make their way straight to the point right behind that Hazard. They get, I believe they get Funny Astro there towards the end. And this looks like a 4-on-2, 4-on-3 position on the point. So Peps, once we get back in the game, should be able to flip this and not give up a significant amount of time to Twisted Minds.
Yeah, I mean, Willies is like, as we get the pause, he's half HP, but there's a huge trade there in terms of, okay, Zora went down early, Willies is here now, there's a DMAC onto KSA as well, Funny Astro is down, so Team Peps in a strong position to be able to get a nice quick flip on here. And also to reiterate again, the Wu Young ban to me, not particularly strong so far in the opening. I don't think Peps really needs it. Let's see where this one goes.
Is I know you get KSA DMAC, you take him out right away, and there's nowhere for Quartz to get to, and my guy Willie's coming up with 2 or 3 there during that fight. So you'll take control of high ground. I actually will push back. I think FD God has been playing much better on stuff that is not you know, the Lucio as of late. I think he's in a much better spot in terms of like the amount of heroes he can control in his pool.
He's certainly far away ahead of Funny Asher in terms of ult charge, given that Funny Asher did go down. Team Peps will be happy about the fact that they'll be able to have some support ultimates, but not before Simple Match. Simple's already about hit Qadsiah rush timing, which will be just a couple moments here. Twisted Minds are going to get on point without that though.
Yes, it'll be a Qadsiah rush here from Simple, so this will open it up. You see everybody from Peps just trying to move their way off of the point, try and kite this for as long as possible. They do get KSA, so it'll be a trade in terms of tanks. Twisted Minds here, Abel, they'll get the point, but Peps in a good position here. Oh, I was going to say, the Bola shot comes out, and then it was a Qadsiah rush. I thought you may be able to fight back after that, which it looks like maybe there's a chance here Peps actually flips it, and they do, so... I was going to say, after all those ultimates used by Twisted Minds, for Peps to hold on to both support ultimates and then come back and fight it, they were in a good spot to flip it, and they did.
Credit to FD God. He got the counter trade there. Zoro goes down as the Qadsiah rush from Zerian comes through, and FD God has to make a decision about whether he wants to throw the beat in there as well. Zerian, it's basically a 3v5, 3v4 type of situation where he throws down the Qadsiah rush, and Team Peps able to come out ahead of that one, despite Twisted Minds basically double ulting there. And the Astro waiting for his beat.
Sound barrier here. Sound barrier from Peps. It'll actually be a later sound barrier here from Twisted Minds, right? So it's going to be an overclock here as well. So none of the overshield here for Peps to try and keep them alive through the overclock from Quartz, and he kind of does his job there. He gets 2, and this should be a flip here for TM. Just a few more players here from Peps. Looks like FD God maybe dip here alive, just trying to stall this for as long as possible. So 83% on the point there. For Peps, pretty good hold there from them.
You see what Court's can really bring to this over here. A number of times that he's been able to take down Zoro early in these fights. It's another sort of situation where I think the low HP of Frey, to be fair, Soj also had no HP nerf, but the lower range slightly gives Courts an advantage in these types of battles. Now Simple looking for first support ult here, holding on to point control. Team Peps has it engaged here with a downpour, would be quite nice.
Yeah, I think they're just trying to drag them back, right? So, you know, Dip's just trying to get some of these players to go back to the point, respect his presence, and then use some of these ultimates. That's going to be a nice Suzu there.
One caught
from Simple. Oh, it actually may have been a little bit too early. It doesn't actually protect Funny Astro from the downpour.
Big stick from Psycho, though. Psycho's taking the game into his own hands here. Team Peps, not enough alive to be able to contest this one. Twisted Minds, just barely an extra player in hand. That's after losing Funny Astro to the downpour, which, by the way, difficult ultimate, I think, for Willies to truly land safely, given that you have KSA that can just eat most of it, a lot of mobility on the characters on Twisted Minds, and a Suzu on top of everything else, and still they catch Funny Astro.
I mean, that is a huge fight, though, for TM to be able to win, right? You know, as you lose Astro there, you're able to hold on to the point, because a flip here from Team Pep basically just kind of like puts them in position to take the round, and that's going to be Dip into the Tracer battle on the side, taking out Psycho, so this is a huge opportunity.
BMAC into the rush, KSA a little bit vulnerable here. Double bolts could have ended Simple's life, but Quartz is so close to OC. You gotta really be careful about Quartz here. He can turn the game around. We've already seen what he did in the previous OC.
The point flips, though. Point does flip, so Team Pep's in control here. Willie's just trying to force some of these players back. It's going to be a bola shot in towards the choke. Does no damage. Doesn't really connect with much of anything. Now it'll be Twisted Minds moving forward, just trying to build towards this sound barrier.
He's slow, but he survives. OC finally comes on through. A little bit of pocketing from KSA on the Matrix to keep it alive, and a counterflip coming through with Twisted Minds, and a further kill on the Dip. There's not enough players alive, and there's still more ultimates available with Twisted Minds. This is the cleanup map. This is the start of the 1-0 on this map.
Yeah, it's going to be the sound barrier here at the end. Just celebration there for Funny Astro. Dip will get here to touch. Hold on. You know, FD God gets there as well, but Dip probably just going to throw his body at the point. Yeah, it doesn't have recall here, so this should be the end. A very close round. That Twisted Minds comes out on top in the end.
Really putting the trust in the team there. Quartz just sliding on in. We've seen that go wrong before. Slides in, you can get taken down so quickly. A Willis slash by leaping in is not going to be protected by KSA's Matrix there, so really putting a lot of faith in KSA's Matrix to prevent Quartz from dying, but you can tell how desperate he was to find the final dredges of ult charge to get that OC, that overclock underway. And again, he pulls through the overclock, instant value, then double support ultimates available, and more so than that, Funny Astro, he ends without even having to use the sound barrier. They even had an extra ultimate in the back pocket if they actually needed it, and they did it. That's a strong finish for Twisted Minds.
So this is a opportunity, right, where they potentially you run the Rhine, but it looks like actually for Twisted Minds, they're just not going to mess with it. So something they highlighted, I know, pre-pause, but they're actually going to bring the Sim into the mix. So Sim here going up against the Reaper, as Reaper can get pretty close to the Sim and just kind of burn her down, but they lose Dip right away there. Simple just kind of moving in behind the Sim and the Diva, able to just get so much free fire there on the Kiri, gonna allow Twisted Minds. They should be able to double back towards the point after cleaning up some of these players and take it.
Not inconsequential trades coming through. They did see at least a few go down, including double supports. It's going to slow down their ult charge. It's going to mean that Funny Astro and FD God are going to get a little bit more parity. Zerion's not that far behind from Simple, although these timings do matter, Matt. But interestingly, you don't have Yubi on this team to play the Symmetra in their starting lineup. But Psycho's saying, I can pick this up. Yubi will give me some tips. And it did work out for them in the opening fight.
What do you think about this Venture swap? I know this is really going to be very difficult, I think, to keep that Sim alive, right? With the Venture and the Reaper putting pressure on it, but if you can't find the area to get in there on the Venture, it's going to be very difficult to deal with Quartz, right? He just slides, backs up, and he's able to just put down so much fire at range. It's really going uncontested. As Twisted Minds wins that fight with ease.
A great thing about the Sim here as well is that actually it's kind of a soft counter towards the hazard. We've seen counter hazard comps before. Typically those would be both Sim and Tor, but for Twisted Minds, Quartz is going to be way more of a carry on his signature Sojin look. And you asked me about the Dip Venture, as I sort of just quickly noted there, it is a counter to the Symmetra. This is Dip's response. Zoro even moving over towards the Trace now. They want more mobility, they want more flanking power. And Funny Astro goes down before beat's available.
That should be a pickoff. Well, I actually trade Lucio's there, so FT God was 99 to that sound barrier as well. You would have had a support ultimate advantage there. The Kitsune rush used by both sides. And when you lose FT God, you lose that advantage. I mean, that is a brutal loss there for Peps, because that would have been a fight where you actually have an advantage to be able to flip that point and kind of stop the bleeding. But Twisted Minds, Admiral, they hold on to even more ultimates, and now they're going to be in a position like one fight decides it.
I mean, this is going to not have enough ultimates. FTGod might have to drop his feet right now to live. He's just going to try and kite away from the OC. Zerion's gone too low. FTGod must pull the trigger. Funny Astro responds. There's a downfall catch, I believe, one, but so far the Matrix looks good. No, not quite. Psycho still falls.
Yeah, the Matrix doesn't end up kind of protecting anybody there, as you do end up losing one with the downfall. I believe you end up losing Psycho, and you don't invest the sim barrier into it. So I think if you are Twisted Minds, though, you're fine getting this, 99. It looks like they want to continue to fight it, though, because Funny Astro's back now off the spawn. You still have Quartz here and KSA, and that's a huge shot there on Azoro. Willie's dangerously low. I don't think they're going to be able to heal him up, and even after all of that, it'll be a map 1 win here for Twisted Minds, Avril, as Peps definitely gave them a bit of a game.
At least on that first point, that first round, but I think as we moved a little bit further forward, you get the control center, the sim strats come on through, and honestly, you close your eyes and you sort of, or rather, you don't have to close your eyes, but you can just sort of, if you just eliminated the team names from the picture, the player names, you're thinking, well, this is just Yubi coming in, playing some Symmetra, they're just dominating the other team, but it's actually Psycho on the sim. And obviously with Yubi on the bench here, anytime Twisted Minds want to play sim, typically it's been with Yubi. The fact that you can drop in Psycho and sort of make the sim work as well, and he looked good on that, but a number of great kills, and I'm sure being one of the top sim teams in the world, it's very easy for someone like Yubi to just tell and do a little bit of coaching for Psycho to be like, okay, this is what we're going to do with sim, this is how we play as a sim team. Psycho understands how that sort of works, so just plug it and play. And Twisted Minds, they're looking as good on the sim as they left off, and for Team Peps, don't have a good answer. They went towards Adventure, didn't do enough with them.
Yeah, if there's ever an opportunity as well, right, for UB, if you want to play kind of that sim the entire time, right, you can kind of bring him on in. So a really good opportunity to just kind of cycle those players in. Interesting though, Twisted Minds obviously doesn't have a coach, so it would be UB who decides to put himself in.
He's their de facto coach.
Yes. You actually see that bola there from Zoro. Did connect with Quartz, but it's a really nice Suzu there. Prevents some of the damage that comes in there from Simple. So this is a really, I think this series, I'm curious where Peps will take us, but I thought that even in a loss, right, they played Twisted Minds pretty well.
Again, specifically, definitely on that 9 market. Control center things got a little bit wild again. I just don't think Peps really have perhaps the wherewithal to be able to play counter against the sim. They just 0 to 100, Matt, really tells the entire story. I also think it's maybe a little bit of a struggle for Willies to find the same sort of value. I think for a dive choice, you're going to play Hazard, which is more of a dive tank, has some broad characteristics, finding a lot more value, particularly if you remember that first fight after Zoro gets picked by Quartz, and then we get on towards the point. Willies gets 2. He gets a kill into Funny Astro, a D-Mech onto KSA, and then they instantly flip. So Willies had a lot to say in that opening 9 market, and unfortunately a lot less to say on Control Center.
Yeah, I'm wondering if we see KSA through the rest of the series. We didn't see him at all last week. We see him here in map number 1, and curious like if this is just kind of a tank swap for the first game for Lijiang Tower. A lot, up to question here moving forward in this series. But Avril, you obviously were on the show last week here for EMEA, but we got our DHL moments where you guys at home, and even you, Avril, quite frankly, if you go to the link that they'll flash up here in a second, all you have to do is predict your winner of EMEA and NA, and you're in the running, right? Obviously, if you win, they win, those teams, the better, but you're in the running to go to Stockholm. Who would you predict here, Avril? You obviously have a little bit of a cheating head start because you got to watch week 1. But what would you say? Well,
I will say also that week 1 doesn't tell you the whole story either. So it is a little bit of maybe an advantage. But I will say that so far, I think Qadsiah's changes still put them in the head for me. They just beat Twisted Minds again, although it is week 1 and teams are figuring out the meta. The addition of Chase is really interesting because it sort of rounds out their flexibility as a team and what they can play. So now they can sort of move more towards the main tanks. Ball as well, which is quite a bit of a rare pick across EMEA and North America. Chase is going to be one of the few players on the tank position that can actually bring that out. They don't look super well practiced with Chase yet, so that will still take some time, but I think I trust that Qadsiah currently is still the top team in EMEA.
And what about NA? You also didn't even wave at Cargo, which is just rude. We all say hello when Cargo. Well, he's gone now. I mean, no sense to wave towards Cargo now.
Did you wave, Matt? I didn't see you wave. Did you wave?
I did.
Okay.
I waved numerous times last week. Me and Cargo were boys. But what about NA? You got to pick NA as well. There you go. You have an opportunity.
Okay, I'll do one real quick. There we go. I like that you didn't do it, Matt. That's fine. I'm gonna stick with my guns here and be boring and pick GK on this one because they're the two incumbents for the two regions that have just most recently won. I still think GK super well-rounded, top team in the region. Yeah, I think it's them or Team Liquid in my eyes. So yeah, it's hard to choose. I'll just go with GK for now. I think they're a good choice.
Pretty fair picks, but if you're out there, you want to go to Stockholm, you're trying to figure out how to way to get there, go to that link, put in your who you think's going to win the NA and EMEA. You got a chance to win it. Come join us in what probably will be snowy and cold Sweden, but it'll be a good time. You know, OWCS finals was awesome last year, but moving through the rest of the series, right, April, it'll be map selection and first ban here for Team Peps. A lot of like what we saw last week. They did play some like Tracer Genji with the Hazard, but they looked like they want to play a lot of Hazard. I'm curious, where do you think they decide to take us? I
actually think that we probably... I'm a little concerned for Zoro as well. I wasn't too convinced about the Freya on that opening map. They got to go with... It looks like I was considering one of the Air maps, a little bit more long range. If you really want to play the Freya and make that work. You've also noted a little bit earlier on, Matt, that Quartz doesn't play as much Freya. I think he still plays reasonable amounts, but it's not going to be his specialty, right? He wants to play as much Soj. You could go to something like one of the Escort maps, ban away the Soj, force a Freya matchup, and that could be a potential winning situation for them. They want to go to Ike, which is, if they want to keep playing the Hazard, I think this is fine.
Yeah, they played the Wu Young last week here on Ike and Bald. That was a ban that comes in from Twisted Mind, so that is free, available for Peps. Unless they decide to get rid of it early on, and Peps decides to get rid of the sim. So this is a really good call, right? You have this one sim ban throughout the rest of the series, but on the other side, Twisted Minds, right? They get rid of the Hazard, which we've seen Willies play a lot last week. He can play a lot of other tanks, so not exactly like a Hazard one trick by any stretch of the imagination.
This is interesting because I think Willies would have wanted to play the D.Va anyway. I'm not convinced he was going to go Hazard, especially when you look at last week's game. As you mentioned, they did play Eichenwald last week and Willies was on that D.Va. He's probably more well known for the D.Va anyway. I probably look at this map being, I don't know if I would say it's more favored for D.Va, but I just think history would dictate that Willies would have wanted to play D.Va here. So I'm not too sure if the Hazard ban is going to be that impactful here. Symmetra ban is going to be very impactful because I think you just want to get that out of the picture. You don't want to have to deal with that at all. They showed already on that control center were having troubles dealing with that, and Eichenwalder, you look at what Symmetra can do, particularly moving through B is one of the stronger points, but even on A, just getting behind your team quickly, you don't want to have to deal with that if you're Pep, so that's a nice bet.
They did play some of the Hazard last week, but towards like that second part of the map, that's where we see teams kind of go towards that D.Va for like the mobility to get up towards the top of the castle. So it's something though you can easily play D.Va the entire time. So it's going to be Twisted Minds
also
1-0 in the set. Yeah, what do you say?
The sim ban also protects the Freya if Zoro wants to continue playing that as well. It does seem like Zoro very much wants to play the Freya today, so perhaps Twisted Minds will bring out a Freya ban at some point. Look out for that in the third map or beyond.
Yeah, that's a good shout. I mean, this is a good map for Freya as the sight lines are extremely long, right? Good vertical mobility. So we'll see if the Freya comes out for either of the teams throughout this. It's probably more going to be on the Team Pep side, like for Zoro. Quartz we haven't seen play. No, he's played a little bit more actually. Towards the end of stage 2 and then here early on, playing a little bit more of the Freya, but we'll get this one. Looks like we might need just a restart or something, and then we'll get right back into this one. But the Freya definitely a possibility here in Eichenwald. He
played it last week against Qadsiah as well. I remember there was it was Lab that was very much wanting to only play Cass essentially the entire way through, not even really wanting to play the Soj. And then Esperanza was, I believe, the final map. That was map 5, and that's where the Freya did come through. There might have been another map on top of that, but that did happen. We also had, if you look at previous stages, Matt, we get some very, very strong Freya metas where like you have to kind of play Freya here. And Quartz, he did end up playing that, and he pulled through on that. So I don't have any doubt that Quartz has that capability. We've seen before, but his bread and butter is going to be Soj. That's his carry here. That's his signature. If he gets a chance to play Soj, he's going to do it.
Yeah, Quartz is one of the better hit scans, in the world, right? So it's not like I can't play Freya, but you kind of see his performances on the Sojourn. They're so good that makes it very difficult to potentially switch off of it. Peps, this feels like for me, Avril, it's like a little bit of a must-win. You lose here on this map, like maybe you can go to Atlas. We saw them kind of go towards that map last week, but you'd be asking them to come do like a reverse sweep type of scenario here against Twisted Minds. And that is a tough task to ask for anybody. While we wait for them to get into this one, we can take a look at today's schedule, just remind you guys what we got coming up. So Twisted Minds, Peps, you're currently here. You are watching that game, so that is going on currently. For Qadsiah, quick, that'll be an interesting one where Qadsiah, look, I mean, they're the most dominant team in the region. I expect them to take care of business. What do you think about that VP versus Gen G game that's going to go on there in the middle of the day, Avril?
I think VP right now looking like... maybe I should have picked VP as my team to win the stage instead, because they look amazing right now. Given the Qadsiah pickup is absolutely humongous. You can play Qadsiah and Jade at the same time, which was a perfect time for this time in the meta for Tracer and Genji. But even now, I think they're playing the closest to what Korea is playing. So I think they're a dominant team in this great team.
I think the Qadsiah pick kind of it doesn't go under the radar, right? It's just kind of like, oh, they got Qadsiah, like awesome, but it is a huge win though for VP, because now like you have some of those dive tanks filled by Ice Gnome. You have Qadsiah who can do just about everything, right? Also worth of note that KSA decides to stay in here
as well
for Twisted Minds, and I mean Roadhog off the rip. Okay, so this is something vastly different than anybody would have expected. So, what is the logic here, Avril?
We've seen Roadhog in Korea, but it was mostly in response to Bull, potentially in response to Winston. Is Willy's to you a Winston play? To me, he's always been more of an off-tank type of player.
You can definitely play some Winston. I wouldn't say like you can't, right?
So,
there's some players that you actually see in EMEA that you just like you don't want them on Winston, but Willis can definitely do it.
The audience as well, just so you understand, for the people watching, Hog did get a buff in a hotfix about a week or two ago, where he can one-shot now again, so he can genuinely be a damage threat and a pick threat. But KSA on Hog, not something we see very often, if ever. I'm curious as to how this is going to work.
He kind of like doesn't really get a hot fix for Hog. It's actually just like kind of a complete reversion, right? They tried to change his kit with like the pig pen, like the
hot
trap.
Fix was a damage buff. So they did the reversion, but then they hot fixed a damage buff on top of that. So then they gave him the one shot back.
But I mean, having the ability for one shot for Hog, I mean, is massive, especially with Tracer out there, or Wu Young, like a lot of different ability. I mean, you see how much damage he puts into Willy's there. By the way, just takes down the whole armor.
Hog has a perk now that gives him longer range on the right click. He's a genuine middle range threat, medium range threat. As we look at Willy's HP disappearing quite quickly. He's not on the Winston, smart choice. Don't want to be playing that into the Hog. However, the D.Va right now is still a bit of a struggle. He's barely being kept alive. Suzu being used there to keep him up.
Yeah, I mean, just taking tons of poke damage from all different directions. I don't think this is going to end well for Peps, because you're getting flanked here by the Roadhog, so you get kind of pinched there in that lower part of the map. It feels like Willy's got to get off the side. Okay, I was going to say, can't get staggered on the D.Va for that long, and that's a first fight win there for Twisted Minds. Peps, Willy specifically takes a ton of damage trying to wrap through that bottom side, and they just get kind of collapsed on there by Twisted Minds.
This is the type of situation as well where if Zora wasn't so far ahead in ult charge, and that's to be expected, I'm afraid, to be fair, you could go towards a Soj and not quite hard counter the Hog, but use Hog similar to how you play into Amalgam, just charge free rails days on days end. So as a possibility for Zora a little bit later on, but we did also discuss Freya quite nice on this map, especially on B. He has to be a little bit worried about KSA there, who does miss his opening hook.
Oh, nice bola shot though, that connects. I mean, simple and funny Astro take a ton of damage. It looks like maybe even the Suzu not available at the time. Can Peps capitalize on this though? That's the big difference maker here, is they try and make a play for Quartz. They do a nice job keeping him alive.
Goes down to Quartz though, who's really close to the OC now. Twisted Minds will have their full team available very, very soon. Simple making his way back in time, using the TPs. Obviously, double Katsuna rush is being played through. Funny Astro, a couple % away from using his beat, which would be critical in this fight. He's going to drop that now. I believe that's a bubble from FD God onto Willy's. Don't know if it's going to explode onto anyone just yet.
No, I mean, it's a good sound barrier there from Bunny Astro, just kind of stabilizing the team, keeping them up. They do give up a significant amount of percentage, though, on the point here to Peps, right? Peps gets 95% there towards taking that first checkpoint, but they're starting to get into really dangerous territory here, though, Avril, right? Below a minute on the clock here shortly. No ultimates, really. Just that self-destruct, right? But that's more to just get Willies a new mech back to work with. In Twisted Minds, I mean, you got Whole Hog, you got Pulse Bomb, you got an Overclock. You're in position here for Twisted Minds to get a first point hold.
It's the OC. The OC is a real troublesome part. The other two ultimates are neither here or there. KSA could maybe get something done on that Whole Hog, but we know what Quartz can do on the OC, and that is the biggest threat right now. Team Peps, they need an answer to it. Quartz, very easy, can find that opening pick, and the only reason Peps have these two picks is because Simple went down early, and now, well, it's another first pick from Quartz and a dip. Do you even have time to reset? You're gonna have to.
I don't think so. No, I mean, you lose Willies now, and then also you have a few players here trying to run back through the chunks. Some nice damage here just kind of gives Quartz some pause, but he just pushes on forward. You're gonna get maybe both supports out of this. Funny Astro finishes off FT, got everybody marching towards the spawn.
Yeah, I mean, you absolute spawn camping. You know the touches are coming through Willies. Thought about the Malga. Now moving over towards Ball. Knows that his job is going to be the touch dip. Obviously going to have to look for that as well. Flanks need to be covered here if you are Twisted Minds. Note that KSA's Whole Hog now in the OT. Very important. Pushing people off that point.
Oh, Willie's just trying to go over the top. Is he going to be able to get around here and get a touch?
1 second.
It looks like... and he actually gets hooked. He was making his way towards the point, gets hooked. Whole Hog pushed him back, so Willie's not able to get a touch. Nobody else in position, and that's how Pep's offense ends.
I mean, this is looking quite dire given that 2 ticks and Twisted Minds are off to a 2-0 start. Man, I know you had high hopes for this series, but as I sort of said at the beginning of the day, it is looking like a potential 15-0 3 Overwatch kind of day given how strong some of the teams in these matches are compared to their opposition, Twisted Minds, and that's nothing against Team Peps. It's just that TM, they're top dogs in the region for a reason. You're seeing it right now, the willingness to be able to really shake up the meta as well. KSA Hog, I mean, very unexpected coming through from Twisted Minds, but works a treat. Didn't die, didn't go down one time, never punished at all.
And I mean, nobody cares about it but me, but my fantasy team. I picked up Willies because I didn't think KSA would play. KSA plays, and they're just running through Willies. I mean, it's just an unfortunate scenario here for my fantasy team.
And,
not looking great.
Unfortunately, Dip as well.
Given
that Quartz has been continually, Quartz is continually getting those 1 picks.
Dip is also here as well. Also, you know, a member, a representative of my fantasy team.
Team Matt.
Yeah.
You want to know something fun?
Yeah, what?
Team Avril, Psycho, popping off a little bit for me. Me personally enjoying that one. Thank you, Psycho, base Psycho.
My team, I think I'm just gonna start outsourcing it. I'm gonna go into like OC's stream and you know, apply and let them just you know, decide my fantasy roster for the broadcast. Just let them just figure it out for me.
Twitch chat plays Matt's fantasy team.
Yeah,
do that way.
Willies will try the Roadhog here on defense. So a rare Roadhog v Roadhog action. Yeah, that's a massive hook here off the start, just getting out of position. But Willies responds to the hook, puts some damage into KSA, so trying to, you know, prevent him from just pushing up. And I mean, Psycho just takes out Zarya. I mean, just gets right up into the back line. You do have that trade come through, but losing a support early on here for Peps, especially in their position, is tough.
Psycho's already back up, and he's a tracer. It's not going to take him long to be able to get back towards point. 1 tick is already gone, Matt. This might be the beginning of the end if the god falls. KSA is traded. Willie's still alive at the moment, but Team Peps, they're just down on members. There's way closer respawns from Twisted Minds, and I think this is it.
Yeah, it's going to be TM here, taking map number 2. Pretty dominant fashion behind a Roadhog comp from KSA on defense. You also continue to run the Roadhog there on offense, and you see how impactful it was that Peps decided to try and run it for themselves. But in what we thought, you know, looking at some of the matches in EMEA, would have potentially been the closest one here today. Looking like it has the potential to be a blowout.
Yeah, I mean, we're at the stage now where I'm starting to think, where do we go next? Potentially a Rialto. Look, this is looking from the Peps POV, go to a Rialto, put Willie's on a Diva. It's a great Rialto map, great Diva map. You have the capability of getting a lot of value on Zoro's Freya, which it does, again, seem like he really, really wants to play today. One thing you can do, ban away Qadsiah Sojourn. That will really remove a lot of the big pressure. Qadsiah's, in my mind, probably player of the match from the series so far. I don't know if you'd agree with that one. He is, I mean, yeah, obviously he's going to be the POTM farmer on the team, but it's just, he's that good. He is that good.
I think Psycho's had a really good game here as we take a look at some of the stats from Iconball. I think Psycho's had a huge impact considering how good Dip was last week in the Peps match that we saw against Quick, where take a look at some of the highlights. That bolo shot, that bolo shot doesn't connect from Zoro. Like if Simple has a Suzu there, able to kind of mitigate some of that damage, they may not have even got the 95% that they ended up getting.
Well, you saw in those stats there as well as just before we sort of moved away. One thing that was quite interesting to me is that Zoro had more damage slightly. He had about 50 or so more damage than Claude. So what that really tells you is he is getting damage done on the side of Peps with this Frey. He's landing bolts. We saw the first pick.
Yeah.
We saw what he's doing, what he's able to do with his ultimate as well. You know, the bowler that you sort of mentioned there. But they're not otherwise able to really get enough more damage that allows you to actually get a pick that momentum-wise puts you in a winning position. Right, so how did they get the 2 ticks again, Matt? They got it because they got Simple down via the bowler. Simple too low, falls over, and then Zerian is able to deploy his Kitsune Rush before Simple returns. But unfortunately, because he's playing a Kiriko, he can just TP back on his teammate through the wall and then deploy his own Kitsune Rush in response, and then eventually TM just wins that fight, and then the entire defense.
Yeah, so Twisted Mind's just one map away here from sweeping this series against Peps. Peps has put up they obviously put up a pretty good fight on Control, I would say, there on Eichenwald, right? I know not even able to get that first checkpoint, pretty rough on their map selection with the first ban. They probably didn't account for the Roadhog pick coming in from TM, but TM playing KSA so far here today, and they look quite good. So just one more map for TM to be able to take this series. For Peps, you mentioned Rialto. Like, what other maps could they potentially think on taking?
I just think a long-range map. I think they want a long-range map where they can really pull into Zoro's strengths here. He wants to play the Freya. He's statistically performing on par with with the other teams. So everyone's going to be struggling a little bit. You would expect when you're getting dominated this hard. I hate to say that, but Zoro is numbers-wise, he's holding his own. So you want to be able to push that and play into that as much as possible. And it's time to start target banning some players on team. Target ban the Sim already. This time target ban the Soj. If you want to start putting some real pressure on the team, this might still not be enough, Matt, but you want to put some pressure on the TM. Remove the Soj from the equation. Puts Quartz on something where he's not going to be able to carry as much on. He's going to be forced onto Cass or Freya himself. And I think Zoro wouldn't mind that matchup. So that would be my go-to.
I mean, you have some options here, right? If you wanted those like long sight lines like you were talking about, Junkertown in the Escort pool, Rialto as well. You also have Gibraltar, which is a map historically we don't really see a lot of teams in the EMEA go to. Atlas will be the pick. So they selected this last week. This is like where they played some Tracer Genji here. They played Sombra. So also continue to play the Hazard. The Hazard not able to be banned out here by TM yet again. So Peps should be able to fall back onto that.
Yeah, I mean, this is also TM played Zarya here last week versus Qadsiah, where Chase was also subbed in to play Ball. This is an interesting one. We're going to be playing more towards a dive. I think this is the return of the Hazard. So I think they're happy potentially with how Zoro's performing on the Frey, but they want to put Woolies back on something he's going to be very strong on. I would have expected Woolies on the Diva should have been one of his better picks, but this is going to be return to Hazard for Willies. I don't know on the DPS side what's going to happen, because is Zoro going to play the Tracer here and then dip on the Genji as they did last week versus Quick? If that's the case, I don't know if that's really playing into where their win condition is at the moment, where Zoro is doing so much damage on the Freya. So we'll see.
Yeah, it's definitely a different look, right? But it's one that potentially could work, just trying to put some more pressure on the courts if you're going to play like a Tracer Genji, or they played some Sombra last week. So taking some of the damage out. Like, look, they're not following up on the damage that Zoro's putting down anyway, so may as well have him commit to the dive, like with Willies in dip. So that's most certainly an option. I think for you TM, you still have like the FD got Lucio ban, like if you wanted to use that here, right? It takes it away from Funny Astro as well, but it'll be a Kiri ban here for Peps. So that takes it away from Simple on the other side, and they do ban Tracer, so that's quite an interesting scenario, because you take that out of Psycho's hands, but then also out of Dips.
This is also the same ban that Peps used against Quick last week. So essentially then they move towards a Lucio Wuyang backline for Peps, although Lucio Kiriko could also just... Kiriko's gone. Lucio Bap, I think for some other EMEA teams has been a bit of a look, but maybe on this map they really do want to just have that speed option, and then more speed coming through from the Wooyoung as well, on a more personal side, I suppose. I think Wooyoung doesn't quite get played in EMEA as much as I would have expected. Korea is still playing a reasonable amount of Wooyoung. It's still a pretty popular pick, but we're just not really seeing that much coming through. The Tracer ban, I don't know if that's super important for Team Peps, but you sort of mentioned it. Dip, Zoro did play it last week on this map against Quick Esports, but given that's been targeted away, you can see that Peps are even considering, could there be a Symmetra coming back for Twisted Minds? They've already prepped the Venture, who on its own is actually, the Venture pick is still reasonable on this map, even if there is no Symmetra. Psycho is looking over towards the possibility of a Mei. He's going to TP out with the Sim, and the real composition to me is going to look like Lucio Bap. So as I sort of said here, Lucio Bap has been an option. With Team Peps, it's going to be Lucio Wooyoung.
And T, I'm actually playing the Cassidy here, right? So Cassidy can obviously be an issue for some of these flankers. You have the Baptiste with the Immortality Field being able to kind of keep Quartz alive even longer. Really try and punish this Team Peps dive. But actually, that's a burrow that comes up by Psycho. He gets hit with some of the damage, and a nice shot from Dip there to finish him off.
This is essentially what Qadsiah were playing last week. So Twisted Mind's taking a page out of their books. This time it's Quartz on that cast instead of Labda. And of course, Dip, he read the situation correctly. He assumed Psycho would be on the Sim. Starts out on the Venture, try and go for that counter. Zoro on the Reaper here as well. As I've sort of talked about a lot, Reaper starting to really come through as a potential strong meta choice.
And this point's going to be very difficult, I think, for Peps to be able to take. Zoro actually with a TP there gets up the high ground, takes out Simple. But with how spread out the point is, punished. And some high ground control from Twisted Minds, I think this is really impressive that Peps has been able to find these kills and first point control.
You cannot overstate how much impact that nerf on Cass's health really does. It just allows you to potentially burst him down that much quicker. Cass is becoming a bit more of a dangerous pick. Silver Bullets is fine, but I don't even know if we're seeing that much of it at the moment, so it's not the game changer for Cass that maybe Cass players were hoping for it to be. Opening fight going the way of Peps, and good so far on the Revenge Tour.
Yes, we'll see Twisted Minds kind of moves on in, see if they can kind of get Quartz in position, right? You see some of that high ground control here with the Qadsiah, just trying to like move him around. Potentially you also build up towards an Ant Matrix here, right? Just kind of consistently poke down at Team Peps, and you see there, nothing Dip can do to stay alive.
Oh, I mean, Azerion might not have had LOS, and his team is falling apart around him. He's going to pop in the bubble lane. I'm not too sure who even really lands it on Peps, so they've lost their entire team. Azerion had first ult. I don't know if he realizes he had first ult, but that's a strong ult that they weren't able to use. Really, if you get a support ult that quickly, a tempo bubble from Azerion onto a player like Dip just to engage with would be very strong. Didn't happen, though.
And I think one of the bigger things there for Twisted Minds, right, is the ult from Zerion on Willies comes in a little bit late, and Twisted Minds already has like a 1 or 2 player advantage at that moment. They don't feel the need to invest like the sound barrier when a few players get knocked down. Simple actually times it really well, gets that Immortality Field out, so when he gets knocked down, him and I believe one other player were inside that Immortality Field, so nothing they could do to follow that up. Nice sound barrier here from FD God as they're gonna get the push in, so they'll deal with Simple. This time, looks like we got a DC that is gonna be Quartz actually DCing as Funny Astro uses the beat, so it's gonna be Team Peps in position here after all. I think like 83% on the point. They're in position to potentially flip this and take that first flashpoint.
So the good news is for Quartz is he literally just used his Deadeye, so it's not like he just lost a critical ultimate. That's the only sort of bit of good news here, but they're essentially now 2 down on TM side. Very unfortunate. DC for Quartz is 3 players alive. Twisted Minds have also invested ults into this fight as well. It did seem like Willie's dropped in a downpour. Like, I believe minimum it did catch Quartz, and while they didn't quite get that kill initially, but while the DC is here, so that essentially gives them the kill that they were expecting from that downpour. So Team Peps went in. I'm expecting they will get this flip, Matt. This should be first point because it's 83% in their favor. Should be first point going their way.
Yeah, they should. Look, even with the DC, right? Without the DC, Quartz still in a position where like FD God gets a big sound barrier, the downpour comes down, you're already a player up, there's a good chance they're going to flip anyway. So once we get back into game, we'll kind of see where we are at in terms of the status of it. But It is Peps with like 83%, I think, yeah, 50 something here for Twisted Minds as we jump back into the action. And looks like we missed some stuff here, Avril, because it's, I guess, double support ult used there by Twisted Minds potentially during that, and it is end of a flip here for Team Peps, so they do get control.
As we pause, Simple had already dropped in his amplification matrix, and Funny actually just used the beat, so that was in play. Of course, he's going to come back on Adventure, which is not a hero he's known for at all. We'll see if Peps is able to clean this one up. They don't have a player advantage right now, and this wall from Psycho is going to cause some problems.
Yeah, it looks like it's actually just Quartz coming back on this to get a touch, right? The wall actually is really impeccable. Like, pushes some of these players back to the point that Twisted Minds is able to get a flip, and now they get dipped. Dude, if they're able to pull this out, I mean, this would be a steal of the first flashpoint.
Zara needs to do something right now. This is a big opportunity for Team Peps to be able to bring it back around. It's going to TP in, looking for backline, but can he actually lock these players in? Has to get rid of this lamp before we can use this ultimate. He really desperately wants to, but just goes down. Peps have fumbled. They've allowed the point to slip through their fingers, Matt.
Yeah, I mean, this is a brutal 0.1 loss here for Team Peps. So they had a situation where they could have been able to capitalize, right? 84%. They kind of flip it. They get even higher. They do end up holding on to some ultimates here, coming into our second flashpoint, so an opportunity to potentially take this one early, but especially with the way that things are going against Twisted Minds, you needed to secure that first point.
Zara just revealed his own positioning so early, allowed the response to come on through, and either way, Quartz DC and Team Peps had every advantage in terms of players coming on in. It's going to be bubble engaged onto Zara, Funny Astro falling over first. Still looking for the potential to use Death Blossom, but they might be able to clean this one without doing so. It's just the window.
This hand matrix, though, I mean, look how low Willie's is. I mean, he's going to have to back up. They're going to make a push here. A lot of members of Peps dangerously low. It's Zoro kind of reactive there. Death Blossom and Dip also using the Tectonic Shock. Ooh. That's actually enough to flip it.
Dip will be able to come in and save the day here. One last remake onto Qadsiah, and Dip, he just doesn't get into the ground time. I think Funny Astro might have booped him, and that half a second of extra airtime as Dip is trying to burrow into the ground means he gets exploded by the self-destruct on Qadsiah. Oh, that is rough, man. I mean, Dip nearly saved the day.
Yeah, I mean, Dip and Zoro almost did, right? They end up both investing their ultimates at that time. And man, just to lose a fight like that, another really rough one here for Peps. Yeah, I mean, it is definitely heartbreaking. FT got to get good use of this sound barrier. Connects absolutely everybody as they try and put pressure on the high ground, but Funny Astro's going to have the later beat.
Quartz is going to go down early here. Is this opportunity? Team Peps 5 versus 4. The beat is gone. There's no more ultimates available, but as the dust settles, Zerion falling over first. Psycho's close to that wall, and that could be the finisher here. We're nearing the 80% mark, which is the mark you have to really be careful of. Basically, one fight search for TN.
Yes, it's actually going to be a push there from Will. He's trying to find any targets. Knows he can't just kind of like sit on the point or sit down there and kind of wait for that next fight. This Twisted Minds realize that they go in, they push out, they take the tank out of Peps. Yeah, the later sound barrier, good for Funny Astro, although it doesn't connect with Quartz, still does enough to keep them in the fight, and you may end up losing a few players here for Twisted Minds on the rotation, but still, Avril, the damage is done. I mean, they're on 2-0.
It's the consolation prize here for Peps. They didn't get the main lion's share of what they were looking for on that second point, and now not only a reverse sweep in the series required, but a reverse sweep on this particular map itself. They have to get the next 3 points in a row. Psycho didn't even feel the need to deploy his photon barrier, saving it for this next opening fight. Simple's got himself another window. This guy's been farming up ults like nobody's business.
Oh, they use a TP here, and then they drop that Amp Matrix, so it catches a few players off guard a little bit there from that high ground. Nice use of the TP, getting back up to this position, and some sick shots from Simple. He's able to take out FD God. You're also getting the healing here on a Qadsiah. So just like that, it's actually Peps not even getting in position here, Avril, to be able to take the point first, right? Even if they get some of those kills on the rotation, it'll be Twisted Minds getting our first capture.
And we didn't even need the photon barrier coming through from Psycho. It was just a window again. Simple's already on his way halfway towards his next. Once more, he's just farming up these ultimates. Zerion has to be a little bit considerate of his own HP. He popped in that Wuyong bubble to open things up for Team Peps. So they just lose out to the window on the opposing side.
So Peps, this is the big fight. They got the ultimates here. This feels like a must-win fight to me. This is where they got all their resources.
They've had like 9 must-win fights in a row, it feels like. As ooh, nice way to get out of the way. They see Dip kind of coming there with the burrow about to pop up, and they use the TP to get out of dodge. It'll be the tectonic shot, but he's dangerously low. Yeah, he's not going to be able to like finish off anybody.
What's his caught, but is he going to go down here? No one from Team Peps able to actually capitalize on the fact that the downpour does catch a key member of Twisted Minds, and now for Team Peps, it's 2 ultimates. Death Blossom, FD God holding on to beat here as well. One more reset. Psycho, you'd imagine this time, is going to drop in the Photon Barrier, and that could be the game. 80% now.
Yeah, it's going to be the barrier here from Psycho, so it's going to split a lot of the point off. Is Funny Asher getting dangerously low here. Zero just trying to finish him off. Gets some help as Simple throws in the Immortality Field. Not enough to keep Astro and Co alive. That will get Twisted Minds to 99 here, though, Avril. So just one more fight. And what I worry about for Team Peps is it's going to be Quartz coming up with an overclock and nothing for Peps to deal with it.
Nope. This is the problematic thing. Zerion does again have an ultimate, but will they use it defensively or to engage? They would prefer to engage with this one. Willie's now on towards the ball, not really one of his main heroes. Desperately waiting for this William ult to be available for Zerion. But of course, we know what the OC means. The OC is going to be the coup de grace, you'd imagine. Twisted Minds, they want to finish this now.
Yeah, some nice shots here from Quartz. It's going to be Dip getting that protective barrier there from Zerion. So as he goes in deep, but they're not able to find anything with that overclock. So maybe an opportunity to fight back into this, but it's going to be the point flipped.
KSA on 1 HP. He needs a little bit of healing. He needs the remake if possible, but Zerion and Willie's are the only plays alive for Peps. They can't quite finish off KSA. He's going to heal back into the fight. Quartz coming back on a Sombra here as well. No more Willies means it's going to be difficult for the point touch. Matt, I think this is over. Peps, they just don't have enough members alive.
No, I mean, they were in a rough scenario even at the start of that fight. I think they did a nice job even dragging it out as long as they possibly did. It's just a last-ditch effort there from Dip.
It was a last-ditch effort.
Last-ditch effort. I mean, that's a 3-0 there from Twisted Minds. So thought this one could be potentially close given some performances last week, but Twisted Minds, I mean, they just show that they are clear and cut up there with Qadsiah for best in the region.
I'll say this much, Matt, and the stats confirm this. I just checked. This is very important. I have Quartz as the overall player of the match personally for the game, but this map in particular, look at Simple stats. His damage is on par basically with the DPS line of Peps. Beyond that, his healing is more than the basic. Well, it's not more. It's like nearly double the combined healing of FD God and Zerion together. I mean, he's got so much healing, and we're wondering, I'm sitting here, how often is he getting this window? What I need is a stat line for, like, what is the average time that Simple is getting these amp matrices? Because he's going to get them damn quick. I'm like, he's getting these every single fight. When you see his combined stats, it's no wonder he's dealing DPS damage in terms of a DPS role on top of dealing insane healing. It's unreal.
Oh, my fantasy
I think so. We have both of them on our fantasy team.
My fantasy team is doing good. Matt's fantasy team low-key in shambles because KSA was in the mix all series long. You know what? You're losing here, but I feel like everyone watching has been a winner because we got to see KSA on Hog. I'm here for the Hog v Hog, quite frankly.
And I benched him today.
Yeah, I know. Like, what a stupid thing to do, Matt. Why would you do that?
my fantasy team is like the Grim Reaper going door to door, just killing people's days. So look out.
It's rough out there. Avril, I believe you have Psycho in your mix, right? Is that correct?
I do have Psycho in my mix, so I'm happy with what he was able to do there.
Yeah, I'm just very happy to see them whilst they're still relying on those old compositions. You guys touched on that, obviously, on in round 2 here on Lijiang Tower. For Psycho to be able to just, like, swap over to the Symmetra if needed, but also playing the Tracer, which is just, like, the meta pick right now. That just bodes so well for this Twisted Mind squad. Like, I feel like they're meta-proof, and even with KSA in the mix, like, they didn't really miss a step there, right? Like...
No. And of course, we did see what Quartz is able to do. Mitch will be happy with that. Mitch is struggling in some other areas of his team, but he has Quartz on his team. So he'll be happy that Quartz definitely did a bit of stat padding for Team Mitch. Overall, though, you know, it's another situation where you just have so much talent on Twisted Minds. This is one of these teams where you can say the talent is there, and it's not a meme. It's like it's there, and they're also winning, and they're also dominating too. So you move TVNT,
away. You put KSA back in the starting lineup. They didn't even look bad with TVET and went last week. They went to map 5 and nearly got the reverse sweep. But then you put KSA in, and really, I think the Divas, you would prefer TVNT to maybe play them in team. KSA comes in, plays that, no issues. But then he's got the extra heroes. He's got that extra hog in there. He even flashed the Ryan, which I think is secretly like, if a lot of Zarya starts showing up, expect the Ryan to be there in response.
Yeah, it just shows that Twisted Minds are just a few level above our mid-table teams here. So while Peps did look better last week, today they just didn't really find an answer to what Twisted Minds is doing. Twisted Minds was in full control of everything.
I don't think it's all doom and gloom for Peps, though, right?
That's not what I'm saying.
Just about everybody's going to lose here to Twisted Minds in this type of fashion.
Exactly.
I think it just shows that, like, how Twisted Minds and Qadsiah have put such a gap, it feels like, between them two and everybody else in the EMEA. And I think, like, Virtus Pro, obviously at the beginning of the year was like the team in EMEA, right? They like never lost, and then all of a sudden, kind of like Qadsiah and TM like rose up out of well, not necessarily nowhere, right, but rose up to pass them. Where I still think VP is going to be in the mix.
Oh, absolutely.
I agree.
I think this is a very stacked region in general, so there's very few freebies, especially if we're looking at like the mid-table of the teams there. With Vision having had such a good performance in week 1, I think that just makes that mid-table really, really stacked and very difficult. So looking ahead for Team Peps, I think their next opponent is Gen G. That could potentially be a win, depending on what we're seeing from Gen G later today. But after that, they still have to face off against Qadsiah, which is not going to be theirs to win. Vision Esports, as I said before, right, they've played it really, really well in week 1, so we expect a even matchup right there, and then
VP after that.
VP after that. So it's a tough one, man.
It's not a lot of easy games here. I mean, Gen G found that out last stage. There's just very little easy games out here. There's so many. Even Quick last stage was really punching above their weight until, you know, unfortunately until the end they kind of fumbled a little bit, but at the start, I mean, they were really punching above their weight. So it's a difficult region, very top heavy, and if you're Peps, you got to try and find what little wins you can get where you can. But TM, as I sort of expected here, and I don't say in a gloating way, but we expected TM to be the much better team, and they proved that without a shadow of a doubt. They really didn't give any quarter to Peps at all, but the full hold on Icon Wall that tells you everything you need to know.
Yeah, especially, you know, getting some Roadhog action there from Twisted Minds. A little Roadhog v Roadhog action on Icon Wall. That was a fun one.
Moment. We love that.
But EMEA is, like how you kind of mentioned, Avril, and I think you mentioned it too, so we were like, there aren't, like, many gimme games in EMEA. Like, everybody is, like, pretty competitive, you know, compared to, you know, maybe some of the other regions out there. So, it's like for Peps, like every game is going to be a tough game. It only seems like for you know, TML, Qadsiah, and VP, like they're only really worried about playing each other.
Exactly. I do wonder when are we going to see VP going up against Twisted Minds. If Twisted Minds can get away with continuing to play the Symmetra, will they? Is TVNT like the tank they're subbing in when they're like going up against a very serious opponent? Is that kind of the subbing strat? That's kind of what I'm wondering.
Week 4, sorry. Week 4 is VP TM. Week 3, next week is Qadsiah versus VP. So VP after this week, and you know, I'm maybe getting ahead of myself because I was about to say VP after this week is going to have some really hard games coming up, which is maybe throwing some shade at Gen G. I hope Gen G do well today, but VP, it's Qadsiah and TM in the next following 2 weeks. That'll be really big challenges for them for sure.
VP might have the hardest schedule. Like,
they're also one of the best teams, though.
Yeah, they are. But like if you're looking who they're up against, even at the very end, like they have one like easy win in there. Gen G could be one of those too. We don't know yet, but in the last week when they are going up against teams that are like strong mid-table teams, that's the 1 week where they have like back-to-back matches. So that's gonna make it difficult in its own way.
Yes and no. I mean, I don't think that they're really worried about like, oh, like maybe we miss like a playoff or something like that. Like that's not going to happen. I think at that point they're just playing for seeding, and then quite frankly, like number 1 and maybe even they're almost even like, you think like playing like without Qadsiah, right? Like, you know, it's going to be a, you know, maybe 1 or 2 type of position, right? It's not going to be a massive swing in terms of the standings, I feel like.
Right, enough waffling, gentlemen. We do have KSA joining us now for a quick winners interview. It should be voice only, so let's see if they can hear us. KSA, are you with us?
Yeah, hello. Guys,
Hello.
first of all, I'm sorry about this. I'm sorry about this mic. I tried to put my headset mic, but it didn't work, so I'm using my webcam. Like, that's why it sounds a little bit scuffed.
It's fine.
It's all right.
We got
Scuffed
ya.
is what we're all about. Like that's literally my life in a nutshell. But KSA, the match did not look scuffed for you. That was a very dominant performance. We didn't get to see you in week 1. We kind of expected you to be, let's call it meta benched. Today, you were in action on D.Va, on Hog even. What's the subbing strat looking like between you and TVNT going forward?
I mean, when the meta switched and they nerfed my Ram, and the meta leaned towards more D.Va Hazard, we thought like, why not try TVNT, because those are like more base heroes. But throughout testing, the meta kept developing, and then all of a sudden Roadhog is apparently good right now, so decided to try me out.
You mentioned the meta there a little bit. Where do you think the meta currently is? Because we look across the different regions, Korea's meta is developing very quickly. They've started out with Tracer Genji Ball, and now just last night they're moving in towards more of a Zarya Reaper type of look. So things are changing quite rapidly. Even you were saying week 1 maybe the hero pool for the meta was looking better for TVT. Now it's maybe looking better for you. Where do you think the current meta is for your team in your region?
I think honestly, for us, it's more like D.Va, Roadhog, maybe sometimes Reinhardt, you know, the usual. But it really depends from team to team. I don't think there's any set meta right now.
Hey KSA, I gotta tell you how dirty you did my fantasy team. I picked you one of the first tanks off the board last week, and then you didn't play. So this week I wasn't sure. I picked up Willie's, and then you just beat him down for 3 straight games. So I feel bad that I jumped off the train. But I gotta ask, with you guys and Qadsiah kind of sitting at top of the region, I would say like VP kind of like in that mix. Are there any other teams like across the EMEA that have impressed you, or even some individual players we should be looking at this stage that are on the come up?
Honestly, I still believe that the gap between the top 3 teams, us, Alpha, VP, is like still like so big between the other teams. In my opinion, also, VP is a pretty good team right now because it's not there's no more Sim. So I mean, we saw them before, like the meta changed to Sim in Stage 1. They went undefeated. I think that's also a top team right now in my opinion. But you can still.
I got a bonus question here because you mentioned Qadsiah, but I am curious about last week's game. How do you feel? I mean, given that you didn't play, but how do you feel you guys went against Qadsiah? You barely lost out, required a reverse sweep. You nearly did it, but it's another 5 map between you guys and Qadsiah. So, what did you guys learn from last week's game, and what are you applying to your team now?
Honestly, it's just the same. Every time we go against Alpha, just into a map 5. For the last few times we go against them into a map 5, hasn't been going our way. I think Esperanza, we didn't play that well. Like one unlucky fight. Like if you want that just one fight, the second fight after you win the first fight, we just snowball into 100 meters, but we didn't. So just need to play better.
It's that simple. Just gotta,
Be better.
just be better.
Push do be like that. Push do be like that. Snowball. Yep.
Exactly. Well, KSA, we love to see you guys back in action and continue your dominant performance from stage 2. Once again, congratulations on the dub. Hopefully for many more to come. Thank you so much and have a good rest of your day.
Thank you. Thank you.
Always great to hear it from KSA as they make quick work of their opponents. Now, KSA in the squad will most likely be one of the teams that you get to cheer on in Sweden at DreamHack Stockholm. And if you want to join us in person, live in the flesh in 4K, you can grab your tickets right now. Avril, give me 3 good reasons
why. Life in the flesh?
Live in the flesh. That's right.
Okay.
Avril, you've had the opportunity to walk around and roam around DreamHack last year as well.
Yep.
Give the people some good reasons. Why should they join us in person? What makes DreamHack so special?
Well, first of all, it's our world final, so that's in and of itself extremely hype. I don't know if you guys remember our opening ceremony last year. That was unbelievably good. But there's also just a lot of other cool stuff happening in DreamHack. There's other esports going on. Obviously, you want to be there for OWCS first and foremost as your priority, but there's other things going on. There's a lot of booths there for all sorts of people showing off their games, and just a huge festival for gaming in general. So come and hang out. And also, yeah, all the teams and the talent, all the players, we're all going to be there. So I want to see you there.
Yeah, the talent is there and you could be part of that. So make sure to join us in Stockholm. Pack your Crocs right now and grab your tickets. For now, we're heading into a quick break. And on the other side of this one, we're going to see Qadsiah going up against Quick Esports.
Oh my god, to the bathroom quick.
Okay, wait.
Hello and welcome back, one and all. The first one was actually not the quickest 3-0 ever. It somehow still took a long time,
like
but
an
it was a dominant
elongated
performance. Exactly. Like they really dragged it out. They let them bleed out there on the table. And, you know, sometimes that's what you're going to get. For now, though, we're heading into our second match. Don't say anything, Matt. Let's just let that one breathe.
Okay.
He's just like, okay.
Well, you told me to let it breathe, and you looked at me. I was letting it breathe. But...
I kind of expected you to interrupt me anyway, so I'm just making room for that.
No.
Fair.
You told
good.
me not, so I said okay.
And I love that about our relationship. Anyway, let's talk about our second match, shall we? We are going to see Qadsiah going up against Quick Esports. We expect this to be another rather one-sided affair. Obviously, Qadsiah is like the top team of the region. Very dominant moment against Twisted Minds. They also managed to find themselves on the back foot in quite a few moments in that series, a later part of the series, and then somehow managed to rally the troops once again and come back from like 2-0 deficits on flashpoints and whatnot. So yeah.
If we want to use
what do you say, Abro?
any sort of transitive property here, it's basically like Qadsiah beat Twisted Minds last week, and Peps beat Quick Esports last week, and we just saw Twisted Minds absolutely, unfortunately, roll Peps. So, as I probably would say, Qadsiah is probably going to make quite quick work of Quick Esports. Unfortunately, Qadsiah are just that team. I mean, this is they just came second in mid-season. They still look unbelievably good. I mean, they're still playing some sim, but they have the flexibility to not play that if they don't want to. So it's a very, very good-looking, unique team.
Yeah, I do think it's interesting, Zoe, with like how we got Chase in the starting lineup here today.
Wow.
So that's a little bit of a different look right off the rip, right? Not having Ziad in, but I think like how KSA mentioned, like, you know, maybe obviously still Qadsiah and TM seem to be sitting at the top, but like don't discount like Virtus Pros. We see them later as like Sim kind of moves her way potentially out of the meta, and I'm curious like how Qadsiah starts to look as Sim gets phased out in some way, right? Because this is a roster that really kind of like rode that like Sim diva type of style to great success during the last stage, and they obviously have some time to kind of work on it throughout this one, but maybe they'll come back to earth a little bit.
It definitely, like, I'm super excited about this series, not because I think that Quick Esports is gonna, you know, make Qadsiah sweat for it, but I don't know where I was going for it. It has something to do with the Symmetra. Basically, like, I feel like they can make the Symmetra work against basically any team that isn't Twisted Minds. I think they will just continue to roll with it. Because why switch off of it? Because no other team managed to find a reply to it, right?
I actually think this opening is unlikely to have Sim, at least when Chase is in. When Chase is in, you're probably going to look towards a dive type of style. Chase is going to play some sort of dive tank. He showed a bit of Doomfist last week. I don't quite agree with that pick, but he also was showing a lot of Ball, which is quite popular in Korea right now. So Ball, I would expect, is going to be the choice of the day for Chase on an opening map. And Skytor also played some Ball last week as well. So we actually might be in for a Ball mirror straight away. That's what I think we're probably going to see.
Ball, Maga against Peps last week.
I don't know about the Maga. That's a little weird. The Maga was...
don't think anything that worked particularly well for them, but you know, it was a very one-sided affair.
How about we do Amalga versus
Peps.
Doom? We should do Amalga versus Doom matchup, see who's got the worst tank in terms of choices.
The best part of that match was the post-game interview with Dip from Peps, because allegedly, according to sources being Dip, both teams had fun. So I'm very excited to see how much fun Quick Esports is going to have.
Like Quick Esports had lots of fun.
Going up against Qadsiah. Yeah, no, it really didn't. But this is not theirs to win, so you know they could just throw some curveballs.
That's true. I mean, Skytor, you know, kind of playing the gambit of tanks last week, just playing a little bit of everything. That's how I plan on getting my Junkrat loot box challenge done. Just, you know, going in, selecting whatever tank, running it down. But look, Quick Esports obviously had a good run. I know, very fun during our last stage. A little bit of a different roster here now. Just two really rough games to start their year. So. No shame in potentially losing to Qadsiah if that's what it comes to. I want to see if they can run some of these like wackier types of things like they were running like last week, like the Maga and the Reinhardt, and run that against Cat.
Well, we're about to find out as our second series of the day is ready. Qadsiah going up against Quick Esports for all the action. It's going to be Avril and Matt on the mics once again.
Thanks, Zoe. Avril, I want to say, you know, Crystal shout out, just put the polls in here. So the chat points, channel points, 97% on Qadsiah, 3 on Quick Esports. I saw one person in the chat who said he accidentally put all of his channel points onto Quick Esports. So there might be like, you know, like a lot of those points, maybe just one person, and they better hope something goes drastically wrong on the Qadsiah side.
This is gonna be 97% of people cleaning up and dividing between themselves whatever amount of points one poor person, one poor soul dropped in there. Or we're about to hit the jackpot. This one guy is about to be a OWCS points billionaire. Map 1 is going to be Lee Jung, Matt. Qadsiah's
choice.
A decent ball map, I gotta say. I mean, Ilios would probably be a better ball map if that's what they were really heavily wanting to go towards. But I am sniffing out the ball. I think this is going to be ball. Unless ball is banned, which has been banned. Okay, so it's not going to be ball. Well, ball has been banned because quick no. Which means what? Hazard, Diva, hopefully not the Doom, hopefully not the Malga.
There's also the possibility, right, that Qadsiah just wants to get Chase some run, right? New to this roster, going up maybe a little bit of a lesser, easier opponent here. They feel like that they can play Chase, get him, you know, some in-game reps, right? Make it a little bit easier. So we'll see how that plays out. The Lucio ban comes in here as well, where if you were going to ban Lucio, right, that's probably when you wanted to play some of the ball, different types of comps like that. So we'll see what that adjusts Qadsiah's game plan to.
Winston would be a good choice for Chase. And Lucio as well, interestingly enough, something I caught in the last week's game with Quick Esports, we didn't really see Strebo, I believe, play much of anything but the Lucio. So I wonder what this is going to put Strebo on, as typically you would probably have to play Wuyang here. But if you remember as well, Yonte was subbed in to play Wuyang on that second map. So question mark now for Quick Esports in terms of how they want to navigate this.
Yes, a lot of time, obviously, before the gates open, but it'll be control center here at the start. So we saw last week SkyTour play some Reinhardt here, so maybe that's an opportunity for Quick Esports. Didn't exactly work out for Quick Esports, but it was a really interesting try, especially when you're going against maybe a Zarya type of composition on the other side. And yeah, with this Qadsiah, having it be banned, the ball, you're looking at something like maybe Chase here on the Hazard. The Winston could be rough, especially if there's going to be like a Reaper on the other side, right? But at the moment, Qadsiah looks to be riding out this sim.
5, 4, 3.
Could just be a TP out of spawn as well, so we'll keep our eyes on what this actually does mean. But the Reaper coming in towards play, they're expecting Chase to be on that Winston. He's going to start on towards Hazard instead. Labda this time, no Cassie, straight away. It will be the Soldier. I mean, this is probably his specialty here as well.
You also end up dropping the sim here, so Checkmate will play the Tracer as Snowdrop will get on the point, try and get a touch here, and just kind of gain this positioning. But a nice dive there from Chase, puts down that jagged wall, just kind of like blocks off an exit there from Snowdrop, and just like that, the first 2 kills go in favor of Qadsiah. Snowdrop not able to make it out with his life. It'll just be the supports that survive, and that's an easy Qadsiah fight win.
Alex goes down to 1 HP there, but does not fall. And this is where Qadsiah buy time, allow Lab to time that opening pick, similar to what we saw out of Quartz in our previous match. And just like Quartz, Lab, he wants to be able to carry this game as he should. I believe that was a nice rail onto Evil. We saw on the HUD there as well. Evil dropped down to 1 HP very quickly.
Oh man, Snowdrop takes so much damage trying to get on in, right? Jumps in towards SkyTour. They get like the Winston jump, then the TP, but you see SkyTour just taking so much damage. It's Labda putting the damage down. Checkmate there trying to follow it up.
Labda might have first ult here. Sands the pulse bomb from Checkmate, which just casually overtaken, but both the DPS of Qadsiah are in the lead. Quick Esports are really able to get any sort of engage. I mean, there's some low HP on the Qadsiah side, but Quick Esports, they can't quite follow up. It's Labda shut down. The OC's gone.
I mean, that's a huge opening there with the overclock gone. Chase just trying to live for as long as possible, but with that Kitsune rush there from Yoham, you're able to push in behind that, so that'll get Quick Esports the flip. But the biggest kill right there, right, is getting rid of Labda in that overclock right away. Labda, one of the better Sojourners in the region, and when he's got that overclock, you're almost like penciling in a kill or 2. So the fact that that doesn't really get much of anything is huge there for Quick Esports and their chances to take this map.
Well, this is SkyTour now on his way in. You thought maybe the bubble from Strebel would come through to support, but not going to be the case for now. Because it's going to be Snowdrop. Strebel uses bubble on himself. I don't think he's going to blow anyone up, but he's actually going to be the player falling for that. So not the best use of ultimates. There is one trade back with Landon falling.
Yeah, I think he was just trying to kind of keep himself alive there, Strebor, but you lose Snowdrop, you lose SkyTour, Labda with 3. I mean, these are the types of things he can do on the Soj, and just like that, the next fight goes in favor of Alcad. I think, like you mentioned, it was a really interesting decision there from Strebor to try and use that on himself to keep him up.
I don't think he was that low either, but he may have wanted to engage on that. Could have been a misclick here as well. I would have expected it to go into Sky Talk, perhaps Evil. Use that Tracer, Death Blossom from the back, though. This is going to work a treat. Snowdrop just catches Calyx and Labda. Hands down.
Yes, and now I think you're just looking to see if Qadsiah can just draw this out as long as possible, right? Chase using the power block, just trying to get any type of extra percentage. Checkmate going to have to back up. So just like that, Quick Esports able to get back in control. So they know actually here, Landon, does he have anywhere to TP to? It looks like no. So you're going to lose the Kiri. You're going to have to wait for just a little bit longer, but maybe there's an opportunity here to follow this up, though. You get a lot of damage down on the Snowdrop. He has to back out. Same with Yoham, and that's going to be, a 6-stick there onto the downpoured, locked-in Strebor there. So even when you lose Landon first, you're still able to win the fight for Alcat.
It is back and forth, though, Matt. 70 to 80% now. As I could see, we'll finally find that flip. Labda looking for a much better overclock this time around. Unfortunately, whichever way you cut it, just didn't quite get the support this time to enable that OC. Doesn't quite have a diva on his own team, but with Chase on the hazard, what he can do, take down Skytor early. No primal use. Snowdrop falling.
Yeah, and now you push forward with this overclock, right? You see how strong Labda can be with it. It'll be Evil who will get a touch. It's going to be the recall that comes out. It's actually Yoham from the high ground here. Has Snowdrop with him. They're end up going to use that Kitsune rush, but as you have to drop down here, just kind of contest the point. Everybody going to be trickling in one by one. It's actually Skytor using the primal, but not able to make it back towards the point. So it'll be Qadsiah taking a pretty interesting round one, Kev.
There's 2 ultimates coming online as well. I mean, technically you'll say that's a C9, but there's only 2 members alive. Reminder, Snowdrop, Skytor, the only ones up. Skytor Primal focuses attention onto Labda, which, to be fair, that is a prime target that you do have to get down. Snowdrop, not too sure how far away he was from the point, but unless it's the TP, which I assume he would have used out of spawn, didn't quite get the cooldown back. Not a lot of great ways to get back on that point. They don't quite have a... Well, their Tracer wasn't alive because Evil was down. So tough situation, but really the toughest part, Matt, was the fact that Skytor got taken down super early in the previous fight, didn't get a chance to primal, and it was basically a spawn camp. Labda OCs and just locks him into spawn. That was where the rug was pulled out for Quick Esports, and they lost all tempo of the game.
Yeah, Checkmate goes 14-0 during that first round. I mean, that is a sick stat line. He played so much Sim during the last stage that a lot of people forgot how great his hero pool is. Snowdrop in a lot of trouble. It's a Wraith form gone, and yeah, Skytor trying to go in there, kind of help the Reaper get out, ends up giving up his own life.
It's both the DPSs, and now Labda's going to go up one more as well. 13-0 for himself. That's just going to be the cleanup. Both the DPSs on the side of Qadsiah, stat padding as much as they can, and no surprises here, Matt. Straight away, get that cap in. Qadsiah, you could be right. This could just be giving Chase some reps, and while these reps looking good for him and his team so far.
Yeah, and I understand Snowdrop needs to be extremely aggressive right on the Reaper. Goes in there, takes a lot of damage. Just trying to get him in and out of these situations, right? With the TP and the Wraith form, only so much mobility that Reaper has that once he starts to get low, the rest of the team try to get in the spots to, mitigate his potential death. Kind of puts everybody out of whack, but Checkmate here, just putting some pressure down in the backline. Skytor dangerously low. That's Suzu gone already. So I wonder if you start to fight on this. Yeah, they're going to actually push in here. Will Qadsiah, and look at this. I mean, Quick Esports kind of trying to run their way towards the point, just trying to create any type of distance between them and Alcat, and it's just not working.
It's going to be the wrong call. They couldn't get back over towards spawn. They made the call to go over towards the point, which means it's going to be staggered respawns. These last few members, you would imagine, are going to go down. Stribber's going to reset off the map, and Yoham falls to Calyx, and all of that without using a single ultimate. Qadsiah, Landon had the first ult of the fight of the entire second round here in Lee Jung. Didn't feel the need to drop that one in, and Qadsiah moments away from finding all 5 ultimates in a commanding and strong position. 60% in the lead.
Yeah, I mean, round 1 was pretty competitive, but here in round number 2, I mean, this has been all Qadsiah. There's been really no opportunity for Quick Esports to get into it, as you see there, Landon, I think, just trying to bait some players in towards Checkmate. It's going to be all 5 ultimates available here for Qadsiah. It'll be an overclock there as Strebor ends up falling. Oh, it's a nice knockdown, though, from Evil. Gets the benefit of Strebor's ultimate. So 2 kills here in favor of Quick Esports, but Checkmate on the opposite side of the map, still going crazy.
And this will be last fight coming in as well. That's terrible for Skyfall. Doesn't have a primal. He might go the entire round without a single primal here if he's unlucky. Couple of ultimates, importantly, still available for Quick Esports, but it's Kitsune Rush versus Kitsune Rush. One more touch enabled by Snowdrop, but he's got nothing left to play through, and he goes down.
Yeah, and without Snowdrop, I mean, that's a lot of the upfront damage that would have been threatening. Primal actually does come through from Skytor, so gets it while inside of this Kitsune Rush. Sable looking for a Pulse Bomb connection, doesn't come up with anything as Qadsiah just backs out here for just a second. They may end up giving up the point here as Chase gets dangerously low, so does Lambda, and Snowdrop back in the fight finds one.
Death Blossom, unfortunately, will get nothing, but the right click at least takes down Lambda. A nice reprieve here from Quick Esports as they finally find this cap.
Pulse Bomb off the side.
Oh, that's terrible for Stribble. Oof. That's probably the point. That might be the whole map.
Yeah, the Jagged Wall actually comes in and just kind of like the knockback off of it. He's so close to the edge. Actually takes out the Wuyong.
Where's Evil?
Quick Esports is does not look like anybody's going to be able to get a touch. So that is Qadsiah getting a first map win, looking as dominant as ever.
You brought this up as we headed into the second round of 9 market, Matt, but Checkmate and Lambda not only started that second round flawless, they will end flawless. 23-0 and 20-0. Not a single, well, not Lambda rather, but Checkmate, not a single death. 23-0. Sorry, I got confused because there's a 0 assist there from Lambda. He doesn't need any assist. Don't worry about that. It's the 23-0 from Checkmate. He didn't die a single time. Wow.
No, and especially like with some of the tracer perks where you're able to kind of get these blinks, have them up so often, makes a player like Checkmate, who's a fantastic tracer already, even that much more lethal. So you see some of the stats that definitely tells a little bit of the story here. As Qadsiah, look, a much different playstyle than we're used to seeing them play, at least you know, throughout all of stage 2, right? But different meta, a slightly different roster with the ability to field Chase, and they looked pretty good running this Hazard.
Chase is looking good. Ball might be banned, but his hero pull in the main tank position that he holds on this team, especially coming through on this Hazard, still very strong. And he delivers for this squad, but it was also just everybody on top of it. I mean, the amount of fights that we talked about where, oh, they get this first ultimate, they have ultimate advantage here, don't have to use it. They'll just simply find the picks, they'll win the neutral, and they'll just get the cleanup, start the spawn cam at a moment on that second point as well, Matt. Essentially, I think they had about 5 ultimates. They might have just been shy a little bit. Kelix was trying to find his title blast, but not quite there.
Is there
it's just an entire highlight reel for
anything that Quick Esports could do comp-wise that would make it like a little bit more interesting or even easier for a player like Skysword? Because you had mentioned, right? Just taking ages to build up towards Primal. It makes it very difficult to live on the Winston.
They banned the ball, so they didn't want to play the ball mirror. I gotta say, like, let's enable the ball mirror and see how that one goes, because at least in the first round of Control Center, they held their own. So a lot of these stats that you see here from the Quick side, the fact that they overall maintained a positive 1.09 KD, that was because of the performance on Control Center. Night Market, if you only look at that map, it's a complete opposite story because they kind of got dominated there. So I wonder if maybe we go towards a Flashpoint, enable the ball this time around, ban away something like a Hog. I don't know if Hog would actually be the choice coming through from Qadsiah, but you want to protect the ball, the way you would do that is ban away a tank. Probably the prime tank you want to ban away if you want to protect the ball properly would be the Hog, because Hog is being played as a potential ball counter. So that would be an option, because they ban away the ball, and I think maybe they probably should have just played the ball and not banned it.
Yeah, the ball head-to-head would have added a little bit of just kind of chaos to the game, which maybe Quick Esports needs to make this one a little bit closer. But fascinating where they decide to go for map number 2. But co-streamers, you know, you're obviously not live today, right? But who are our co-streamers, featured co-streamers? So Joystick and Apply. I mean, look at how dapper young Apply is right there.
Yeah, look at him go. Joystick as well. Big shout outs. And go check out their streams. Go check out the streams. Want to see what they're getting up to and what they think about the games today, because we're hoping for a little bit more competitiveness coming on through. Otherwise, it may be a quick day for some of our co-streamers, maybe a quick day for some of us, or for Quick Esports to see if they can slow things down. I think that's what they need.
Absolutely, and I think when you kind of look at some of the maps, right, maybe they're looking at like a flashpoint potentially. If SkyTour wants to play the Winston, is there a, I mean, we don't really see it here in EMEA that often, right? But potentially,
not an EMEA
like,
here,
do you
right?
try and play like Gibraltar? I mean, is that like a possibility? And oh, look at that, they end up picking Gibraltar. So with SkyTour wanting to play the Winston, maybe that's kind of where this team wants to go. There's not a lot of teams in EMEA who like to play this map, so could be a huge difference maker here for Quick Esports.
The other thing it really pushes towards as well is more long-range hit scan, which I don't think Quartz necessarily wants to play. He's really not been comfortable picking up that Freya. He's, even during the hard Freya metas, didn't really want to play it right. Labda, right, is the player I'm talking about here, is who I mean. So he's a player that doesn't really want to move towards the Freya. So if this is the choice of map, I think that's going to really put some pressure onto his hero pools also. If you want to target ban his hero pool, that would be probably quite a good one. I don't think Ashe is good enough to be played. Not too sure if this would really be much of a Widow choice for Labda, just looking at his hero pool. So that will be under contention. Yonte is going to come in for Strebel. We did see this yesterday for map 2, and Yonte ended up playing, I believe it was the Wu Yang was what he was coming in for the entire way through.
Yeah, and there's a potential, like if you are Quick Esports, right? Do you ban something like a Sojourn and force Labda to end up playing like a Freya?
Yeah, Sojourn would be great.
Or a Widow.
Perfect
That would
ban.
be a really interesting one. He probably would fall back to the Cassidy. They play a ton of Cassidy last week, did Qadsiah. So the bans will go kind of completely different. So no substitution here for Qadsiah. So Chase will stay in the game.
Yep.
As Quick Esports, they'll get rid of the Baptiste here, and Alcat, they're gonna get rid of the Diva.
Yeah, the BAP could be, probably would have been played here. It's just, what do you really value here? I personally think targeting Labda on this map would have been the prime choice.
Yeah,
This is what would allow you to really shut him down. You're right, if you ban away the Soj, he probably moves towards the Cass, but I don't know if Cass is that great on this map. Even with the Silver Bullet, I don't know if he'll even choose that. But you just lack the range on Cass. You're really diveable. I think Cass is a bit of a trap to move into. So the maybe a little bit of a misstep here from Quick Esports. And then the Diva on the other side. Well, that's... I think SkyTour would have preferred to play Winston. I'll have to get a bit of a checkup on this, because I don't know if SkyTour really wants to play the Diva. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think is he more of a main tank hero pool player than an off tank hero pool player, to my knowledge?
Yeah, like no, last week we saw him play the Reinhardt, right? We saw him play Maga, Winston. Yeah, you know, in theory, right? Traditionally more of like those quote unquote main tanks types that you would imagine that SkyTour decides to play. Maybe you get rid of the BAP, because BAP's a pretty good combo with Cassidy, like up on the high ground, right? Landon fantastic on the Baptiste, but with Chase in, it's a pretty clear sign that maybe they want to play the ball or some more dive stuff, as we get Johan just spamming the voice lines, doing the skate around, and this is a pretty epic scene here. I love it. Little backflips from SkyTour.
Fun fact.
Yeah,
Yonte is well, he at least was hovering over the Lucio for a while. I was curious about that. I was like, okay, well, you subbed in to take the same hero. I don't know if this is going to be a real hard choice, but the TP is gone, which could be a punishment. Speaking of which, Calyx is caught by Snowdrop very early on. So that's what that strat's about. TP4, look for a hook, look for a potential headshot. Now SkyTour makes a choice. He does know there's a ball on the other side, but he does want to opt for the diving hero.
Oh yeah, nah, Snowdrop though, in like a world of trouble, right? Like up there on the high ground, just goes to try and challenge Checkmate and Labda, and that is not the 2v1 you want to end up fighting. So although they do get Calyx really early on, right? The nice TP strat from Quick Esports up to the high ground with a Roadhog hook and a Hanzo. They don't get anything for it, Avril. They get like almost no payload progress, and that's brutal. I mean, you set up those different types of like opening gate scenarios for pickoffs like that to kind of help you potentially snowball through the map, and it almost like doesn't even really help them get out of the spawn.
And this is where you've allowed Labda to play one of, I think probably actually is currently his best hero, and he will be able to find that counter trade onto Snowdrop quite quickly. And for Quick Esports now, Snowdrop desperately trying to find that opening headshot again. I don't know if he's going to be allowed to do so. He barely survives. Look at that 34 HP as he just gets caught by another rail as the rest of the team chase Checkmate. Just get the cleanup on Quick.
And that is a sad position for SkyTour to be in. You see Chase knows it as on the Wrecking Ball, just causing all types of chaos outside of the Quick Esports spawn door. So Quick will get an opportunity to go yet again. The Hanzo, although it's good for like these like long range, you know, or one-shot type of scenarios, very easily diveable, right? Especially for like chase and checkmate.
Certainly can be, and it's difficult to protect them. You really only have the Suzu until, or if maybe Johan can find something there as well. Speaking of Suzus, Johan not there to use it on himself. Landon gets a clean up. Qadsiah, I mean, this just might be a spawn camp, man. I don't know if Quick Esports are even going to move the payload at all.
This looks like a game of TDM right now. I mean, you know, obviously it's dive, and at times players can end up all over the place, but Quick Esports just kind of throwing their bodies into the grinder. That's Qadsiah.
I can go.
Yeah. One top left.
Wait, sorry. Let me set up so I can go. Oh, try on me. There's...
Three top right.
I'm top diving, just getting some shade. 3, 2, 1.
Yeah.
Can you give me? Yeah, I can.
Yeah, I can.
He's ulting me.
Oh, I'm ulting that shit.
I'm dead.
You're standing on top of him, I can't see you.
Yeah, I mean... Oh. We're soft diving and also calling to go into the same.
I mean, I was chilling. It's okay.
It's alright. These clock, they should have everything else.
I'm gonna help you guys. Yeah, I'm jumping top there. Looking to see where they are. Both top left on me.
Curious is back.
I can. I'm stuck.
Oh, I'm dead. I'm around me spawn.
We need a miracle bag.
Not happening.
We need my arrows to become logs.
We just all like press. Can you set up to just go top right, and then just like skip past them all? I'm just gonna jump in with Skyter and press my Q button, and hopefully we get a kill.
Yeah, okay, I can drag in top as well.
I'm ready.
Yeah, let's fucking make a move, guys.
Go,
get involved.
3, 2, 1.
Kill this guy. Kill this.
Say one.
Dead.
We're going.
Don't see Wu Yang.
What's up? I'm looking up.
Trainer re.
Wait there.
All back.
Hey, Avril, they were talking about snowdrops, arrows turning into logs. He finds Kellex here. Maybe this is the opening that they needed, and I say that, and nobody touches the cart. Okay, so what? Game escort that ends at 25 meters.
Yeah, that is one of the shortest escorts of all time, unfortunately. I also caught a little bit in there that was one of the more distressing comments, which is, guys, we need a miracle, is what I heard in the comms. Yep. That was slightly before the I need my arrows to turn into logs comment from Snowdrops. Although, to be fair, his opening arrow was a log directly into Calyx. The sad thing is, Quick Esports couldn't do much with that. As we got out of that comms, Matt, I mean, we're essentially just hearing...
There's nothing to talk about.
Let's just do something. Let's try something. Let's just... Let's just jump in and get this guy. Let's get this one guy, and then they just don't touch the point at the end, I guess.
If they needed a miracle, or they thought they needed a miracle in that position, I'd be fascinated to know what they think they need now. But what I don't even know what is what would be stronger than a miracle to occur. But it's really only it's you get like 2 or 3 kills here if you're Qadsiah. I mean, not even 2 or 3. If you get like 1 or 2, you're taking the map.
They need some stadium powers. Quick Esports, they should get the stadium powers, and Qadsiah just play as they are, and then we'll see how that goes, and maybe be more even game. But unfortunately, man, sadly, this is a little bit of an expected result. We had, as we saw in our Peps TN game, as our opening control, maybe looking a little bit competitive, but once you move away from control, it's a lot more difficult. Qadsiah so making some decisions in spawn, trying to trick their opponents. They're going to make the same TP hook play, and they're going to find anybody in chase. He's going to stay on the hog. He's going to push right through.
Yeah, Snowdrop gets one. Okay, Evil gets another. But I think, though, if you're Qadsiah, like, these kills almost, like, don't mean anything, right? Like, any
he got the whole, wait, he got the whole high ground.
Impactful.
He did push the entire high ground. That might... Okay, well, he's not going to kill, unfortunately. They are losing too many members here. I was going to say there may be a positioning advantage for the side of Qadsiah despite all of this, but the only play they're going to pick up is Labda eventually on Deontay.
But any trade they get here, I mean, Labda with 2, I mean, that's insane. Any trade they get here is so much better for them, obviously, given the spawn advantage and where things are, right? You can just kind of flood out of the spawn here if you're Qadsiah, and you're in good shape. I believe you got Skytor here.
About to cap.
You got Evil as well. Yeah, the payload just kind of crossing the line. Nobody can get a touch. So that was Gibraltar. And Qadsiah ends up winning it. That is that obviously is a map pick there for Quick Esports, trying to get something going with the dive up on the high ground, but most certainly did not work out for them, Avril.
I'm surprised we even have deaths on the side of Qadsiah this time around, but otherwise pretty damn flawless. Tell you what, North America is going to need to wake up early. I'm talking about the teams and players, because we're rolling into NA after EMEA, and EMEA may be finishing very soon based on the speed that we are moving through. Part of the reason why our first series even took a little bit longer was because of the pauses. This time around, no pauses, all action, and all the action's coming from the Qadsiah side.
Well, I feel bad for obviously Quick Esports. Last week, Dip said that both teams had fun. It sounded actually from their comms, from the listening, it sounded like they were having fun. So maybe still having some fun here today. But the person, Chad, who put all their channel points, all their hard-earned channel points on Quick Esports, I mean, that's a rough look right now. We got to keep you away from casinos. You shouldn't be allowed to make some choices like that. But right now,
you'd have better odds at a casino, actually. The odds of Quick Esports winning this one, sadly.
You actually might. But we'll see if there's any possibility for Quick Esports to make this closer. But right now, this just looks like Qadsiah doing what they're supposed to do as the best team in the region.
Correct. And it's getting tough because as much as we talk about where should they go, what can they ban, and they could do that flawlessly. You could go to Gibraltar, maybe you ban, based on my recommendation, the Soj instead of the BAP. I don't know if that changes enough.
Made a difference.
Yeah, it would have shifted your win rate up by some marginal percentage points, but not enough to be able to put a real dent. Maybe it would have pushed them further along the point on A and pushed them towards the end. That could have been a possibility, but this is clearly one of those games where it is a drastic skill difference in the region, and as KSA said in the interview, Matt, outside the top three, the tier gap is quite large.
Yeah, and I think if you're Quick Esports, just pick whatever map you feel comfortable on, want to end up playing. Good to see Chase get some run here for Qadsiah, like having the ball in the mix. I think that's something worth talking about. Is a completely new look for this team, something that with Ziad, you wouldn't exactly kind of fit into his hero pool.
Yeah, so this is what you need. This is what you need to be able to round out your team more. This is Qadsiah showing and proving that they have made changes to their roster that allows them a lot more flexibility, that they can be a team that doesn't have to rely on Sim. Of course, they have Sim in the back pocket, as we know them to be a top tier Sim team, but this is a statement that also says we don't have to play the Sim. We can put Chase in, we can play dive, we can play ball, we can play whatever we want, really. Play checkmate Tracer, and he had carry on the Tracer. He went flawless on our opening Lee Jung, didn't die a single time across both those rounds. So it really doesn't matter. They can play Sim or they don't have to play Sim. This is what a top team looks like.
That map was only 5 minutes and 9 seconds. That's insane. That like a game of Gibraltar lasts that goes by that fast. I mean, Escort traditionally is like one of the maps that goes the longest. I think just kind of adds to some of the dominance there from Qadsiah. And okay, this is another map we actually don't see that often in EMEA. We saw the ultimates go to it at times during stage 2, but really a lot of these teams go towards like Eichenwalde and Kings Row. It will be Hollywood, our next map selection.
Yep. We'll see where the bans come through. This is where I do want to see the Soj ban. Of course, Cass is going to be much better here. This is the missed opportunity, right? Soj is going to be a much better choice for Lambda on the Gibraltar compared to the Hollywood, but you do need to start shutting these individuals down. Big question will be for SkyTalk. What does he play this time around? Because he's mostly looked towards the Winston today. He himself has not picked the ball yet. I wouldn't recommend the Malga. That wasn't a good look, and I don't think it will be a good look. So we're also not seeing any Tom following out of Chase. He's not looking over towards the Doom, and I hope he doesn't pick up the Doom for this particular map either. That wouldn't sadly they'll probably win with the Doom, but it's not a good choice, so I probably would not like to see that.
We'll see if Jonte stays in for Quick Esports as well. That's one thing to kind of look at as he got subbed in there for Gibraltar. There's also the possibility for Qadsiah to kind of bring in Ziad, right? If you wanted to play some of the D.Va here, or if you think that kind of makes it on through. Skytor wanting to play the Winston, right? The D.Va actually really good like against Winston. So possibility that you see them bring in Ziad. But like I talked a little bit about at the top of the match, like if you're going to play Chase and give him some run, like this is a perfect opportunity to kind of like test some of these comps out, because
play him through. I think.
I mean, that's what Landon talked about, is like for this team here in this final stage, it's a lot about just kind of like expanding what the team can do, mixing in different kind of compositions, seeing how things fare, because they want to make sure by the end of the year and by Stockholm, like they have everything at their disposal to be able to play at a high level.
Yeah, because we don't know where the meta is going to go at that time, and so obviously they had a great meta situation for mid-season, but it may not go that way again for the finals. And even given that, unfortunately, the finals was very Falcons one-sided in their favor, and Qadsiah not quite where they would have wanted it. The hog is going to be gone here, which suggests to me the possibility that the ball is going to come on through. Lucio gone for the side of Quick Esports. We didn't see a substitution. My guess is Yonte's still in there. He's going to be playing the Wuyang once more, removing that Lucio option away from Calix to make sure that he's also going to be on that Wuyang. But this could be a ball versus ball matchup here, given that the hog is banned at C.
Well, there's also the possibility for Qadsiah, right? Qadsiah could play like the Cassidy with the Baptiste, right? Potentially like even thinking about the defensive end, right? So still some options available, but looks like Jonte's still in here for Quick Esports, and then Chase still in for Qadsiah. So no subs after Gibraltar. And yeah, I mean, Hollywood, just a really, like, I can think off the top of my head, like 1 or 2 times we saw it in EMEA during stage 2. This is not a map that we have even seen anybody go to yet. This is the first time we've seen the Hollywood pick in EMEA here in our final stage. So not a map that a lot of these teams want to play.
I would have said Zarya, but I don't think all tanks in this lineup of either team necessarily will move in that direction. So as mentioned, ball is an option, but it will be Winston for SkyTour. Chase will move back over towards the Hazard. Could have also been a Winston mirror coming on through. Qadsiah, possibility for a Reaper is actually quite strong on this map. I actually think this is a super good Reaper map, given that Reaper's starting to find some real value in the current meta. Given that Quick Esports have already loaded through in terms of their defensive composition. They're on the defensive side. This is their real comp. Snowdrop once again on the Hanzo. I don't know if this is really a good open DPS pick. A Caster or Soj would probably be a little bit stronger in my opinion.
Yeah, I don't understand the Hanzo pick. It's not a hero I at least believe to be pretty strong in the current meta, but you know what? Lab will play it on offense as well, so we'll get a little bit of a Hanzo head-to-head. Really, the only difference is that main tank role, right? Having Chase play the Hazard versus the Winston, as seems like SkyTour, that's all he wants to do today.
Not a bad hero, specifically when it's not being counterpicked, although we'll see how much that ends up helping him. Qadsiah is already making their way gradually on the point. Look at that wall. Beautiful stuff. That might be a kill already on SkyTour. He's critical.
And he goes basically down to like 2 bars of health. He's actually able to make it out, but in the process, you're just going to lose just about everybody else. I mean, Yoham's going to TP there to SkyTour up on the high ground, but that is going to be a first point take here for Qadsiah. I mean, they're going to have like above 5 minutes to work with here as we move through the rest of the map. So
it's a 3v5 chase. Look at it. There's 2 players from Qadsiah dancing on the point as they cap it. The other 3 members from Alcad running forward, looking for the spawn pick. Snowdrop is at least going to surprise Lab with this Widowmaker pick, and they'll stay on it for some time and maybe find some value here. We'll eventually get chased down, and pun intended, it might end up being chased in his face.
Yeah, we'll see if that's the case, but Snowdrop with the Widow swap here, right, getting some of the high ground is seems like wants to play a lot of the snipers today, right? Played a little bit of Reaper in the first map, and then after that it's been Hanzo, and then now Widow. Once the Widow goes to the low ground, doesn't have the grapple. I mean, that is as easy of a target as it gets. SkyTour trying to jump up, get out of dodge, but jumps right up into Landon and Chase, and that'll keep the payload consistently moving here through the second part of the map, Avril, and this is brutal for Quick Esports. I mean, they haven't been able to build up towards much of anything.
Yep, and SkyTour's not going to have his primal here because the ball choice has come on through in terms of a swap. Meanwhile, Qadsiah looking good with Landon already having Kitsune rush. Calix has barely had any heals to do because his team isn't taking that much damage. By the way, payload nearly the end already.
I saw that's a pick off there as checkmate yet again. I was going to say takes up Snowdrop. The pulse bomb doesn't even have an opportunity to go off onto Jante, and this is going to be a second point take. This is like world record level speeds here coming out from Qadsiah, above 5 minutes and 20 seconds here to complete the map. They haven't even really had to use that much to kind of win these fights, right? They're just starting off with Checkmate going crazy as Snowdrop is on the flank here, looks like.
He will be trying to have some fun, and you know, the mountain of things that Quick Esports could be doing better here. I think the number one thing for me is definitely the lack of tempo. They are a dive team. They are playing Winston. They are playing ball, and Calyx should have died there, and Snowdrop wishes he hit that shot.
Oh no.
As unfortunately it will just whip past the face of Calyx, and Calyx will get his revenge instantly. Unlucky for Quick, unlucky for Snowdrop.
Like that. Sometimes, you know, sometimes it's a little bit a little swing and a miss there. It's all right. Snowdrop does have the FACEIT, maybe off the spawn. Gives him a little bit of an easier look, but right now, Quick Esports just trying to stop the bleeding. The card has been basically just running it down the entire time. Skytorch dangerously low, just trying to live. No line of sight on the healers. He will fall
very easily as well. And FACEIT, I'm not too sure is going to really be able to help you here. You can't even look at this. You just have Checkmate in his face, and Checkmate, even with the bubbles, going to drop and land and TPing in for a little bit of assist. You have a spawn camp initiated by a support and the Tracer player, and you're about to just see the fastest cap plus time bank you could imagine for Qadsiah. Genuine world record stuff.
Yeah, I mean, this is just as fast as it could possibly be. Snowdrop finds one in the spawn. Alcad finally gets somebody back onto the payload to keep it moving. But this looks like there is limited to no resistance here on defense. Jante over the high ground on the Wuyong, just trying to find anybody there. Does not find anything as Chase, I think he might have DC'd there for a second.
It looked like he was typing in chat or something. He was out
typing in chat, DC'd, maybe he's opening up a video on another
monitor. He's changing his song, you know, he's wasn't feeling the vibe on whatever track was playing.
Just jumps into the corner there. It looked like maybe just a ping spike, but this one as close as it could be. So
won a fight, Matt.
They did win a fight. So let's see if they can keep that going.
So we're not going to get a world record cap, but it will still be an unbelievable finish.
It's going to be fast.
Skytel will be able to get away momentarily, but it does look like he's in the middle of nowhere right now, and on the chase is just about everyone for Qadsiah. Calyx went down to 1 HP, but does eventually go down. Skytel finds his mark. Okay, things are happening here for Quick Esports.
So this is a harder part of the map to actually kind of get through, right? We do see teams kind of like stall out here as Chase with the spike card actually takes out Yoham as looks like Chase no, not going to be able to make it out with his life. So Quick Esports gets yet another hold. I do worry. Oh, look like Evil may have typed the chat there and ends up getting taken out. Snowdrop just walks on top of the pulse bomb. I mean, this is getting insane. But you're gonna have members for Qadsiah coming off spawn. Lab is gonna end up having the blade. We'll see how that pays off, but they may not even need it.
At this point, do be feeling like Clash A&E right now, but what I mean by that is the final points of Clash, and well, eventually the better team will be able to find the finish. They took about 2 minutes longer than we expected them to. I think the initial cap time was looking to be about a 4-minute time bank, which, by the way, would have been Qadsiah. Had that been the case, Qadsiah would have finished the entire map within the first 4 minutes of the initial 4 minutes that you get for the first point. So basically, the 4 minutes you get for point A is what they would have used for the whole map to finish, which is an incredible thing. But here they actually got pushed to 2 minutes because they lost a couple of fights there. I don't know what happened to Chase. He just looked at the wall and AFK'd for about 3 or 4 seconds, and all momentum was lost for Qadsiah.
And
that's the only criticism there.
I would love to know how many deaths Checkmate has for the series. I mean, it's got to be like
he's got one this map,
max, maybe
0 map 1. I can't remember what map 2 was. I might need a
it can't be many. As Quick Esports now on offense. We'll see. They went to the Moira there towards the end. We'll see if they decide to play it here.
4 total. 3 on Gibraltar, 1 on this map, 0 on Lijiang. So 4 total.
That's pretty good. Pretty good for the series. As Lambda playing the Sombra here. So we typically see Lambda play a lot of the hit scan. Sombra obviously very good against like the ball, let's say. Could end up being very impactful. Would have thought he would have went to the Cassidy, but decides not to do so.
And he's just going to instantly try just hard counter pick the ball here. It's even a counter pick towards the Widow. He's just assuming Snowdrop's not going to just do an opening Widow shot. Snowdrop's going to stay on this Widow, which doesn't mean Lambda has a prime and easy target to go on. Not a hero that we expect normally, as mentioned, onto Lambda, but a shot required from Snowdrop and a shot not found.
Okay, so Snowdrop does find Landon as Landon just kind of playing out in the open. A little bit of a BM there, just trying to challenge. Is okay, now Snowdrop's starting to come alive, right? They needed this a little bit more on the defensive side of things. Finds two right off the rip, but there's still players kind of lurking here on the flank. But this looking much better here, at least initially, for Quick Esports.
This is a cap. This might be a cap. Lambda's back on the legs now. He's going to try and run into play, but without Chase there, things are going to get difficult. Checkmate needs to stay alive for the eventual touch. He's in a 1v1 with Evil, which he wins. But I don't think there'll be a touch engaged here at all. Chase has moved up towards ball, but not close enough and no teammates available to do anything about it. I think this is a strange choice from Lambda, particularly because there is a ball and a Sombra on the other side. Surely the Sombra, sorry, a ball and a Widow on the other side. Surely staying on the Sombra would have been the choice.
So they did end up playing some 76 last week, Lambda did, and looked quite good. So maybe something they want to try and work out into it is it's going to be Checkmate here. Just he has been lurking behind them for so long. Difficult for anybody to kind of go back to try and challenge him, right? Skyward just okay, well, just fat fingers his ultimate there. Just pulse bombs the tree.
Shout outs to Custa.
So yeah, I mean, this is a little Custa tribute moment there from Checkmate, but even without having that pulse bomb, I mean, they have bullied Quick Esports all the way back to their initial spawn.
He knows he's trying.
Yeah, okay. For a second, I thought he thought that the spawn would be active to get health back again, but
no, he does. I don't think he
clearly didn't.
I was going to say, I don't think he really wants to get health there. Well, I guess he does, but if there's a case in there that he wants to get healing from his support so he can charge ultimates, but that's maybe thinking too deep. We even got a Mercy out of play
at that point.
We're getting a Mercy into play now, and this is getting into a weird territory even for Qadsiah.
I mean, hey, you know, now you get the Mercy, right? You end up pocketing Lambda on the 76, trying to make some sense of this. And you'd be a good spot. This is
we're having too much fun today. Snowdrop just got the bubble from Wuyon for some reason.
Put on the Widow with nobody around. So that, as you can imagine, results in nothing. Snowdrop misses Kellex floating through the air, and here comes Chase. So we got a little Mercy sighting, a little Mercy gameplay here. For all the fans out there, as we get a coalescence here from the high ground. This one has gone off the rails. Off the rails may even be a light way of saying it. We're now fighting.
This train has gone off road.
We're now fighting inside of the green screen room. This one, like the payload is still making some progress from Quick. Although it doesn't feel like it, I think it's just because Junte's just on the point alone, not participating in really anything.
Oh, Landon will get the punish on the Snowdrop there. Given how fast Quick Esports actually capped A map, they have a reasonable time bank to work with. Probably at this stage not enough to finish the entire map given the skill difference of the team, but they capped A so quickly. They had just a huge amount of time to play through for B, which means Qadsiah, regardless of what you think about the composition and whether they're playing super seriously or not, they have to still play through the rest of this 2 minutes and 40 seconds defensively, whether their comp is super sweaty or not.
Something tells me they're going to be fine. Kellex up in the sky again, just dodging the Widow shots. We can't show Snowdrop. I'm starting to feel bad a little bit catching all these. Like we caught a few where he's able to get two, but catching a few of these just kind of you know, missing the floating Mercy through the sky as okay, Skytour's going to end up using the mines up on the high ground and actually gets Kellex with the mines before he gets the res. So maybe that's an opening here.
And Lambda is trying his best to do something with that tac visor. Skytour's got a number of kills here. I mean, silly or not, Quick Esports are going to try as much as they can to really push this payload towards the end, force the final fight here.
Are they trying as much as they can, Aaron?
Quick Esports are definitely. I think Quick Esports I kind of try. I question how hard Qadsiah is trying, to be honest. That's the team that is definitely
more questionable right now, despite them winning.
So Valkyrie available. Kellex can obviously gonna use this for the damage portion of it.
He mistimed the fade, by the way.
Yeah, and yeah, they don't really get anything with Jonte's ultimate there. I think they kind of use it like really early, and as you mentioned, the fade there from Yoham doesn't get close enough.
Well, no, if the bubble pops during the fade, you don't get the pop damage or the knockdown. So he messed up the timing. He was trying to fade the bubble in and pop it on top of them out of the fade, but he just missed the timing on that. Unfortunate.
This will solve the problems, though. Junkrat here for Evil. The good old
Get your loot boxes. Get your loot boxes.
Yeah. You don't actually get more loot boxes if you play Junkrat. It's just the Junkrat loot box thing. You don't have to do this, Evil. But they'll bring out the tried and trusted Junkrat Wrecking Ball Sombra combination here. It's Yoham using the Coalescence. That's a Kitsune Rush Gun here from Landon. This one has just gone all over the place, Avril. I mean, there's
part of me wishes Mitch would be here to do his legendary play-by-play over this gameplay we have in front of our eyes currently. That would be truly the rap god of this gameplay. It would be a clip to be remembered for the ages.
Okay, hold on. Junkrat making space here, right? A little summer Junkrat skin. Okay, all right. So maybe they might cap this game. As all of the fans in production have requested, this game must continue. The fight must still continue as Quick Esports trying to make this happen. Did he just switch off of the junk? All right, we're back to the Junkrat now. Okay, this is he's got to use his mind to kind of get to the high ground and try and dive with this ball here.
I think I know what happened. NA teams have messaged Qadsiah and said we don't want to play too soon.
I don't think.
Can you please slow these games down for us so our schedule doesn't get pushed too far forward?
I don't think Sojob's EMP connected with anything. I think everybody like got around the corner and then Checkmate was in the middle of recall. So the EMP doesn't get rid of anything. Chase uses the mines as Evil here using the double mine dive combination of the junk, trying to chase Labda. So they have him in the spawn. They have Labda trapped. It's just the issue is now they're being ran through by Chase and Checkmate, and yeah, I don't think Labda's decided to just stay in the spawn. I mean, that's a fantastic play. They cannot go any deeper to try and get him.
I'm surprised this is all they capped. It felt like Quick Esports had enough time free on the payload. They should have moved up a little bit further. I thought we were about to cap through the map and actually go to a genuine time bank on Hollywood. Still 17 seconds to decide if that's going to be the case. He's going to double pack it.
All right.
He's going to do it.
It's a little bit hard from the close to space, but I like
he got there, but then he used his mine onto Landon and actually helped Landon get away. Yep. Landon dies anyway, but
Quick Esports might keep this going though. So you have the minefield. You're gonna have Coalescence here. They just have to keep somebody on the payload. It's a snowdrop now over to the Bastion. Chase will end up falling here to the Bastion. Yoham using the Coalescence, gonna push in behind. There is the chance we end up with overtime in this game as Kellex kind of dancing side to side here on the Mercy. They gotta wait for Chase to get back. He's gonna drop that minefield on the point. That would be what holds it here for Qadsiah.
It's gonna be the Valk from Kellex. This will be the game changer for sure. You heard it here first. This Kellex will be flying around. And at this point, Quick Esports, they don't look like they're getting enough kills at all. I think it's all over at this stage. Both their main tank and one of their DPS is gone. It's a 2-for-2 trade, but Qadsiah have better spawns here as a reminder.
Oh no.
Unless.
Oh no. Yoham and Jonte still alive. Chase just trying to spin to win it. I think he got Snowdrop coming off a spawn. This might be doable here for Quick Esports. They are not able to get rid of Chase just yet, though.
I just heard Sakura.
Snowdrop, though, back on the Tracer. Finds two. Looks like Labda just trying to live here. With Checkmate, Labda somehow able to live. They can't really deal with Skytour, though, as he gets two, and we get more Overwatch here between Quick Esports and Qadsiah.
I think we should bring Zoe in for a tri-cast for the rest of this.
This one might get serious here.
That's the serious broadcast that we have going on today.
We do have draw potential on the cards here.
Because what we really want is a fourth map, Matt. That's what we really want here. A fourth map.
We do have draw potential on the cards here, so cannot discount the possibility of a draw. 2 minutes here for Qadsiah on offense to get a checkpoint here to secure the series. I mean, Checkmate has just been farming the entire time. 39 and 5.
Unfortunately, Checkmate could have ended with 4 deaths total. Now he's going to end with 8. He just picked up more deaths, sadly, man. He's up to 8 total deaths now over the course of the series.
Avril, I would love for you to break down for the fans at home. What's the why Snowdrop now picked up the Junkrat and Evil moved over to the Widow?
Oh, see, Quick Esports, contrary to their name, there's nothing quick about this map today, and the best way to slow it down is, and it does require a little bit of coordination from the other team as well, but the best way to slow things down is for both teams to
I think you can tell
as seriously as possible.
I think you can tell Qadsiah wants to get out of here now because
this
of
is
the
looking
comp
like
they've
more
chosen.
like a real comp. Yeah, this is looking like an actual comp now.
Dude, this is like a quick play staple Junkrat maneuver here. He has come out, revealed his position. He was all in to try and get Landon, and that does not work. So now you're down a player. It's all on Evil, and Evil is now dead. So
thank God.
This is becoming much harder here for Quick Esports to potentially win it. And it looks like Qadsiah will get the checkpoint here. Avril, that'll secure a 3-0 sweep of Quick Esports, but got kind of wild, kind of wacky there towards the end.
That's one way to put it. That's one way to put it. And yep, Evil certainly has been triumphed over today. And I'm not talking about specifically the player. I just meant in a general way. As we are out of that series, man. I think the first 2 maps, decent amount that could be said. Some reasonable showing, particularly on map 1. Similar to what we got on our first series, mate. Some reasonable showing from Quick, some competitiveness, but that full hold on Gibraltar completely broke everything. And Hollywood was more the same, and to the point where Qadsiah even decided to sort of take their foot off the pedal almost entirely at stages and just allow the vehicle to roll towards the end. Quite fitting for Hollywood, given that is what the escort payload actually is. But we got there at the end. We got the result at the end.
I mean, 41 and 5 from Checkmate. That's insane. And the DPS players on Quick Esports, they are not cowards. I mean, 18 deaths for Snowdrop, 16 for Evil. They are taking any fight they can. Aggressive play from them just does not result in a win. Qadsiah, we thought they were 3-0 Zoe, and they took care of business.
They did, and not without having fun with it, which that's awesome. Good for them.
They did.
Did I want to see the legs out, the wings out? Not really. I felt like we could have done that one a little quicker, but you know what? We got treated to a series, and yeah, Quick Esports, they didn't go down without a fight. I also actually thoroughly enjoyed the little listening we had. Because honestly, I kind of did. Because it wasn't doom and gloom. I mean, were they asking for a miracle? Yeah, but I still heard some laughs and giggles. You know, if you're going up, and you can't take this series too serious. Because you are going up against Qadsiah. This is literally no teams to win. Everyone is expected to lose against them. So if you do so, at least do it in style, at least have fun with it, use it as a training ground to just like try something out. Qadsiah took the bait there as well, you know, they were having fun with it, so why not?
Yeah. Silly gets contagious quite quickly in the server.
It does.
You know, once you see somebody doing something a little silly, it just kind of plants the seed in the back of everybody's mind, and then it's like, I could play Hanzo too. Why not? I love playing Mercy. What? Like, hey,
the Hanzo wasn't even the unserious. That was part of the serious part. When we started in a Hanzo mirror, that was actually, you know, part of the serious gameplay. It was after. I don't even know when it started. Was it the Widow swap? That's sort of like you can sort of still see the vision there. To me, the confirmation was when Lambda went Soldier. Then I'm like, oh, here we go. The circus has begun.
Once somebody goes Junkrat, it's kind of the universal sign of like, all right, everybody just play what you want.
The Junkrat low-key created space. Just throwing it out there.
Do not try and sell me on Junkrat.
I don't know.
Are you Jake Overwatch?
I might be, and I'm in your comms right now. For now, though, Qadsiah taking that one 3-0, everything as expected. And we learned really nothing new about this team. I think the next real test for them is if they're going up against VP. They already have Twisted Minds out of the way. So it should be overall the entire stage pretty smooth sailing for them.
I did learn that I think this team is quite flexible. They have the capability to play Chase. I mean, this is definitely going to be the game where Chase isn't going to be pushed the hardest either. But they played Chase the entire way through. They showed off a different amount of looks with Chase on the team in terms of the compositions. Chase was willing and able to play a decent number of heroes between the Winston, the Hazard, and the Ball, which we already knew about, but to be able to execute in the style that they did was nice to see. At least when you really look at the first two maps in the first half of Hollywood, Qadsiah, you know, full control of the entire game, particularly the Gibraltar, was just clinical. There was just nothing there for Quick at all, to the point where they were basically begging for a miracle. So, yeah, we did learn that Qadsiah very flexible as a team now with Chase.
Now, for Quick Esports, though, I mean, round one on Control, they definitely fought back. That was close-ish. If we just, I don't know, like just single out that very performance, and then we try to apply that in their upcoming match against Gen G. Will it look more competitive? Is this one they can win? What do you think?
Knows? I have no clue. I think anybody who tells you what would happen with Quick Esports after seeing them play, like, you know, Junkrat Bastion, Wrecking Ball comps on Hollywood, sure, it could be close. It could be this. It could be something in the middle.
No, I think they will. That will be a better game for them. That'll be a better matchup with Quick, where they will have a reasonable chance of winning. It will really depend on where Gen G develop as a team. There's some big question marks there. But as we sort of see sometimes, Control is that game mode where you do sometimes see a little bit more of a scrap and things get a little bit closer. It's also sometimes just that first round as well, as teams are sort of warming up into that one. But Quick Esports, they played a good comp there. They started out with the sort of Winston Reaper Tracer kind of look, and as I sort of mentioned, Reaper is sneaking in there. And Quick Esports, they were able to get some good fights, get some good kills, and really push the envelope a little bit against Hellcat.
Not as bad as a KD as I'd imagined. Might be like a Limbs, not like Final Blows, but
we've seen a lot worse for teams going up against Qadsiah.
We've seen worse in general, right?
Also true.
So
not
entirely all doom and gloom for Quick Esports. Qadsiah is just on a different level. I think it's not even really fair to compare the teams, quite frankly.
Yeah, you don't really want to judge Quick Esports' performance against Qadsiah too much. Now, next week, not next week actually, tomorrow they're going up against Gen G, and then next week they're going up against the good guys. So this could be a more even matchup for them. We'll find out very soon. We're also going to find out who will be joining us in Stockholm. That's right, the World Finals are just around the corner. The tickets are on sale right now. The teams are battling it out for their tickets. You don't have to work that hard. You can just drop some money on it and grab yours now.
Get your predictions into DHL for a chance to potentially get there, right? A few different pathways.
That's right. Speaking of pathways, some teams came through our FACEIT League system and made it all the way to OWCS, and you can too. All you have to do is create a FACEIT account and start playing. You can improve, earn rewards in Overwatch 2 as well whilst you're doing so, and then you might get a shot next year perhaps, and we will be talking about you. Avril, have you given it a go, an honest attempt over at FACEIT.com?
I need to a little bit more, I think, and then I will be earning some rewards. So
I heard Matt is looking for teammates.
Put in the work.
Matt, Avril, can I matchmake you? Like, you guys?
My game plan looks a little bit like Quick Esports there on Hollywood. So if you want to sign up for some of that.
See, I have played with Avril before, and his game plan is very similar. So Max Farah and Avril the crew. What a match!
Get me on Quick Esports. Get me on Quick Esports. How do I get it there? I'll play for
My favorite will always be we play Casters Masters. We're literally on a win streak. Matt joins, instant lose streak. I do remember that quite vividly.
I mean, that's just It's just
It felt
like
more like,
random.
yeah, broadcast talent to bronze. That's kind of more the vibe we were giving off, but that's okay.
Once Sideshow and I get in the same lobby, it's over for the other team.
The other team being your own team, I think. I don't know.
No, like
it's
over, like they don't need to play and they'll still win. Like,
weird way to pronounce the enemy. But yeah, as first, whoever else is gonna band together at FACEIT, that we're gonna head into a quick break, and then afterwards we're back with our last match for EMEA. It's gonna be Gen.G going up against Virtus.pro. You don't want to miss it. Oh, you probably do actually. Huh.
Winston reporting in. My research shows big changes coming to Stadium. Ooh, I've been waiting for this. Okay, team, let's jump in. 2 payloads? My mind is racing with possibilities.
Time to roll up my sleeves. Winston!
Tracer, glad you could make it.
Just in time! Think you can keep up with me?
Such confidence. Shall we go another round?
Wow, they're making waves! One day, that'll be me. Until then, time to dive back into training. Seems like I'm not the only one getting stronger. Here we go!
I'm still eating. Hello, welcome back. It's like eating grapes.
What are you munching on? What are you munching on over there?
Just some grapes in a little bunny bowl that is very cute. Thank you for asking. No one asked, literally, absolutely no one. But I'm all ready. I'm getting cozy. I'm getting comfy. I'm getting set up for our next match of the day, Virtus.pro and Gen.G. I'm personally very excited for this one because after this one, surely no one like we will know what to expect from Gen.G after this match. I feel like this sets the tone for Gen.G fans or haters. But before,
maybe not.
I think it does actually.
As a potential Gen.G defender here, this is a very difficult team, a very difficult matchup. A VP kind of climbing yet again. It's not a bad loss, right? You would like to see them look more competitive, but we'll see.
We will see. Indeed, we really will see.
We'll see. We will. This is going to be a tough one. I don't know. I kind of feel like we already got what we needed to know out of Gen G last week. It is week 1, but what we need to know this week is where are the improvements compared to week 1. Where have we moved as a team? We're looking for the Gen G side of things compared to week 1, right?
Gen G gets beat down by Vision, which is a mid-table team. And then if they also can't play up to their opponent in Virtus Pro, then they will literally just be at the bottom of the middle or at the bottom. Like, that's basically going to be my takeaway from this. Because sometimes teams like, you know, like Vision can go under the radar. But Gen G should be familiar with Virtus Pro. They should be familiar and well aware of what to ban here. The strategy heading into this one should be ironed out because you know what to expect from Virtus Pro.
It's just, can they execute? I mean, like for VP, right? Like if they execute at like a normal VP level, like I don't think there's. I mean, there's like 2 teams I think really kind of give them tough games, right? Like Gen G could kind of play their best game, and I'm not sure like the roster talent wise, right, stacks up to VP, and I don't even think that's. I mean, it's just kind of proven with how good VP has been.
VP is actually the team that I don't think we really got to see enough out of last week because they really just blew by good guys A&M. Like it wasn't really enough of a thing. So Virtus Pro, I think they've got more in the gas tank to show us. We will see if Gen G can push them a little bit further. It really depends on whether you think Gen G is, they should be on paper a lot better than good guys A&M, right? So this on paper should be a more difficult game for VP, but still a game that we expect VP to clean up.
Yeah, I think what's most exciting for VP is something that Qadsiah also mentioned in the post-match interview after his game, right? That VP, they are such a high-caliber team. Last stage, they clearly struggled because of the Symmetra. It was pretty much just the meta that kind of broke their neck there. Now with Symmetra kind of taken out of the mix for most teams anyway, and this should be a much better stage for Virtus Pro.
Well, you heard Qadsiah mention it earlier, right? He even kind of highlighted, like when there was no sim, really, think back to stage 1, VP went like undefeated in EMEA. And if Vestola can play something like a Diva or a Zarya, right? Now you have Kev in the mix, so Kev will actually be starting here today with Jwoo. Like it's maybe even a stronger version than the phase 1 stage 1 version of VP. So look out.
You literally have Kevster. I mean, let's be honest. This guy is going to be an unbelievable player for your team in so many regards. The Kevster Jwoo duo is disgusting. You already had one of, if not maybe, you know, definitely a top tier, top in the entire region, Flex DPS and Jwoo, and now you just got, you know, former MVP candidate Kevster. It's like, okay, well, you've just stacked talent on top of talent, and then you've got Shockwave still there for the hit scan maps. You've got Ice and Vestola swapping positions on the tank based on what they need in terms of main tank or off tank hero pools. Fixer and Gala and staying in the back line. So VP, they should be an unbelievably strong contender. We even got in the interview, Qadsiah was saying VP's the team that you got to look out for.
Yeah, they got a wealth of riches. We have expected them to be the third best team right behind Twisted Minds and Qadsiah. Let's see if they can live up to the hype. Let's see if Gen G can prove us wrong. We're about to find out as we're headed into map number 1.
And thanks, Zoe. When she says Gen G, like, prove us wrong, I don't even, like, I'm not even, like, looking for them to win this match. Just looking for them to compete at a higher level than what we saw last week, right?
Be competitive.
The chat is not on the Gen G bandwagon here. It's a 95 to 5% chat prediction there in favor of VP. I saw the guy pop up in the chat before who said he put all his points on Quick. You should just put all your points here on VP. Try and make a little bit of a run back up in terms of your channel points. Samoa. So this is the first time, Avril, in stage 3, we're gonna see this map in EMEA. Maybe even I know haven't had a chance to catch up on NA, but regardless, like, we don't see this map quite often. So this will be a really interesting look here for VP.
Yeah, sure, and I believe it's Vestola starting, right? So we have Hazard being banned away, given that you have Tread on the other side. We're going to remove that from contention. This is going to push Tread more towards perhaps a Diva type of look. We know Tread is not going to be looking over towards a Winston. I hope he's not going to look towards Amalga. So there's no ball there either. Vistola's not going to play that either. So this genuinely will probably end up being a D.Va mirror between the teams. No Wuyang. Says to me it's going to be Lucio Kiriko on the backline.
Yeah, with the Lucio Kiri potentially as a backline and Vistola in, like, you know, we saw Vistola play a lot of the Zarya last week. We can obviously see him play D.Va. They have Ice Gnome if they want to go over towards like more Hazard type of comp. So VP kind of has that flexibility now to do just about anything. And looking at that ban, maybe we do see the Zarya come through.
And before we get into game here, Matt, we do have one extra announcement to make. Of course, the Unvault of former Overwatch League skins is available. There's plenty of ex-Overwatch League players we have in this series, particularly the VP side of things. And 2020 Pacific All-Stars D.Va, All-Stars Rhine, Rock Climber Zarya, and I think maybe one of, if not the best, Widowmaker skin in the game. That one is quite damn good.
I mean, that skin is pretty awesome. I loved the 2020 All-Star skins. I think those are some of the best they have made. So really good. I know to see some of these skins actually come back in, the opportunity to be able to get them. So September 23rd, that's like only 10 days. So log in the game, do your Junkrat, you know, loot box, conquest to play a bunch of games, buy these skins. A mid-season patch probably coming I know anytime now. So that'll be pretty fun as well.
Yeah, these unvaults don't happen all the time, and you also don't know what you're going to get in the unvault as well. So these rotate around. So it might, if the skin you want is here unvaulted, this is the time. Otherwise, you don't really know when it's going to come through. These skins are pretty rare because you could only get them at least previous to now during the Overwatch League years. And well, enough of that talk, Matt. Let's head into map 1 Samoa. Gen G have a lot of work to do to prove their capability as a partner team here. Obviously, not a very good year for them so far. VP, they only struggled slightly in the last stage due to the meta shifting, and now I think they're a lot more meta-proof given they have Qadsiah on the team. And VP, even despite all the Symmetra shenanigans of last stage, Matt, they still ended up being top 3 in the region. So that says a lot about the strengths of VP, even when the meta doesn't go their way.
Totally. And I think for Gen G, like we talked about, just trying to see them put together some better performances. We know that VP is up there, in that top 3 upper echelon in the region. Gen G has a lot of good players though, right? I know Tread had some really standout performances towards the end of stage 2. Exodial, we were kind of like hailing him as like one of the up and coming players. Yeah, in the EMEA. And then Backbone obviously has been a part of some great teams in the region, and not even the region, the world, right? So we expect them to produce better results.
Of course, this is not at least in my opinion, a fantastic hit scan meta. Although that being said, Lambda would say otherwise, Quartz would say otherwise, and I think if you're Gen G, you will say otherwise to Exodial, who'll play towards his strengths. I think that's what Gen G need here. Remember as well that for Backbone, I don't believe he will roll out on Symmetra, but this is historically one of the best Symmetra players of all time, one of the best Mei players of all time. So Gen G have that capability. As expected, D.Va is going to be the choice for Tread, but actually Zarya on the opposite end. A hero that I forgot to talk about here is for people that remember Virtus Pro's game last week, they played a ton of Zarya for Vistola. This is going to be a great matchup for him into the D.Va Tread.
Yeah, so playing the Zarya here with that D.Va on the other side, I mean, that is going to be really difficult for Tread. We'll see how they kind of move him as well. Yeah, move him around the map with that sim, right? You're going to be using these TPs, just trying to keep Vistola really away from Tread. You see Tread get right into Vistola's face there for just a second, backs all the way up, but that's going to be JU finding a kill onto Backbone. That's a large source of the damage there. That's now off the table here for Gen G. Gonna make it very difficult. I mean, you see how charged up Vistola gets there. Avril, these bubbles going on to JWoo and then Vistola turning it into offense.
And this is exactly what we're seeing in Korea, right? You see this Reaper, Zarya combination. The speed boost is there from the Lucio. They don't always even play the Lucio, which is the really interesting part as well. They can sometimes go and just play the Wuyang in the same spot, but here, the Lucio is going to do a lot of work for JWoo to get him into the right position. Backbone's immediately going to swap away and over on towards the main now. One of his other signature, in fact, I think definitely his best hero by far. Tread as well, go to mash the Zarya.
Yeah, it's it is interesting you're matching this Zarya here, but I feel like the Reaper is just a huge win for VP. Obviously just kind of like putting down damage on the front line, and then obviously turning that where you want to get rid of the Reaper, but you can't exactly shoot at these bubbles, right? So puts you in a really difficult situation. There goes Exodial, Backbone, and Tread, as this has been dominant here from VP.
And all before ultimates are available. Qadsiah was the only one that actually had ult there. Qadsiah now even nearly attempting to kiss the spawn door challenge there. He'll show a little bit of respect and restraint as he'll back on through. 60% now claimed by VP as the first round of ultimates across the board are going to start finding their way through. Do note that though Tread and Backbone are going to be a little bit further behind, particularly Tread just hasn't had the opportunity to build up any ult charge. He's very far behind Vasola here. Exodial going to try and make something happen. Open some space. Deadeye for the point.
Oh, nice use of the Wraith form there by Jwoo. Just completely dodges the Deadeye and keeps the point contested there for VP. It'll be a Death Blossom there inside of the sound barrier there from Crispy. But you can see now that the Kasune Rush comes down from Gala, everybody's health bars just disintegrating. That Reaper is so crazy inside of that Rush. That should be enough for VP to take this first round.
And Backbone's not really going to get too much of a chance to use his Blizzard as well. They're being spawn camped right now. Tread just has to jump towards the point. He's not going to make it there in time as the Coco is full. And 0% on board for Gen G. Look, man, I respect the Symmetra out of the spawn from Backbone. I do truly think he is one of the better players in the world on that hero. However, this is a hero that demands that your team is drilled and extremely practiced as a team, not even individually, as a team, to make the Symmetra work. This is why VP struggled last stage. They tried to put Jwoo on towards the sim, didn't work out well for them. They even put Icenom, the tank player, the main tank player, on the sim to try and make it work. This is how difficult it is to make sim work for your team. So I respect that Backbone wants to get it done, but their team needs a lot more work together to be able to truly make the sim work. And right now, we're not seeing enough for the sim to be a true option for them, I think.
Yeah, I mean, not even a death from VP across the team in that first round. Crazy that they're able to put together that type of performance. Gen G, they will keep the Zarya in the mix. They'll actually end up, bringing back in the sim, and then they're going to be going with a Bastion. So Bastion, you can obviously just kind of like burn through those Zarya bubbles, and before she can even get going, right? You can actually just kind of take her down. So let's see if they can actually make use of this Bastion.
What you really need more than anything is you need some mobility in Exodial. He needs a little bit of aim, and he's got onto Jwoo. Mine has been connected, and that grenade, by the way, is really good currently on current Bastion with the availability of the perks. And now the TP's going to start coming in towards play. Fix it down.
Yes, you can move that Bastion around here with the TP. Becomes very difficult to track down, as this is not a great spot though that Gen G is in, right? You see some of those players were split. They actually end up kind of going back and regrouping, and that'll allow VP to take point first. But you see Jwoo already taking a shot with that Bastion grenade, has to back up.
I think Qadsiah should have been a little bit more reasonable with his pulse bomb usage. There's a lot of opportunities exiting the TP and all that kind of play. And well, this is going to be the grab coming on through, just catch a reasonable amount of members. Note that Crispy didn't have sound barrier in time, and he's going to use it too late. Only 3 members of his team caught.
And I mean, Pistol is so charged up that like the sound barrier is not even going to be able to keep Tread up. You're going to lose Crispy as well. Sky TP's out. He doesn't want another death on his record. So, man, that is a sound barrier that comes in a little bit too late, like you mentioned, Avril. And it only connects with 3, and it doesn't even really give you an opportunity to win the fight.
So many opportunities, I think, to be able to punish this Bastion pick. Artillery now available, which you would want to be able to combo with your grab. Tread still 22% away from using that one. Was still under a little bit of pressure, but ultimately fine. He takes out Tread, no problems.
Yeah, and now without your Zarya, there's no way you're going to be able to like push in and really give a threat here to VP. As Jwoo TP's right on top of Exodial. As this is not the start to the series that Gen G needed. Obviously, we were talking about wanting to see them be a little bit more competitive. At least here at the start, we haven't seen that.
We are starting to at least see some deaths come on through, but not for Qadsiah, not for Vasola. Those 2 players still flawless in the series and the map so far. And that particularly is a boon for Vasola, because when you die, you lose your charger. For a Zarya player, Vasola, he's just been able to keep that charge up the entire way through. Exodial blown up. He's gone.
Yeah, you lose Exodial or Tread before any of these fights. Crispy does hand Qadsiah a death though, so maybe this is a window of opportunity. Tread ends up using the grab, but it's a nice sound barrier there.
I don't even know where the grab went.
FACEIT. Yeah, the grab did connect on a player back in the corner, but the sound barrier was there. They just kind of like left that player to his own, stuck in the corner, and pushed on through. But man, this is an ugly round one. Exodial will fall. No Suzu there to kind of keep him alive through the pulse bomb. And
final touch is coming on third.
Not even a touch there. Tread gets hit with a grab. That is going to be it. VP. They just steamroll through Gen G here off the rip. I mean, that is a brutal map one for Gen G.
This is going to be the sad thing. I can see the vision for what Gen G are trying to do here. They have one of the really talented sim players that we have in the world, but they don't have the practice as a team, not individually for Backbone, but as a team for this sim. Also bring up the fact that, yes, if you look at Vistola stats, he went flawless. Kevsa eventually died once, but Vistola completely flawless, 23-0. Round 2, we see the Exodia on the Bastion. They wanted to try and make this Bastion Zarya type of composition work, and to their credit, many people may put the question marks out there. Why would you play Bastion? There is a perk on Bastion, minor perk, configuration reload. Every time you change forms between the wheels mode back into normal recon mode, and I believe it even when you ult as well, because that changes different mode, you refresh the cooldown on your grenade. So you can spam those grenades. It's very strong, but Bastion is also very vulnerable. You need very good team play to TP your Bastion around, protect your Bastion. And players like Qadsiah, part of the reason why some of his initial pulse bombs, like maybe he should be a little bit more strained on that, is because you saw at the end what you can do. Easily stick the Bastion every time. Unless there's a Suzu there, the Bastion is gone. It's so easy to target the Bastion. And we also never got the combo. There's never saw the Grav artillery combo. It might not be that good anyway, but it's one of the few ways you can actually use the artillery. Otherwise, it's, at least in my opinion, a pretty pointless ultimate in the game. It doesn't really give you anything. So the vision is there, but this team is really trying to play some comps and some styles that I just don't think they have had enough practice on to really be able to pull through in any successful fashion, particularly not against VP.
No, very difficult to play some of these different type of compositions we see here towards the end. Tread not able to make it back towards the point, gets stuck in a grab. So VP take first map. And now when you think of Gen G, it's like there's so many different things you would want to see banned after this first map. It's really difficult, right? Like Backbone can play Reaper, but we didn't really kind of see him go into it. Yeah, do you ban like a Zarya, right? Something along those lines. It's a very difficult situation for Gen G to be in, right? Especially I don't really think they kind of learned anything there from that first map.
I think what they learn is that some of the stuff that they prepped in terms of the, I guess you could call it the brawl styles, because you are playing Zarya for the most part, and you are playing sim TPs, and you are trying to make the Bastions work. But these are the type of comps that you just, as a new team, relatively new team, because this is a very refreshed roster, it's going to be too tough. I wonder if they can go back to more comforts. Tread back on D.Va, let's ban away the Zarya. Tread wanted to play D.Va, you could tell. Round 1, he came out D.Va, was forced to swap because he saw the Zarya. To be fair, I think he needed to recognize the possibility the Zarya was going to be there, and just didn't see that in time, particularly when you look back at VP's last week game, right? They played a ton of Zarya. That needed to be in the back of your mind. Zarya ban would probably be very high up in the list. Beyond that, like, I think the Backbone Reaper might need to come back too, because I think the J-Wu Reaper looked amazing. And if you want to play these kind of styles, I think they could have played the Reaper themselves. And I'm not too sure if the Mei was going to be really that effective into that comp. If you were playing up against Vistola and D.Va, I recognize what the Mei can do there for you. I don't think the Sim is going to be good enough for them as a team, so maybe Backbone should be on the Reaper. Yeah, and I think when you talk about like different maps and stuff, right? If Tread wants to play the D.Va, maybe you want to bring in some more of like the Reaper. If you're Gen G, like you can go on a map like Eichenwald, right? Where you can play like Reaper and D.Va. You can also kind of get rid of that Zarya. You may not even need to ban Zarya on that map, right? Like with so much high ground in mobility, you kind of have to cover. Gen G, okay, so Iceno comes in for Vistola. That tells you it's probably more of a dive map, right? It tells you, well, I mean, if it's a dive map, Vistola could just play D.Va or has it on that as well. Yeah. But for Icenom, he's going to be coming in to, you can just see even in the portrait there, well known for the hazard, but also for the Winston. I think some capabilities to maybe even bring out the ball there. So he's like the chase torch of the team, in this case for VP instead of Qadsiah. So I think VP are definitely feeling good about this series right now, that they're going to extend their rosters a little bit here to give Icenom some time. But I do wonder what the map is going to be to
Okay.
All this. It's going to be King's Row, which actually, fun fact, is a great Zarya map. So the fact that you're subbing the solo out now is kind of interesting because this is where you would want him to play the Zarya.
Well, we don't know the bans, right? So the Zarya could be something that they actually targeted, right? And got rid of
subs happened
early on.
First.
Oh, actually,
so
yeah. Interesting.
The sub happens first, and then they do the bans. So they sub Vasola out first before they know what the bans are. And I think with Vasola gone, obviously there's not going to be a Zarya ban because you know it's going to be Ice instead of Vasola, so you don't need to use the Zarya ban now. Genji's going to offer an Ana ban, which I think Gala did play, so it is possible. It's within the realm of possibility. The other thing it targets here is the fact that if we are going to see the Winston come through from VP, targeting the Ana does make sense. This is one of the few maps I do think Ana has some good value on, given that it is harder to flank the Ana, it's harder to punish the Ana, given you know, the slightly less flanking angle. So this is Ana right now, in my opinion, is very punishable. So it is definitely a risk to play. I don't know if VP really wanted to play, but I think we saw him play at one time. The cast ban is going to come on through to target Exodio specifically. So Exodio will probably play Soj here.
Yeah, we'll get a chance once we get the unpause in what Exodio will end up playing. But yeah, like
might be Hanzo too.
Yeah, we've seen like a
Hanzo's good on King's Row. He is.
That's true. Yeah, we've seen a little bit of an uptick in Hanzo, so that's a possibility. Freya always a potential option. I believe last week we even saw somebody pull out Ashe for a brief moment on King's Row. So a bunch of different hit scans that can make work. Where Ana is really good on this map, where the first ban comes through. Kind of controlling that high ground, especially with like Gala on the defensive side of things. It'd be pretty devastating to constantly get hit with his bios.
I think a good comp for Genji here would probably be Tread Zarya into Backbone Reaper. We just talked about the Reaper, but more specifically now, because you are going into Ice and you know the possibility that Winston is going to be there, the Reaper would play super well into that. This is the fun part, Matt, is the bronzes and the top 500s. It's like the bell curve, where the bronze is like just play Reaper into Winston, and the top 500 is like just play Reaper into Winston, and everybody in the middle is like, no, you can't just play the Reaper into Winston. But in fact, the pros are playing a lot of Reaper into Winston. It's working at the moment, so that is a possibility. Would probably force Ice onto the Hazard. And then actually, I think the Sim is pretty good in the Hazard, but you would be running the Sim again. We'll see how that goes.
Yeah, which I wasn't in love with Genji's version of the Sim comp. Like you mentioned, you have to be on the same page when you're kind of running that stuff. And at least like, but they were kind of mixing it in with the Bastion. It didn't really look great, but honestly, they got blown out on Samoa. So maybe you just kind of chalk it up to the mat and go again, right? As always an opportunity to adjust, get a little bit better here as we go back into it. So the pause does end. It will be VP on defense first. And hey, we've seen it a few times throughout the day here thus far. Roadhog coming out for Ice Gnome.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting. I wonder what a good choice here for Tread could be. Even though there is a Roadhog on the map, I will say Exodio on the Sojourn is going to be critical. This is a great matchup for the Soj. Similar, as I mentioned, to playing against Amalga, you can farm a lot of rails off of the Hog. That is going to be critical. Exodio is going to be a player to watch out for on Genji for their success on this map and this matchup specifically. For Tread, D.Va could be a potential option. D.Va is pretty punishable by Hog. One of the easiest things to do against a D.Va in a Hog matchup is anytime the D.Va wants to fly away, you hook her out of the fly and she loses that. Now she's basically dead meat. So that could be a pretty tough matchup for the Tread in some certain situations.
So they will end up going with the Sim here. So it'll be Sim for both sides, as Jay will end up playing the Sim for VP. Interesting of note, they didn't really love Jay Wu on the Sim. During stage 2, they actually played Ice Gnome on it a decent amount. And then with Genji banning the Ana, there's no threat of like a big bio coming in the anti-heal for Ice Gnome. So I can play a little bit more aggressive on that Roadhog. And I think you see right now the positioning for Genji, Avril, it's very difficult. They don't exactly want to send that D.Va into that back corner like how you traditionally would, because you don't want to run directly head on into that Roadhog.
Here we go. Oh, they wanted that. Part of the strategy here for Virtus Pro, put the TP somewhere and give Ice the opportunity, but that is faded. So has his life in this particular fight. Now, tank down is a pretty big deal. Shred does lose mech, but you'd imagine he should be able to A, respawn quickly. Gen G can't. They're not really able to do too much with the Ice Storm pick. Ice Storm's just gonna walk back.
And like, what do you exactly kind of do here, right? You can't exactly have some of these players for Gen G. Nobody's going to be able to jump down onto the point to keep it contested, right? They don't have like a tracer first instance, right?
Here's a pick. Opportunity once again for Gen G. No ultimates on play just yet, so this is just all neutral kills. But Ice Storm trades it back. This is Gen G needs to be able to hold on to these leads. At least they get their first tick.
Ooh, that's a railgun shot gone though from Exodial, right? He kind of almost predicts that Kepster's going to come out that doorway at the moment, so burns the railgun and loses the high ground. This is where it's really difficult to push in with the Roadhog. That is a nasty stick there from Kepster, just showing what he can bring to the VP roster, as that is yet another hold here for Virtus Pro.
It's another situation where Gen G get the opening pick. Last time they got Ice Storm down. That is a huge pick on the tank. This time they got Jaewoo down. Backbone found that pick himself, but they're not able to capitalize and convert these 5v4s. That's a real problem, as Gen G have lost half of their initial attacking time now.
Yeah, let's take a listen into Gen G, see how things are going on their offensive side.
Pressure from top left. We need try mid point, guys. I need help. Yeah. Pull down, help me him. Try me on top. I'm pushing back down. I'm back down. I'm carry. Shoot point. Trey, carry both behind, just letting really hard. Careful.
Trying to fight top.
I'm staggering with you, I guess.
Whoa.
No staggering.
I'm on one.
Willow.
Trust bottom right.
We are. I can't.
Okay. We're only, I think. They should have
similar.
Now, well, Avril, they're able to get the first point, so they unlock the payload. Now they'll start to get things going here through the choke. They thought about, trying to stagger out FACEIT. They weren't able to do so, but Gen G finally capitalized on some of their opening picks.
For what it's worth, I mean, they did, but at the same time, you saw the trades. Kevster and Gala both got one back each, so that could have gotten really, really tricky. Speaking of which, now Crispy's going to drop down his ult first, and VP are doing what they can here. They've got some pretty decent ults on their side. It doesn't look like Ice Storm has got too much work done on the whole hog. A stalled out type of fight has occurred.
The whole hog, though, I thought was great, because like the sound barrier comes through from Crispy and it just knocks them all the way back through the choke. They're not able to push through with that sound barrier, and they chunk down some of the overhealth. So Ice Storm's whole hog does buy them a little bit of space, but you haven't seen great things out of the hog just yet.
Well, we're waiting to see what Exodial can do this time around. Tread barely clinging onto his mech. Sooner rush first from Gala. Sky is 10% away, and that just calls for a retreat. Gen G cannot contest this. They need an ult themselves. Tread might even just be in no man's land here. He is out of position compared to where the rest of his team is, but if he's not spotted here, this is opportunity. Well, he's revealed his position now, but opportunity for him to be able to take away some attention, allow his team to walk up.
It's going to be the Kitsune rush here. They're going to fight behind it, right? So Sky drops that now that they know VP does not have a response. It'll be Ice Storm getting the benefits of the Wuyong ult and actually connects with Exodial.
He needed to be protected there. It's FACEIT that puts it on himself, runs down the start EPS of Gen G. And that is a call for retreat. Crispy to fall down as the members are trying to get themselves out of the TP to lock Tread into place. This is going to be a dirty little stagger onto Tread if he's not too careful, but I think he's actually managed to squeeze his mech out of trouble and back into the spawn of his own team. The time, once again, Matt, is starting to come slim. Minute 30 now.
Yeah, it looks like Gen G actually going to take the route of taking the high ground here, and they're going to drop that sim wall. They're going to try and focus down Ice Gnome as they finally do get him, as pulse bomb thrown in by Kev doesn't really connect with anything. This should be a significant amount of progress here for Gen G, but Jaewoo finds Exodial. That's a lot of damage down now.
They need Jaewoo now. They need to clean this guy up. There's players still alive at VP that are being staggered, and they're focusing on the payload, which is one thing, but you can win the next fight and actually cap if you can really just get a couple of these extra members down, like FACEIT. Jaewoo needs to be in that play as well. Final 60 seconds here, Matt.
But Jaewoo's actually going to have this sim wall, right? So he's going to be able to kind of drop this down. You also have the whole hog available, so a lot of good stuff to work with here. If you are VP, that's going to be Crispy ends up dropping that sound barrier. Here's the whole hog in response, just trying to knock players back, take down some of that overhealth. And you see Gen G, Avril, they have to back up. Sky getting dangerously low, and it's a few pickoffs here that happen for VP. So the sound barrier yet again just kind of gets not fully negated by that whole hog, but players get knocked back, they get chunked down, and that allows Qadsiah and Gala to get aggressive right after.
I think that was the last fight, man. Unfortunately, now that you have to look at the time remaining, see how pushed up VP is. Gen.G all the way in spawn with no time remaining. They must immediately go for the touch, but Virtus.pro's going to force the fight immediately. A TP upstairs is good. They still have to touch this fight. Pulse Bomb lurking.
Yeah, Pulse Bomb doesn't get anything there from Qadsiah, but it's going to be a Kitsune Rush layered over the point there for Virtus.pro. And Gen.G, as Backbone gets dangerously low. They need to keep that sim alive. It's a large source of damage here for Gen.G, and they end up losing two players, Backbone and Sky. Tread will get a remake opportunity, but won't be able to touch. And that is where the progress will end for Gen.G.
I think the second to last fight that we saw before that final engagement was the critical fight for Gen.G. If there was one for them to win, it needed to happen then, but they lose two almost immediately. First off was Exodio. That's your key player in this matchup. And you have a situation where Sky was on board for a fast Kitsune rush. Didn't quite get to pull that out in time. Would have been the opportunity for Gen.G to close out a nice 5v5, capture away the B point, push the payload a little bit further to give themselves a true win condition. Because now they face up against VP on the attacking end, only needing to get to the end of B, and that will be it. No C push required here for Virtus.pro at all. I gotta say though, Gen.G, this has been a more competitive map. It's looking quite worried for them on Samoa, but King's Row is starting to look a little bit better. However, not finishing the map is a major concern.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, we would love for them to at least get that second checkpoint, right? But compared to what we saw in map 1, I'll take it for Gen.G, as Tread will try playing the hazard on defense. Obviously, still some time for VP. They could end up playing this ball. They could end up, flexing to a whole lot of different options. So still some time for them to make some changes. Maybe you bring in the Hanzo here. That is a possibility where...
It'll be a scouting Hanzo minimum.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I mean, we're at least getting the Sonic Arrow. And then probably some, maybe even some wholesale changes after that.
I think what we're going to see here, given the symmetry on the defense, it's going to be some sort of sim setup inside Alderworth Hotel. One of the ways you can break that is by playing the Hanzo, dropping a Dragon Strike through and just clearing a bunch of map space. It's going to end up being Pharah here, which, aside from the fact that Exodio's playing the Soj, Pharah can be pretty reasonable here in the matchup. There's not much that interacts with the Pharah. So, and the Pharah can basically get what is the Wu Yang Harmony Orb, if you can call it that. It's a free healing in the skies.
Yeah, we've it's actually Backbone falling right away. That's Iceland getting in there on the hazard. We've seen players in EMEA that have gone to the Pharah, opt for like the perk that ends up giving the shielding instead of some health, right? So even more survivability for Pharah up in the sky with like some kind of abilities to regen shield. So Pharah, a little bit of a different space that she occupies than previous stages, but still can be good in niches. A niche just like this that allows VP to basically just walk in, take the point after they have 5 minutes plus to not even have to get the second checkpoint.
While we were talking about the Pharah, they just completely capped out the map, fully flawless. No, I don't think anybody on VP even died in that first fight. I do think the Exodio change-up towards a Freya does make a lot of sense here. Good matchup into Jehu on the Pharah. Also, Ice is now... I mean, he's playing the hazard here as well, so nothing to farm in terms of pushing damage to the hog and getting rails. But for Gen.G, really have to put their foot down. 5 minutes is a lot of time to be able to whittle down. It needs to start now for them.
Look at how much space they've allowed Qadsiah to kind of occupy, right? Just kind of peppering down players in the backline. No real threat at the moment to take him out. Now he's got a pulse bomb. Would I be surprised if there's a world in which he kind of gets on a flank, gets a pulse bomb, and that kind of opens things up? I mean, an opportunity here for Kev to maybe blow the game open here for VP.
I do think Tread made the right choice, though. He's low at the moment. He needs a little bit of help from his team. He's not going to get it because Sky doesn't have an ult available. It is a one-for-one trade, but losing a tank is probably a little bit worse than losing a Pharah on the opposing end. VP are just, in general, more ahead in ultimates because they won that A point so cleanly. But VP are not cleaning up this fight very comfortably at the moment. Say that much.
Mean, it's fortunate for Gen.G. I mean, they cannot afford for players to die, right? These players would just get, like, staggered out. Some percentage already gotten here by VP, very close to kind of sealing the deal as Fixer just slides right in the sky, takes him out with that ultimate. That's going to be both supports gone here for Gen.G. They might have an attempt here towards the end. Crispy coming out with the sound barrier.
It's probably done.
Be huge.
He cannot get staggered. He cannot get staggered. Tread has to be the play that has to think about the touch here. VP
are about to win this one. Crispy has a sound barrier available. The touch has been confirmed, and the green HP waves across the entire team, but not for Backbone. That's critical. Tread, low HP as well. What do Gen G have left to play through? They need some picks, and they need it now.
Yeah, and the bolo shot doesn't get anything there. It'll be a downpour from Tread. Maybe they feel like that can kind of lock some of these players in place, but Qadsiah still just here in the backline being such a nuisance for Exodial. Finally, Crispy gets there to get him some help, but Isom and Combs still lurking at this corner, waiting for Jayu to come back off a spawn. You see Qadsiah through the X-ray, going on a little bit of a flank here as they need to keep Tread alive. Tread taking lots of shots from the far up.
So low. And he's been punished. He's gone down. Tread for Fixer. That's better for VP, but only if VP can actually clean this up. They need Gala to get his ultimate now. He's a soul heal. That could be problematic with Zodiac down. Qadsiah's just putting so much pressure on this point. Ice going down is maybe the kill that Gen G needed. Now Gen G can breathe a small sigh of relief. That is a huge return kill in favor of their own team.
It was a massive kill there, getting rid of Isom, right? You had already lost your tank. You needed to get rid of the opponents, and then also Gala was very close to a Kitsune rush. Isom lives a little bit longer. You maybe see that combination, you know, with the Kitsune rush being able to heal that hazard up, and we could be on to potentially the final game in the set already as Kitsune rush will get layered over the point. Sky will drop his as well, so it'll be a match in response here from Gen G, but you end up losing Sky.
Crispy's dead!
Oh,
he's gone, backline is gone, Gen G have fallen over, Matt. This is done for. 2-0 VP. I am not seeing Gen G surviving this one. It's just Backbone, and the cap's gonna come through.
Yeah, it's both supports falling there basically at the same time for Gen G. Crispy never able to get that sound barrier. And honestly, Avril, it was just they made it very difficult for them to keep themselves in the game for Gen G, giving up that first point with so much time to a team like Virtus Pro. You're not going to be able to exist for that long. And I mentioned constantly Qadsiah just being a nuisance behind enemy lines, 17-0 on the Tracer throughout this map. You know, not going to be able to deal with a team like VP when you're allowing a Tracer to just do that in your backline.
Yeah, I mean, Qadsiah has been lights out. No surprises there. The star pickup for this team, I mean, with all due respect to the Ultimates, once they fell over as a squad, you start to look at where you can make upgrades, and it is the easiest pickup of your entire team's career journey as a team to just say, Qadsiah, #1 draft pick. Get him now. And this is what he's able to do for the team. Virtus Pro, they'll push a little bit here, but as I sort of mentioned here, Matt, I don't think there was enough distance for Gen G. They needed to be able to push towards C just to extend the time and the opportunity a little bit better. They just didn't give themselves that sort of space. And beyond that, look how fast they capped A. At that time, back 5 minutes and 30, just to get to the end of B, it's just too much time.
Yeah, and it's tough to see like where Gen G would get the advantage here. At the moment, you know, Fixa on the Wuyong with some really nice clips. You see there the whole getting gripped into the Roadhog, and then the kill onto Exodial. He kind of looked like do you have to ban a Tracer? I mean, you have so many issues here for Gen G, right? That you kind of have to answer, but like, you can't allow Qadsiah to just kind of go uncontested in the backline. To go 17-0. I mean, it's just not going to produce a winning result. So brutal King's Row there for Gen G. They do have another map, another opportunity. So maybe they can kind of take us to somewhere where the game changes a little bit more.
I've got a stat line here for you.
Yeah.
Qadsiah, as we know, 17-0 at the end of King's Row, didn't die a single time. Qadsiah map 1, Samoa 18-1. He's got a combined 35-1 across 2 maps right now. So I mean, we saw what Checkmate was doing. Unfortunately, that Hollywood definitely added a lot more deaths to his tally than he probably would have wanted to keep that stat line looking as crisp and clean as possible. But for Qadsiah, this is just a walk in the park for him right now. This is looking incredibly good.
But if you can't match the Tracer play, right, or have no Backbone, at least kind of like keep tabs on him, like Exodial is under so much pressure, right? Like everybody else could be doing amazing, and you're probably not going to win. Just you're going to crumble under the pressure and the flanking of Qadsiah and the Tracer. So that is most certainly something they need to sort out going into the next potentially final map in this set. And with Hybrid out of the pool, right? They got push flashpoint or escort to go to. What are you thinking if you're Gen G?
I'm thinking we need a lot more weeks of preparation to go up against a team like VP. If you really wanted to get rid of the Tracer, I think going over towards one of the flash, we are going to Esperanza, but just to play out the conversation, maybe target Kevs to get rid of Tracer, go to Flashpoint, either Atlas or Servasa could have been a conversation. I don't believe we had a substitution, so when I keep our current players in, Ice is going to stay in for Esperanza. I assume that he's just going to continue playing the Hazard. A Hazard ban actually would be pretty nice to see coming through from Gen G at this point, just to put Ice onto something else that you can... I'm not saying Hazard is a problem, but like, just shift things away and put him onto something a bit more punishable. And I think the Winston would be more punishable. They can force him onto that. Even a Ball is more punishable. A Tracer ban here wouldn't be terrible either.
Yeah.
But Ice is actually going to get something else. It's going to be Vastola. I think the Zarya ban should actually be a conversation now that he's back in.
I think the Zarya ban is obviously up there. I don't think they have an answer. Like, you can in theory answer like their, tread Zarya versus Vastola. It does not seem like there's any Tracer response. Backbone can play Tracer historically. Like, you wouldn't kind of consider him a Tracer player, more of like that Reaper, Mei, Sim.
Yeah, he's a
Genji,
specialist player.
Yeah, specialist type of roles where if you're going to allow somebody to go 38-1 on Tracer, it almost doesn't even matter what the front line looks like. He's just picking you apart.
I don't even think King's Row is like an absolutely amazing Tracer map either.
It's not.
Particularly the deeper you go. That's the other problem. We never got to see C point. C point is where Tracer's value starts to drop quite dramatically. So obviously still a very good hero just overall, but you start to just lose a bunch of flanking positions. Anyway, Esperanza, I think Tracer and Zarya are pretty high priority bans because as proven, you cannot really deal with the Tracer's matchup.
Right.
But then you have to be comfortable playing a Zarya mirror because I think whoever goes Diva is going to get counterpicked by the Zarya here.
I would rather get rid of the Tracer in match like Reaper head-to-head with the Zarya, or play like Mei and Zarya, than just kind of try and play like a Diva Tracer head-to-head against VP. I think that's probably a bad scenario for Gen G to put themselves in, especially as we move over towards push, right? Like, this could snowball and get out of control really early, especially you win that first fight. If you're VP, series could be over real quick.
I think, as I predicted today, Matt, at the start of the show, I expected this today to unfortunately be a 15-0 Overwatch day, 3 zeros across the board, and it's looking an EMEA absolutely going to be the result. NA, I think the results may end up looking similar. This is just going to be one of those days where a few unfortunate mismatches here in terms of teams, like KSA said, that are in the top 3 and teams that are out of the top 3. And respect to Vision Esports as well, who I think are a great team, but they did not look competitive. And their game versus Qadsiah, not enough in that 0-3. I think, well, they got a couple things done, but not enough. Alari, Matt, here's what I'll say about Alari.
It's a protect from Gen G. Like,
protecting what, unfortunately, is the question, because I don't see...
Lucio? Are they protecting Kiri? Are they protecting the Wuyong? Then VP just gets rid of the Freya. I mean, this is great for VP, right? I don't think there's any worry.
I don't respect this ban at all. The Solari ban to me is completely... it doesn't make a lot of sense. What is really interesting about this is, I've just checked the history, Matt. Gen G's last week game versus Vision, the 3 bans were as follows. Map 1 through to 3, Wuyong, Ana, Alari. Guess what the 3 bans are for Gen G today? Exactly the same. Wuyong, Ana, Alari. And the last map, Esperanza, was his last map of last week's Vision game as well. They like to ban Alari on this map specifically.
They're protecting their support line. There is something with their support line that they feel like it's they have to have all of those heroes available, right? You're really looking at like Lucio, Kiri the most. They did play some Wuyong in the last map, but yeah, when Mitch and I talked about it last week, it's like there's no reason to play Alari here. It is clearly some type of protect for the support line.
The problem I have with there is I don't disagree that it's just protect. Possibly, maybe they do think Alari's broken on this map. The problem is I don't see what is so valuable for their support line that they feel that they absolutely have to protect it over something that would be a lot more useful, targeting a problem on the other side. This team, Gen G, is not in a position where they are in a winning spot would they need to feel defensive about their bans? Like, hey, we have something that we really need to play that we need to protect badly. Instead, they're in the opposite position within the losing spot because they're losing to specific issues the VP are presenting to them that you can solve with the ban that they are not solving with the ban, and that's where I think they're going wrong with their bans.
If you're so worried about the support line that you have to use every ban on every one of your matches to essentially protect supports, it's a really difficult spot to be in as a team. I don't know how you kind of make that work. I also think it's got to be probably frustrating for some of the other teammates, right? Who I'm sure Exodial would love them to get rid of the Tracer on the other side, right? But it's like, oh well, we need Crispy and Sky to play Lucio Curie, right?
I think when you really look at the math of it in terms of what gives you a better win percentage, in my opinion, a target ban on a VP play would up your win percentage a lot more than protecting whatever it is that Crispy and Sky need to hold on to here. So that's my opinion.
No, I think that's really fair because look, I mean, you still have the Zarya in play, you still have the Tracer in play. This doesn't throw anything off that VP was going to do. If anything, it just takes the long range hit scan out of Exodial's hands and now forces him to play on the ground against Tracer Reaper.
This is very close to what Gen G were playing in the opening of Sumo. If you remember correctly, it was the backbone sim they began on. The VP also kind of playing the same comp. They're playing what I think is the Korean Zarya Reaper comp right now. This comp on VP is taken over OWCS Korea. I think VP will be able to take this one home if they can just navigate this one cleanly. The Gen G, they really want to try and make the sim work.
Yeah, I mean, Shred dangerously low. They do actually get Jwoo though, which is quite massive, and Backbone lives long enough in the fight to get charged up there on the sim, so he will end up finding two. So Gen G do get a fight win here at the start. They will get control of the bot, and they will gain a little bit of progress with it. Not a significant amount, but still just enough.
So this is what we need to see now. The snowball coming on through. Sky, 85%, really far ahead of Gala. That's important to note. For Gen G, possible win condition. And they punish a player like Jwoo again. That was the first pick that Gen G was able to get before, and they protected Shred for it. They got a TP Exodial in. No pick on Gala. That was the target.
Yeah, I mean, they get a headshot on the Gala. They just don't get around the corner, try and finish it off, as this will be a Sky ending up using the Kitsune Rush, and they just barrel down Vestola. That's the right way to do it.
Yeah, I mean, Vestola, to be honest with you, was a little out of position, Matt. You have to look at where Vestola was standing, extremely far away from where the rest of his team was, and massive opportunity when Gen G just said, we're going to run him down. I don't even think they needed the Kitsune Rush. We're going to pull on through. More support also to come on in. Exodial onto Qadsiah this time and fix his bubble. I don't know where that one went, but did not result in anything for Virtus.pro.
Yeah, they end up investing the sound barrier here for Gen G, so that actually ends up getting them the checkpoint. So it's now they're in a position where they don't have that kind of like big support ult, whether it's like a grab or a Death Blossom coming on through, or trying like turn a fight that is just on a losing footing. But VP will get control of the bot now, probably move it back towards at least mid-map.
It's a big hit though. Oof, you actually saw that giant orb pop, and it pops Backbone. Maybe right in that back as well. Fixer from downtown. He's going to give the opening pick over to VP, and now swapping hands on the actual payload itself. 60 meters, it's not bad. They at least got the checkpoint, Matt. Sky's a little low here.
I mean, you get checkpoint, which is obviously beneficial. Oh, that's so unfortunate. Tread gets hit with a pulse bomb. Power blocks, doesn't kill him, but Sky doesn't have the ability to get away from them by TP down,
Suzu.
so you end up losing the Curie. Yeah, so that allows VP to kind of gain some progress with the bot. Now a little bit deeper into Gen G territory, getting closer to that checkpoint. And they're going to have this grab like Death Blossom. If they decide a Kitsune Rush, they can just throw the grab inside of it.
Well, TP has been expended here. Kitsune Rush downtown. Grab is still available. Death Blossom is still available.
Disintegrated.
The rest of them are getting disintegrated now by Vestola as well, who just grabs them all up. And VP get to hold on to the Death Blossom for a future fight. Vestola just got 4 there.
Yeah, Vestola with a nice grab. It's a TP from Backbone that kind of gets everybody out, but still, Vestola extremely charged up. No kind of dealing with his Zarya when that is the case. And I'm really worried now with Gen G, Avril, because like you have this sound barrier coming out, right? Fixa ends up using the ultimate here onto Jwoo, just trying to clear space, and this is going to allow them to take the lead. Now you've lost Sky. Do you invest like a sound barrier here with a player down? I mean, this would be a brutal scenario to have to do that here if you're Gen G, and they do. The sound barrier also doesn't even connect with Backbone, so that is, I mean, they are fortunate to be able to win this, though.
They won that one 4v5. I mean, Sky, credit to him. He actually dropped the Suzu perfectly to alleviate the bubble that was popping on Jwoo's body. Exodial dies at the end here to Vestola.
Yeah, Vestola's still alive here, and I was going to say, you did end up having Gala with him. I was like, it's not entirely done just yet. Now, with Qadsiah kind of backing up, it is. But Avril, they're going to be able to control high ground here with ease.
92, 60 meters. Close game so far. Certainly not one that I'm going to call early. Gen G have at least shown their capability. This has been the best map so far, I got to say. But Qadsiah, he's looking for something on that backline, threatening the pulse bomb, saying, I am here. You do have to worry about me.
High ground control here for Gen G. They can't fix it. They've been doing a better job of tracking him down. Yeah, they end up getting Jwoo as well. So, okay, so a few kills here for Gen G. They should be able to get significant barrier progress, right? So you see they're behind by about 30 meters. So this should get them somewhat close to matching, if not taking the lead. So we'll see if they can kind of push up, take some of this space and deny it. But actually, look at this. They back out to the high ground as soon as Qadsiah gets to the bot, so they don't get anything.
Well, actually, I think back into the high ground is a good call here, because now you get to abuse the high ground differential on Esperanza in the mid, which is very, very strong. And VP, you can tell they don't even want to push into it. Gen G eventually have to walk forward because they need to equalize in terms of meterage, and they're going to drop the ultimate. Tread's gone deep already, but the wall is protecting. Gala is just waiting moments away from dropping Kitsune Rush to counter in.
Yeah, I was going to say, they back up Avril and they take high ground. That's great, but VP can just kind of sit there with the choke. There's no real reason for them to kind of push on in. Vestola getting up to 100 charge, taking damage in every direction. Somehow Backbone able to just kind of juke around through the TPs and able to live. So impressive. Takes a while, but Gen G ends up winning that fight. And I think we'll see if Qadsiah is able to get a touch here. Maybe kind of deny them from taking the lead, which
they need to
does
tank
get a brief touch.
Okay, or it can just be a bubble. He's tanked up now. He gets to be the tank. Qadsiah's going to roll it in, but he goes down. The bubble does not last long enough. They're going to be down of their tracer play, but so threatening the grab is big.
Yeah, I mean, you don't give up the lead here, and Vestola still holds on to the grab. You can just kind of like play this poke game. Jwoo can kind of control it over by the bot, and that's actually going to be the grab there that connects with two. You end up losing Jwoo, but he ends up taking out Tread, and without Tread and Exodial, now you can get that bot back in towards Gen G territory. And with below 3 minutes, I think that is a trade in the way you play that for VP. You take every single day. Not only does Gen G not take the lead, now you're going to get the bot to at least mid-map.
I got to tell you, that was pretty masterful, because what we did not see is, obviously Vestola's not going to get there in time for the touch. You say Kev's a touch, but he's only a trace of what he got was the Wheon bubble to tank him up, but he still died. Then they won the fight anyway. 5 players up full, 5-man ultimate from Crispy, and Vestola just has no how. This is the fight that Gen G are going to get their flip. You better believe they're going to get that 90 meters this time around.
Let's see. I mean, you have everybody coming off a spawn here for Virtus Pro, and you also still have Qadsiah still alive. I think they're trying to track Qadsiah. You see, like, Sky looking around, seeing if he's going to come from the staircase to his left. Yeah, so
the respawns are too close, actually. I think VP will be able to get in time.
Yeah, it looks like VP actually going to make it. The TP there from Backbone looked like it was going to try and get people out, but they actually go right back in.
Big kill on Jwoo.
So that's a Kitsune Rush used here by Gala, so it's just trying to keep everybody up here for VP. They're having a difficult job doing that, though, and this should be Gen G taking the lead, and they will go deeper into Virtus Pro territory. So this starting to look good for Gen G. They'll have a Deadeye here at the end.
The big moments for Gen G so far, when Backbone has Photon Barrier, that's a huge winning moment for Gen G. 2 of the large fights that Gen G have won in recent history on this map so far has been through that, with Exodial down mid Deadeye. That is critical. You've lost a lot of damage here, Gen G. What else can they do in this fight? Doesn't look like a lot.
No, and I mean, he was not even able, Exodial, like get a shot off there, as Kev just kills him instantly, it feels like. So the bot will go back towards mid-map. This is going to be VP having to run it down. not out of this just yet, considering how good this team is. Yep. And with the ultimates going to be coming up at their disposal, right? Nothing to worry about, like a sound barrier coming online.
30 meters is just not enough of a lead. Gen G,
no.
The 30 meters is not enough to be able to comfortably win. Not with Backbone and Sky down this early. This is a sacked fight. Gen G need to reset once more. Wait for the OT. Save your ultimates. Do not burn ultimates too early here on push. The win condition now needs to be for Gen G to have overwhelming economy once we actually hit the OT. But where's the OT going to take place? I think VP are going to start making meters happen there as we move into OT.
I was going to say it's going to be tough, Avril, right? Because Vestolo is going to end up having this grab. You could like use it early here. Crispy doesn't have anything to deal with it.
Hello! Ooh, that is a critical kill. VP losing a bunch of the healing now, even with Vasola on grab. I don't know if he's going to use it. I don't know if it's going to be enough. He doesn't catch at all. It will eventually suck in the tank. With Tread in the middle there, he's going to survive. It's Vasola for Backbone. That's a positive trade for Gen G. And with that, Halo moves away. I think Gen G have got this.
Yeah, somebody going to be able to even get a touch here. It's going to be Keps who jumps out, gets a touch. You sub Gala here as well with Jwoo. So you will be able to kind of get this into OT. It's Jwoo just doing a nice job, just kind of contesting from that window. It's going to be the sound barrier here from Crispy, but who is it
clean up? Gen G need a kill. They're not getting any cleanup here. Vastola's back on a Malva to get back quickly, but VP have now regrouped as 5 Gen G. They may have slipped this one through the fingers. If Crispin goes down, it's a 5v4. Now Gala has an ult.
And that was a Kitsune rush there from the high ground there that Sky drops, and they don't get anything for it. It's going to be Gala's Kitsune rush coming in a little bit later. They do end up dealing with Vestola, but Jwoo on the cart gets one. Nobody there to get a touch, though, and that will be Gen G taking Esperanza at the very end. That one came down to the wire, Avril, but Gen G, that's the best map they have played all stage, without question.
Yeah, I mean, this is basically, I'm looking at Gen G as a triathlon runner, and right at the end, they're crawling across that finish line, barely making it there to finally seal the deal and get themselves their opening and first map win of OWCS in Stage 3. The questions were asked, what can Gen G truly do? Well, they've got their map now. It is no longer a 3 Overwatch day. 15-0, not going to be the case. Maybe it'll be a 15-1 instead, but Gen G, I gotta say, man, that was impressive. They actually managed to hold a little bit of a lead. They do lose a lead on Esperanza, but a couple of decent flips, pushing to 120 and winning when they have the photon barrier. And they won once again at the end when they had the photon barrier, but not without slip-ups. That was a very, very wild, dirty, and not a particularly clean way for Gen G to finish off with a win, but a W is a W, Matt.
Yeah, and I think the biggest difference maker there for Gen G, I thought Backbone's play was really nice on the sim, just pumping out tons of damage for this team. Exodial under constant pressure, but it also felt like he got the kills kind of like sporadically, but the ones that he got were like very important. Like I can think back to the one kill that he got onto FACEIT on the wing, like right at the start of a fight, which ended up getting them taking the lead. So some highly impactful kills from Exodial, and then Backbone stepping up lead to a Gen G map win.
I'm impressed. I mean, this is what Gen G needed. I don't know if this is going to be enough for them to win the series, because based on what we saw in the other two maps, at least Kings Row, actually, you know what, Matt? It is getting more competitive. The first opening map was not very competitive. Kings Row, it was starting to get there, and now Gen G have actually won a map on Esperanza. So actually, momentum is starting to work in their favor. But at the same time, we know VP, they got levels here. They got more to unlock. They got more that they can play through. And what I can say is, I mean, this is you can start feeling a little bit more hopeful for Gen G, which is not something we could really talk about, that anyone could talk about for a very long time.
That's true. And I wonder, now that it's VP's map selection, right? What do they want to do? I mean, you could take it to do like Atlas, right? Maybe bring back an Ice Gnome and try and play some stuff. I think VP also has a sim ban, if I'm not mistaken, still available. So still a lot of nice things for VP to work with. Series, not going to swing all the way for Gen G just yet, but this is a good start.
Yeah, that was good. That was a genuinely good map, despite
so it
the
will
difficulties
be
there.
That's a fast pick.
Atlas, and what will we see here? This is where, I mean, I'm curious now. Gen G put a lot of effort in protecting that backline. I think
You have first ban as VP, go straight for that backline. See what the real reason is, why they're trying so hard to protect it. Ban Lucio first. That's my thing. I think you go straight for the Lucio.
Yeah, do you get rid of the Lucio or the Kiri, right? Do you get rid of the Sim? I think that would be quite interesting. Okay, so Ice-Gnome does come back in, and they take us to Atlas. So this is something that we were literally just talking about. The bans, though, you want to see them attack that support line. It would be interesting.
Genji, keep protecting it. You better start attacking. There's a reason they're protecting. Let's find out.
Right, like what does Crispy play that's like outside of the Lucio, right? I think they have another another support on this roster, so maybe they would be like some subs,
Kiriko.
but...
The answer is Wuyong Kiriko. If you ban the Lucio, you should play Wuyong Kiriko. If you ban the Kiriko, Wuyong plus, could you do Wuyong Lucio? It is possible you can play that. Otherwise, I've seen teams go Brig, not my favorite. I don't think it's amazing at the moment. Anna not good on Atlas, unfortunately. That would have been a potential other choice. So
We've
probably...
You've seen BAP on this map when some teams have kind of played like some hit scan up towards the high ground.
Could be the choice if Kiriko's gone. Basically, whatever's gone, you just shove the Wuyong in there, which is why I'm surprised, because it's a very easy fix. Whatever is tight on the backline for Gen G, it's just like, oh, just play the Wuyong in that spot, you're fine.
But maybe they don't have somebody to do it.
Doesn't make sense at all.
Maybe neither of them, whether it be
neither of them
or
play
Crispy,
the new hero.
Can do it. Yeah, I mean,
well, guess what, Matt? There's 4 support players in Gen G. Surely among 4 support players, somebody plays Wuyong, you would imagine. If the only team with 4 support players.
That is true. We probably would have also gotten notice that one of them were coming in, right? So it seems like they kind of want to roll with this.
Every other team's like, man, well, maybe we need some more. There it is. There's a Lucio ban. Maybe we need some more, round out of the hero pool on the tank side. Maybe we need another flex DPS. No, let's do 4 supports as Gen G's answer to the current meta. But we finally do get to see the Tracer ban, which I think Gen G, long overdue. They needed to target Kevster with this ban like multiple maps ago. Lucio is going to be the straightaway ban from VP, and I agree. I think let's find out what Gen G is hiding behind the scenes. Well, let's reveal and open the curtain behind Gen G's backline a little bit here.
Yeah, because Gen G has just been really protecting supports the entire time. You can see the bans that are coming out of Gen G. The Wuyong, the Ana, the Illari. They have been clearly trying to protect the Lucio Kiri under any cost. Now that the Lucio is gone, right? Like, what does this team look like? If I am Gen G, I'm almost scared. Like, if it looks like a mess, teams are going to do this every week from now on, right?
It's a pretty major to be this protective of your backline when you have 4 supports.
Are we going to get a Juno Moira?
So
is that their fallback?
No way. No, this is not real. That's not real. No. They're gonna play, again, what they should play is Wuyong Kiriko. There's a pause. There's just no way. Is this the real reason? Is that Crispy can't play Wuyong or Sky can't play Wuyong, and so they're forced to play Juno, which is not in the meta.
Yeah, I mean, that obviously we have a pause, but at least right before the spawn doors open, that looked like it potentially would be the case. So we'll get a sense where Juno, to me, doesn't really fit in at all. So they will actually
is Juno.
They will be playing the Juno. So this is something that directly tells you, right, that like, okay, if Lucio isn't in the mix, they don't have a lot of great responses.
Let's talk about the Doom here. Obviously, I don't love it, but what I can say to Ice-Gnome's favor is at least he's playing it into the sim. So Doom, known as a sim counter as well, so they predicted the backbone is going to start on the sim. Ice-Gnome's going to roll the Doom specifically for that matchup. The Ana is interesting. Again, I don't think Ana is great on this map because Tracer's banned. I think Ana is protected a lot better. There's a lot less flanking power. Genji don't play Tracer or Genji because they can't.
Well, yeah, I was going to make this Ana work. With the Ana, you have 3 really sick nano targets, right? From the Doom to the Genji to the Reaver, right? Any of them produces a good result with the nano as Tread goes up here towards the high ground. Here's the issue with Gala, though, on the Ana. Nothing he really do to protect himself. Actually fires a shot there in the Tread, ends up waking him up, so it doesn't really even give himself a chance to live. So now see everybody else will start falling at the hands of Gen G, where I know Gala felt like he kind of accomplished the mission there, putting Tread to sleep, and then woke him up and let him just come in and finish off the kill.
I'm not even lying. I think there's a real case to be said that a Sombra swap may be necessary for VP. You can punish both the Juno and I believe the D.Va too. Some clutch hack timings. That would be some decent Sombra gameplay, and that's what I'm really suggesting for VP. The Doom is at least still in there. Again, not a great hero. Despite the good match of the Sim, we need to see what Icestorm can really bring to the table here.
Yeah, well, they decided to make a change, and it's actually dropping the Reaper here for Sim of their own. So Jaywu will end up bringing the Sim into play. That'll be the Wuyong ult here, just dropped onto Kev, and you see everybody just running for the hills there for Gen G, and that's actually inside of the Kitsune Rush. So Kitsune Rush doesn't really get anything here for Gen G. This is going to be an orbital Ray Avril, and they are down a few players already.
Man on to Icestorm. This is opportunity. He got Backbone already. That was his key target. He has managed his mission well. But the other support, Sky, taken away. Tread now demech this all. Backbone has his own photon barrier, but with his team falling apart. Gonna save that one for the next fight. 90+%, 93. That is absolutely within last fight territory. Tread is gonna move away from the D.Va. I think part of the reason, Matt, why Jay would move to the Sim, good matchup into the D.Va, puts a lot of pressure on Tread, but Sim also good matchup into Hazard.
Yeah, and I mean, the orbital ray at the end, maybe you could have kind of kept it there for Crispy. You would have had an opportunity to kind of like move in behind it here, but the idea is probably the Sim photon barrier. We'll see if they actually end up deciding to use Exodial's Deadeye. Maybe there's like an opportunity to get the Deadeye with the TP around, but you lose Sky. You may end up just deciding to hold on to it as Exodial gets chased down there by Gala and Co. And that will be VP taking our first point.
Yep, massive, especially considering that Backbone, he had that ultimate, he used it. The Virtus Pro does not care. Icestorm is playing a hero now on the Doom that really just doesn't care about Photon Barrier at all. He's going to punch his way through every single shield. Not a good situation for Backbone. Exodial's going to move over towards a Venture, giving himself something to do in terms of maybe accessing Gala, definitely putting the pressure onto Jaywu.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a different look. We don't really see Exodial play something like a Venture often as Trade goes through the TP, just gets punched right out of the way.
Exodial's trouble.
Yeah, misses that a drill dive into Kevser and ends up falling.
It's tough as well because you can get punched out of that burrow. If Icestorm is on top of you, Tread, speaking of being on top of, that's Icestorm's next target, and he is down. Gala taking a bit of damage here. Backbone gets a little bit of revenge. Virtus Pro still have player advantage barely. GG Esports can be back and now at least resetting their members, waiting for Tread.
Backbone does take a ton of damage there as Ice Gnome just gets right up in the mix, and now the Doom is going to get the benefits of the Wuyong ult. This looks like actually it's a Suzu that comes in, saves some of the players there on Gen G.
Gala doesn't have it though. He's just too far behind. Jaywu unable to be saved there. Icestorm 1 HP. Meteor strikes away to safety. This is looking like a pretty winnable fight for Gen G. They're dropping down everything. Orbital Ray could be really nice here. Qadsiah receives Nano, but he doesn't have a blade, man. He doesn't have enough to use. He's alive, but can he get kills? Virtus Pro look like they're turning this one around. Ice has been doing the job. He's got two.
I mean, Ice Gnome, Kevser, but also Gala being able to heal these two from a distance. He also gets to sleep on a player directly in front of him. Does Gala, and now a little bit of a stagger here on Exodial. He just gets slammed on top of. So man, Gen G, that was one they needed to have.
And people will be questioning after this, maybe Doom is good. Let me tell you something about this. The reason why Ice is working on Doom is because there's nothing countering on the other side. You're not going to see an Ana out of Gen G. There's no Sombra out of Gen G. There's nothing in terms of a Doom punish or counter at all. So Ice is getting away with murder.
Yeah, it'll be sim walls from both sides here, but like you mentioned, the Doom can just go right through it, start swinging his fist, and then also the blade, it just kind of cuts through where this is going to be another VP point win. So they will quickly go up 2-0 here, potentially looking to put away the series.
And I was saying Virtus Pro might want to look towards the Sombra. I'm going to change that to Gen G now. They might be with the team that needs to look towards the Sombra because there is nothing controlling Ice at all. Despite Doom not being in a good place in the meta, if the opposing team does nothing to stop your Doom play and you can mechanically perform and you have a good matchup, particularly into both, I think, the Venture and also Symmetra, then Doom's going to work for you and Ice is going to make that work. And VP is about to clean up 3-0 on this Atlas map if Gen G cannot respond.
Now VP is going to have both support ults here to kick things off. It'll be a tectonic shock here from Exodial, but everybody's just so spread out. Crispy falls yet again. The Juno is definitely not seemed to have paid off for Gen G, but yeah, Gala just kind of like dancing around, right? Just avoiding like all of this damage players just kind of look for him. He finally does fall, but this actually might be a Gen G point take. As hold on though, FACEIT ends up deciding to use his ult here towards the end of this fight onto Ice Gnome, as you are still keeping this Doom alive. I mean, the amount of damage he's putting down, and also the survivability is insane right now.
And he's got Sky. Tectonic shot from Exodial. Is it going to be enough here? He needs to find some backline targets. Gala and Fixer are back in the fight. And the point, after what seems like the longest opening fight to a point that we've seen so far, it will go Gen G's way with Icestomp leaving, but he didn't go down. Icestomp did not go down the entire fight. Pretty masterful stuff.
The fact that he lived that long is crazy to me. We're now Kitsune Rush plus Orbital Ray. This is a fight that is very easy for Gen G to come out on top of. So they end up
capping.
Yep, they end up using the Orbital Ray. It'll just be Ice Gnome here, just get a touch, just force some players back. But that's the Orbital Ray used at the beginning of that fight.
Well, they do extend the fight further. No kills from Gen G. They wish they got a little bit more out of that. Force a respawn or something. While that's happening, Ice is on point, backcapping, forcing attention from Gen G away from the chase and back on the point itself. And Ice wants Backbone. He's got Backbone. The prime target is Sim once again in his sights and taken down. Crispy to follow through for Kev. So this is going to be the flip. Gen G once again, Matt, have a decent lead to a point, but they didn't close out that point on the first. This one they have to.
Well, this is what worries me, Avril, right? As you hold on to this Kitsune Rush, but now you're going to have like this Sim wall kind of separating it. You're going to have the ability for Nano Blade to come through there for Kev. So this kind of like Kitsune Rush that you end up holding on to, a real situation that's going to be difficult to be able to win, as Backbone uses the Proton barrier really early here. It's actually going to like force some members of VP back, but like that doesn't get them anything.
Oh, Kevster, he is doing work right now. He doesn't even need the blade. Doesn't even need the blade, man. Just doesn't pull it out.
No.
Gen G finds nothing and VP get it all. There will be more fights to come through. Maybe just the one, but time is of the essence now. We're heading over towards that 80. Backbone swapping off. He's moving over towards the Reaver. He's been punished way too many times trying to make this Sim work. And now without a photon barrier, it's going to come down to a neutral, but there's a lot of good ultimates on VP coming up.
Sky has had this Kitsune Rush 3 bites in a row. Exodial falls early. Now you end up using the Rush, but you're both hit. Sky and Tread hit with anti-heal. A bio there that comes in from Gala at the beginning of that fight. So you're not going to get much of anything with that Kitsune Rush. Crispy off on an off angle there, just flying through the air on the Juno. Not much of any help as VP gets a 3-1 win.
We saw some moments there of genuine, dare I even say, brilliance from Gen G. Not without the mistakes. It was scrappy on that Esperanza map 3. But all of that goodwill fades away when you just look at this Atlas map, and it's a 3-0, and it wasn't a particularly close 3-0. Yes, there were moments where for Gen G, they held the lead. They actually started with the lead. I believe both the opening first point and that third point, they had the lead, right? They couldn't hold on to it. Once the flip came on through, it was all done and dusted, and Icestomp just walks away, does whatever he wants on this map. Zero punishment, zero pressure, no counters at all. Nothing to deal with Icestomp. You're wondering, you mentioned this, Matt, how did he live so long? And he lived long enough that he only died one time this whole map, FYI. How does he live so long? Because nothing shuts him down. Nothing targets him, nothing shuts him down. Icestomp gets to play the freest game of his life, and that's a 3-0 cleanup on the final map for a 3-1 result.
Just quickly double checking if I muted myself everywhere, which I didn't. So hi, I'm back. And this series had competitive moments. Thank you so much, Matt. Appreciate you. No, this series had competitive moments, and that's honestly something you mentioned heading into this one, Matt, right? We're not expecting Gen G to win it, but they need to look competitive. They did win a map, although that got a little scrappy at the very end there. Map 1, map 4, not competitive, but 2 and 3, I think, is where we should focus on if we're a Gen G believer.
I mean, yes, they were more competitive, but I also think now we have these questions about just kind of the support line of Gen G. Hey, it's our boy Cargo, DHL Daily Highlights,
That's good, Cargo.
It's clearly like Crispy can only, no, maybe not only, that's too strong, but they heavily want to lean into him playing Lucio at all costs.
That's going to be
is that a result of none of those 4 support players being able to play Buyang, or is that just the team not believing in the Buyang?
Just
They're not the only team who's straying away from Wuyang.
He's unfortunately too good in this meta. Not to say that he's a requirement, like, oh, you don't play Wuyang, you lose. But guess what? If you get one of your key supports targeted and there's no good alternatives here, Juno is not it. Juno is not going to do enough in this meta after all of her nerfs, how quick this meta moves. We're essentially in mostly a dive meta. I mean, what do we have? A Hazard into Doom matchup, and even when we move away from that, it's a Zarya. It's still pretty quick. You're still looking at Traces. You're still looking at a bunch of dive-ish heroes. But point being, Juno is not going to bring enough to the table here. So that is a major point of soreness for the side of Gen G. You got 4 supports. You got to clean this up. There's just no way, no excuse that no one on this team can give you a Wuyang in these moments.
It's tough. I mean, you got to be able to play Wuyang. I mean, you have how many support players? You got like 4 on the roster, supposedly. Like, you have to be able to have somebody who can do that, or somebody working on it, and to have to use all of your bans essentially to just protect the support line. It's crazy to me.
Yeah, that's a commitment if I've ever seen one. Also interesting to see Gen G leaning into the sim a little more heavy than other teams are. Granted, I guess against VP, that quote-unquote makes sense, since it was the Symmetra they struggled with and against.
Oh, Backbone, I think
Stage 2, that is.
He's playing into his comfort zone. Actually, I think that was part of maybe the win condition he had to talk about, like, what do we need to see in terms of heroes out from Gen G, and they do need to start looking towards some of those comforts. Not to the point where, like, you get banned out and your option is Juno, but at least for Backbone, we know he's capable of playing Sim. It's just what I said at the beginning of the entire match, which is I don't know if Gen G have had enough time together as a team, and Backbone is a player who's been out of the game for a couple stages. He played on SSG last year, but this stage is his first professional outing for this entire 2025 year. So he's been personally out of the game, out of being on teams. And so there just needs to be a lot more gelling to make these sim comps look actually good. You want to look at good sim comps. Look what Qadsiah and team can do with sim. That's the benchmark, and you needed a lot of time to be able to gel your team and work on that to make that work. So Backbone's hero pool is a bit of a concern as well, because Kevsa just showed what Tracer can do, and Backbone, he's not going to be able to do that.
That excuse of like having been out of the mix for a little bit would fly really well if Hawk didn't also make a return out of retirement and absolutely smacks it.
Hawk's different. No, he's built different.
It's built okay. Well, I wasn't considering their builds. I'm sorry, Avril. But that wraps up week 2 for EMEA. What were your personal takeaways here, Matt, for this second day? Second week.
The first day of the second week.
First day of the second day. There we go. We got there in the end.
I was like, I'm pretty sure we're back tomorrow. I was like,
lots of words and numbers,
unless
okay?
We're just like, it's like NBA, we're just gonna like run those games on simulation and just report you guys the scores. But no, I'm pretty sure we're here tomorrow. Gen G played a bit better today than expected. I would like to see them obviously put together some better performances, because you look at that map differential, it's kind of ugly. I mean, if they don't win Esperanza, they are tied for last with Quick. I mean, that's kind of how down to the wire that is. They better hope like the good guys in Quick don't really put it together, and they might need some help, because they're going to be in a position where, look, even finishing 6th or 5th, like, you're playing Alcad or like VP or one of these teams like really early on. You'd love to try and get the easiest of those opponents, like in that 4th slot.
Gen G, despite being a partner team, it's possible for them to get relegated here, so they need to make sure they stay above that green line. And the way to do that is the easy matchups, quote unquote easy matchups, for them are going to be Quick and good guys A&M, and really this team should be on. They should be competing against and beating Peps as well. They've already lost Division 3-0. That was not a clean game for them in terms of, well, it just wasn't a good game because they just got wiped out 3-0 here. They got the one map versus VP, which is impressive. It shows that they were able to sort of bounce back and improve over the course of the week. And now we'll see what they can do tomorrow, because tomorrow they got against Quick. And looking at how Quick performed today, Hollywood shenanigans and, tomfoolery aside, Quick, when they were trying, they did not look competitive versus Qadsiah. That could be the Qadsiah effect. It might just be Alcad is so good that this is what Alcad do to any team that's not in the top 3.
They kind of do.
Quick don't look competitive enough. They didn't look nearly competitive enough in that series. Gen G versus Quick, that's a winnable game for Gen G, and they need to capitalize on that. If they lose versus Quick, there's a real chance Gen G end up bottom 2.
Exactly, because their upcoming schedule is very heavy in the back, right? The last two teams they're facing off in week 5 and 6 are going to be Twisted Minds and Qadsiah, not necessarily in that order. I don't have it like in my head right now, but those are the last 2 games that they will be having. So they need to win all the games in the middle after having a slow start in week 1. So yeah, 2-match weekend for them this time around. Quick Esports, their next opponent. I'm interested to see what they have in store for us tomorrow. Avril, what was your big takeaway here from our EMEA region in week 2?
Yeah, I think it really was what I said, which is like I think Genji absolutely need to win their game tomorrow. Otherwise, they are really risking bottom 2. But I do think, you know, based on what KSA is saying, is it a competitive region? It is. However, it is also a very top-heavy region because, as you mentioned, it's top 3 and everyone else. And top 3, by the way, only 3 teams from this region get to go to Stockholm at the end of the year. So if you're out of that top 3, you are not going to Worlds.
That's right. So every match matters. Let's take a look at today's schedule as we are done and dusted with EMEA, but we do have 2 NA matches coming up. Which one of these are you going to keep an eye out for, Matt?
I mean, I just want to see how Geek and Team Liquid perform. I don't know if there's like one specific match I'm like, oh yeah, that's going to be awesome, but I want to see how these 2 teams kind of keep pace. In NA looking to be like the best in that region.
I got Tree, RuPaul, and Cuffer on my fantasy team, so I'm going to be farming some points today. I'm afraid for everyone else, this is going to be a good day for me.
I do love that our fantasy teams just made us have so many stakes in matches, even if they don't necessarily are, you know, like title matches, I dare say. But that's it for EMEA. Avril, Matt, thank you so much for lending us your wrinkly brains for this one. We're going to see both of you again tomorrow. For now, we're heading into a quick break. And on the other side of this, it will be Jaws and Necron, all things NA. You don't want to miss it.
Truffle told me nothing in the world is as yielding as water, but in its ebb and flow, I honestly forget the rest, so I'll just go with the flow. Booyah, making a splash. Always good to hydrate. Much better. Easy! Oh, check me out! Bye! Ultimate's ready. You're protected. Go make a splash. Hope you brought a change of clothes. Guess my training's paying off. Let's keep it going. Li Wang Honglan! Wouldn't want to be ya! You just witnessed my most famous party trick.
One stage left. No cushion, no do-overs.
That is that, folks. Qadsiah closed the book.
Every map matters. Every second counts.
Rocket is looking clean with his plays. You can't win this fight.
World Finals on the line. Stockholm in sight.
Just lasered. I mean, there's just nothing stopping Chronic right now.
Hold W. Win. Ticket punched.
The bowler just detonates everybody.
Lose. GG's. Season over.
In a dominant position. Oh, what? That flick was insane.
The strongest will rise. The rest will watch you.
What? There's no way. GK have done it.
Rise as champions. OWCS Stage 3 starts now.
Hello and welcome to OWCS Stage 3, Week 2, Day 1. We just wrapped all things EMEA and we'll be heading into our 2NA matches now. And joining me for this one are Rose and Jack, my besties. Coordinated, as always. How are you feeling? How we're doing? How are we doing after watching EMEA? Yeah, that's good enough for me. Jack, my expectations are very low.
Yeah, that's you know what?
My
Fair
bar
enough.
is low.
We're a hoodie type broadcast.
Matt,
Everybody knows this.
know.
Yeah, I mean, look.
That's right. I just took off my hoodie because
So true.
he was onto it. He was onto it. Speaking of things he did not get right, meta. Jack, I know you're a EMEA enjoyer. Hog v Hog.
I love that
Legs
one.
were out.
Yeah, that was a lot of fun.
How are we feeling?
The craziest thing about that, the Mercy pick from Kellex, is he was just permanently doing the glide jump, hop, super hop, super hop, super hop, just to try and
Just
get
showing
snow.
the tech, man.
Yeah, it's like, okay, well, the winner's going to shoot me, but they're going to miss, so it's fine. So they just kept doing the super bounce like over and over again. I'm like, okay, bro, this is a little silly. And then they let the cap go all the way through third. So I'm like, okay, well, they're going to end this at some point, but, you know, expected outcome. But it was a fun match.
I haven't laughed that hard in a while. That was a great
I
map.
love that for you.
I had so much
Also,
fun.
Nekra, did you have a good birthday?
I did have a good birthday for the most part. Thank you.
I still have confetti around my desk.
Still haven't cleaned up. It's just everywhere.
That's right. Yeah, you know,
So
it's
sorry.
again, it wasn't glitter, so that's the good news. But that's where the good news stopped. Now, I do have good news. We have 2 matches on the docket, so let's take a look at today's schedule once again to see what's coming our way in our NA region. It's just 2 matches. We do, I believe, expect them to be about as one-sided as what we've seen from EMEA, but you know, that shouldn't stop the teams from having fun with it. GK definitely a team that has not been tested really in week 1. They kind of make that one quick, so I'm interested to see if Sakura can make them sweat a little more. Let's talk about Sakura, shall we? Obviously they came into this stage with some changes, but we saw some bright spots. I think Zep Zarya was definitely a difference maker. Zomba on Tracer, always a sight to behold.
Yeah, I think, look, Zomba PDK, really good DPS. Zomba, one of the best Tracer players on North American ladder for a long while, even was reaching like top 10 when the Overwatch League was around, when all the Korean players were playing in North America, when the region was at its strongest in terms of like solo queue strength. I think the team has a lot to hope for in this series against GK. I did actually speak to PDK this morning, and he's like, their DPS are like Thanos, man. Like, you just can't kill them, and they're so good on everything. Although he still has a lot of confidence that they can beat GK in any kind of comp. They're not too scared about anything, but realistically, GK are the favorites in this series. But, you know, the tenacity and the underdog potential from Sakura, it was their last stage, and it's going to continue.
And they got the kawaii vibes going for them. I think another teams that we should be talking about after 1 week of play has got to be Nightmare. Nekra, they only really managed to take away control maps. That said, I do think there is a big caveat that they had a rough opening week, okay? They had to go up against Team Liquid as well as... who else did they go up against?
SSG.
Am I trying SSG, that's right. There we go. I got there in the end. So that's not the easiest schedule to kick things off in stage 3.
It's not, and I think Nightmare are also working through some of their roster changes. They have such a versatile roster, and I love the fact that they've got their off-tank mode with Painkiller, as well as their main tank mode with Rhino. I think this is going to give them a lot of flexibilities they had into the rest of the stage, and who better to limit test the options that they have than 2 of the best teams in North America. So Vibes should still be quite high on this team. I'm really hopeful that as we get a chance to take a look at them tomorrow, they'll start to turn things around, even though they are starting out the season 0-2 for this stage.
Yeah, and the 0-2 on control is just on Ilios. There's no Lee Zhang Tower in there. It's just 0-2. So you're expecting Nightmare to move on forward and just continuing to pick this map. Although, to be fair, in North America, we've had one other control map, that being Lee Zhang. It's mainly been Ilios for most teams. Not too surprising considering the meta, though. So yeah, it's a good spot for Nightmare to be in. Starting strong on control. They just need to finish out the rest of the series as equally as strong.
Absolutely. And of course, you can catch all the action, not just here on our stream. We also have featured co-streamers each and every day of broadcast who will be covering these matches that you're seeing on your screen. Screen. You can scream too. You can scream for these guys. How about that? And they might be streaming and screaming as well. We talked about how distinguished Apply looks in this.
Yeah, he looks a dapper young gentleman for sure. I would definitely check out Apply's stream. He does some insane VOD reviews. They're actually really funny. So yeah, go check him out.
We had both of them as guests here as well, which was always a good time. So I make sure to share some love with them. It's been great. Maybe we get to pick their brains again very soon. For now, though, I want to pick the two of yours' brains and talk about these two teams we're going to see in that first match. Let's start with GK. I mentioned it earlier today. I don't really feel like we've learned a lot from their first showing in week 1 because, quite frankly, it was just kind of a stump. Okay, we expect them to look good in this meta given what is currently being played. So, you know, with the ball, with the Winston and the Tracers, like Lethal being a hard hit scan, so the Soj and Cassidy, like this all should be playing into their wheelhouse.
1000%. I mean, look, if there's one team you want to play dive on, it's probably this. I'm excited to see how Lethal just continues to kind of adapt. I think we've seen a little bit more Reaper, especially in EMEA. So will he end up teetering towards the Reaper versus the Sombra? But I think, like PDK said to me today, they are Thanos on the DPS. So no matter what they play, they're going to bring their best, and it's going to be a tough road ahead for any team that's going to face them. I would expect them to be rank 1 at the end of the stage, as they've continued to be over the last few. I mean, the roster is just stacked from head to toe. And I even saw a quote earlier this week saying Ultraviolet's potentially the best Wu Yang in North America as well. So, you know what? Take that to the international stage, and we'll see.
Especially when Ultraviolet is actually among some of the other North American Wuyang players that are picking that main perk with the triple orbs for Wuyang over the ebb and flow that's going to give you that tidal wave moving back and forth. Those triple orbs with the falling ring give you so much more damage, and so I'm pumped to see if Ultraviolet continues to stick to that, or if we are going to see a bit of a change depending on the matchup that they have. But I've been loving watching his Wuyang so far.
That's right. Yeah, Team Z last week was not posing a challenge for this squad, but maybe Sakura can do it. What do we want to see from Sakura today heading into this match?
Just a lot of like headstrong play. Just be confident in your own game and be confident in how you want to move, because GK, they are a team that if you give them an inch, they'll take a mile, as the classic saying goes, as Caster has to mention it at least once every single stage. But
at least,
if you end up playing on the back foot, especially in this more fast meta, you will just get bowled over. Like, you cannot let them take space for free. Like, that's the only thing. And Zomba's not going to let you do that on the Tracer, and the Tracer doors are going to be just ridiculous this series, or at least I hope so. So yeah, it's just being confident in your own play. That is just going to be the key for Sakura. The underdog story, it's there, it always is. You just got to bring it today.
Yeah, I hope they keep sticking to this Zarya, Reaper, Tracer, Kiriko, Lucio. I know it didn't inevitably get them the win versus Space Station, but you got a chance to see those two DPS players, PDK and Zomba, on two incredible heroes for them. Zomba being one of the best Tracers, and of course PDK being able to bring it up on any of those hit scan heroes. Reaper just being as strong as it is with those Zarya bubbles. I think we're going to see hopefully some good signs of life out of Sakura for this match today.
We certainly hope so. SSG, their opponent from last week, was also playing extra sweaty. Like, they did not give them anything to work with. Let's see if it's going to be a different story in today's match, as we're about to head into this first NA matchup of day 1. But for now, we're heading into a very quick break. But don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Are the teams not ready?
Welcome back, friends. The teams are almost ready, and that means we get to see our first match in NA for the day. I'm cozy, I'm comfy, I joined Team Hoodie, I got my water, I'm going to be hydrated. Let's take a look at the Sakura roster to see who's going to start for this squad, and hoping to make a dent in their opponents. There it is. No big surprises there.
Yeah, no big shocks. X10 probably not showing her face this stage unless we transition to a hard hit scan or like Freya Sojourn kind of comp where maybe things slow down a little bit. Maybe the mid-season patch brings some small changes to Wu Yang, or to changes to dive tanks, or to some of the like Orisa Amalga style tanks. But for the moment, it will be Zombra and PDK just continuing to play this Tracer and then whatever PDK wants to play on the day. I don't think it's going to be Junkrat, though. But maybe. We saw some Junkrat in EMEA. But the likelihood is pretty good. Would never say never. We did see Mercy today as well, so.
The zoning rat went kind of hard, got them the point, just saying. Space was created. So maybe take a page out of them, but please don't. Actually, do not do that. Take it serious. You want to see some good, honest Overwatch. Yeah, exactly. Not against GK. That's not where you want to experiment. Or maybe it is, just to throw them off. We're about to find out what they have in store for us in our first map. So please, friends, take it away.
Yeah, thank you very much, Zoe. Yeah, GK versus Sakura Heroes. I mean, look at Sakura's last game against SSG, who is a team that has leveled up considerably throughout the off-season. I mean, especially having a Chronic being onboarded. They didn't do so hot. Like, we're talking 0 meters on Esperanza, very lackluster performance on the Control and Rialto as well. GK aren't exactly going to be an easier opponent here. So what are your kind of expectations when it comes to Sakura's kind of ban strat coming in? Because we know GK and even PDK says their DPS are like Thanos. Where can you really target to maybe slow down GK a little bit?
You know Kuffa's going to want to play the Wrecking Ball, so I think you have to ban that out, especially when we're going to be starting things off on Control. Wrecking Ball can get a lot of value on these Control maps, so it doesn't surprise me at all to see Sakura use that ban right away onto the Wrecking Ball. And we do see a ban from GK for the Moira. Not really sure how much Z and Natsuki were going to pick up that particular hero, but I love the Wrecking Ball ban from Sakura right away.
Yeah, Wrecking Ball's so strong on this map, especially on something like Night Market. Yeah, the Moira Bank's a bit interesting. We've seen a little bit of it, to be fair. EMEA, a little sprinkling. NA, a little sprinkling. But realistically, if you want to just take something off the table that you don't need to worry about later on, then that's fine. I think not throwing away a ban, but getting rid of something that isn't a priority this early on in a series, it isn't too much of a detriment to a strategy. It looks like we're starting off on a little bit of Night Market, as we'll see how Zomba and PDK deal with Lethal and My Moan. And My Moan, Rose, has also been kind of flavor of the week DPS a little bit. We've seen a little bit of Venture, a little bit of Sombra, a little bit of this, a little bit of that. Loving the Venture in this meta, but this is something that I wanted to see coming into this series. A My Moan Tracer versus Zomba. I would take Zomba on the head-to-head, but surrounded by the rest of GK, different story.
Yeah, unfortunately, last week we did see the Tracer get bound out really early from their match versus Team Z, so that's why we ended up seeing Maimon come out on the Venture. It would surprise me a little to see Maimon pick up the Venture now that the Tracer is on the table. So for both teams, we do see the Symmetra to get those teleporters, get the team out faster, and then see Zomba and Maimon switch back over to the Tracers respectively. But look at how aggressive GK are playing this.
Yeah, Zomba's super low too, had to recall already. Didn't end up dashing towards the point. Cup has separated the heals from the rest of the team, but PDK waiting on the point, actually teleported to the window really early on to try and get some positioning. And Sakura found the first pick. Lethal dead. There's a chance for GK to jump in on this point, but against the Reaper and the Zarya, it's gonna be a wait for 5 players and then push for GK.
Or just wait for Lethal to get a pick. This soldier can still have a lot of power, especially if you are going to be charging up on something like this Zarya without the bubble. But it is tough when Dev does have so many bubbles to work with. You don't really want to give over unnecessary charge to this Zarya that's just going to be up close to this Winston. Look at how low Kuffa gets already from the beam damage from this Zarya.
And this is really good against these dive comps, right? There's Zarya and the Reaper. The Reaper can stay around for almost an infinite amount of time with a couple of the bubbles. My Moan wins out the 1v1 though against Zomba. As Zev now pretty damn low, almost takes a railgun headshot from Lethal, but managed to scurry for cover. GK in the midst of this battle have also managed to cap the point as Z and Zev just jump off the map, knowing the fight is done and done, as My Moan picks up another kill. Sakura, 30% on board, but they've got a really early rush.
The rush is going to be good, but what about this Tracer pulse bomb from Maimon? I mean, think you could just go ahead and try to throw that in, force out some of those cooldowns like the Suzu, or, you know, look at if Natsuki is able to actually get this title blast up.
Oh, I love that rush straight over the top there. Lethal's already dead. This has been twice now that GK have lost Lethal so early on in the fight. My Moan, Qadsiah backpedaling slightly, but there's the Tidal Blast straight onto the point and going for Z, but a swift Suzu there will stop the knockdown from happening. Qadsiah dodges out of the way of the pulse bomb, however, and the sound barrier from Admiral is just going to keep Qadsiah in the fight. Still has the leap and a bubble up in a couple of seconds. He does manage to isolate Z away from the rest of the team, and here comes the Tidal Blast attached to Zeb. Qadsiah does end up falling, so that separation of heals from Qadsiah just didn't really matter at all. And a Graviton Surge to add just more salt to the wound as Admiral tries to escape. Sakura find the flip there. An expensive fight though for Sakura.
Super expensive, but I think the Graviton Surge was well worth it at the end. You don't want to allow GK to just have the immense pressure to come back. You know, imagine leaving those supports alive. It's Lethal's still going to be able to find the pick, but now this has become even harder.
Yeah, really nice catch on PDK. Kind of sniffed the Reaper out, who was hiding in the rafters. Quick push onto the point. Now the Primal Rage and a free cap once again for GK. Now there's a lot of boops on the horizon. This Primal Rage as well as Admiral playing in that window, just separating the entire team. Qadsiah finds 2 with Primal. And UV also gets himself on the board with a couple. Sakura, they've got another rush. PDK has got the ult. So a Death Blossom rush on the point, but they've actually got to get there, which is going to be the big problem.
It's so tough. You saw Z be able to use that Kitsune Rush to at least try to close the distance the last time that ultimate was available. But look at how far forward GK are playing. They also have the Lucio to speed them out if they need to. Just amp it up speed, get back to the point. And you also have the ability to kite away from this Death Blossom. It might not be a huge factor in this next fight, but they're on last fight territory, so they've got to start popping ultimates now.
PDK jumps to the point, and there's the rush to try and create space in the mid. Tidal Blast on the Winston goes straight for the front line, but looks like Zeb managed to bubble off that damage and the knockdown. But look who's alone, up on the high ground. Natsuki just gets jumped on by Lethal, pounced on his prey. They've let go of the point, but it doesn't really matter for GK. If you get 95+%, you're going to be fine giving up the point for a brief moment. PDK at least finds one, but a pulse bomb on My Moan forces the swift step from Z and chasing Zeb away. A good stick and a good kill there for My Moan, as now he tries to chase Z out of the fight. Force the swift step once more as the OT touch comes in from Zomba.
Oh, great recognition of those Zarya bubbles being down so you could land the pulse, and My Moan was already putting so much pressure onto the Zarya that now it's just going to be staggers back onto the point to see if Sakura can keep triggering this overtime.
My guy is farming right now on the Tracer. Another swift step force, Sound Barrier comes in, and Zeb, unfortunately, late to the party and late to an ult. 4% off that grab. Could have been the difference maker, but GK ended up rounding the round out in quite consistent fashion. Although Sakura, you know, they got some time on the board, so I'd be happy with that.
A celebratory sound barrier at the end there. They definitely didn't need it to win that fight, but it was very cute to put it as the cherry on top of that last team fight. Wow, I mean, this is insane. You could actually, so we were talking a little bit about that. First of all, yes, 0 deaths for My Moan, 13 elims. But I want to talk about the damage that Ultraviolet is doing on the Wuyong. We talked a little bit about the perk difference between taking the major perk of the Falling Rain versus the Ebb and Flow. And you'll see why a lot of these Wuyongs, especially when they've got that aim, are taking the Falling Rain. He's got more damage on his team than the DPS.
Yeah.
It's nuts.
Look at it. I mean, this spam is just obnoxious from Ultraviolet. It is a little ridiculous. Because when you hit the triple, did you see the triple shot, double triple shot on Zeb? Falls to half, Lethal just railguns him once and he dies. It is just insane. And you can see why people are saying, you know, maybe this guy is the best Wuyong right now in the world. Again, we'll have to wait until we get to the international stage to prove that point, which, to be fair, isn't too far away.
But look at how he's arcing the orbs, too. He just really understands the weapon. I think that's what's going to be fun about watching all of these high-level Wuyong players. I'm definitely taking some notes for myself when I go bring this to ladder. But on this next team fight, too, see how far forward GK are playing with this. Cup is holding the door. Nosy has got jump to be able to kite away. And still, Ultraviolet, look how he's just
literally playing in the front line
PDK right now.
Yeah. I mean, PDK was forced to Wraith. You saw the Wraith happen. He ended up getting the mega health pack and then had to back up. Like, you can't cross the bridge. It's safe to say Ultraviolet is kind of carrying this game right now, both in terms of damage and just presence on the map. It's
absolutely.
Surely doesn't get another kill. Nice.
Well, never say never. But that's such an early Tidal Blast, and think about how much pressure that's going to put on this main bridge. You can give that over to Winston if you want to. I think Qadsiah, especially when everybody's starting to get quite low. Oh my god.
Absurd.
Now they don't even need the Tidal Blast.
Yep. PDK gets dominated again. Walks up, takes a couple of shots at Cover, trying to force him off that tree angle. Has to Wraith, goes to the Mega. As soon as he pops out, Ultraviolet can just quickly arc those shots around that corner. And they're just going to go early. Just trying to force them to use ults. Zomba attempts to touch the point, chased away.
GK have 5 ults right now. Cup is so close that I just have to count it, but the Kitsune rush here first from Seed. They just have to get something done with this. Sakura are really trailing behind. It's 75%, and they've just now touched the point.
Yeah, Sound Barrier connects with 4 there. Some with the Pulse Bomber, late beat from GK. A beautiful stick from Mimone as well. I mean, this is just utter domination from GK. And I expect nothing less, and I don't think the audience would expect anything less from them either. I'm sure a lot of you have got yours, in, a lot of these players in your fantasy lineup as well. Looks like Zomba's going to attempt to touch, but actually just hugging these health packs. And I don't think he can. There's going to be one person on the point at least, and that is PDK. Zomba dealt with by Lethal. But that Wraith Bomb is going to get forced pretty early once again as Cuppa pops the Primal Rage on the bridge. There goes the Reaper. Zeb's got Grav, but unfortunately, I think it's all over already. GK with a decisive map win on Lijiang Tower, taking it 2-0.
Sheer dominance, looking at Mimone, looking at Ultraviolet. I gotta see the stats now after that second round on Lijiang because Mimone still didn't die and Ultraviolet has the most damage on the entire team still. It's just not close. It just wasn't close.
Highest damage on the team and highest healing too. That is my GOAT support. And you can see how much they're picking on PDK. Guys, 4 and 11 on the Reaper, and being able to take that Falling Rain perk and connect with the Tracer, connect with the Reaper, force recalls, force blinks, force the Wraith Walk, the shift, and you are dominant. You're dominating, and it also allows Cuffer to walk up and be more aggressive. I mean, this team's just in sync. This meta looks almost built for them, and yeah, what more can you ask for? A little 2-0 for GK.
I was laughing a little bit at the nameplate that PDK has. Oh,
hey,
his easy prey.
I mean, it kind of is on the Reaper, right? I mean, you're such
I feel so bad saying that.
You've got the smallest hitbox in the world on the Reaper. It's like a mid-size hitbox when it comes to DPS at the very least.
But if you're getting the 3 orbs to the body too, it is just so challenging to stay alive.
Yes. It is.
Yeah, even just outside of the mobility cooldowns, like you were saying.
Yeah, forcing CDs, and then you're also in a position where you're having to grapple with the amount of CC that both Admiral and UV can provide. You can wave the Reaper away, you can bubble the Death Blossom, you can boop him, you can... PDK is like a pinball stuck in a pinball machine a lot of the time if he's going in, trying to create the space, trying to pressure Cuffer. And it looks rough out there, and you can see the stats. It is a little rough, a little 87 a limb versus 19 on the side of Sakura. I mean, GK are vying for that #1 seed coming out of North America going into Sweden.
Well, they won stage 1 and they won stage 2, and they're definitely looking to try to win that stage 3 to have that perfect season. And they're getting very close. They're already off to a great start with their match last weekend, and now if they can get another victory over Sakura, then they're really just kind of setting themselves up there. The hard part is still when you do have to face against all of the other teams that you expect to see at the World Finals, but it hasn't happened yet.
Yeah, a lot of those teams that you'd expect to give them a real challenge are actually in the later half of the stage, closer to the World Finals. And by the way, don't forget to get your tickets right now for the Stockholm land. It's going to be a good time. It was a good time last year. You can get a 1-day, 3-day VIP and some exclusive merch packages as well. So go on some of the socials, the OWCS socials. They'll have all the links there, or you can follow that link on your screens. We had to, I think, release some more VIP tickets because they already sold out. So yeah, make sure you go check that out. It's going to be a wonderful time. It's going to be a good time. And with GK having those tougher opponents, if we focus back in on this game, later in the stage, it's actually really good for them because you can just do a lot of research on Liquid, Nightmare, like any team that you perceive as a threat. You can go, okay, well, we got a lot of tape on you now. And if the mid-season patch rolls around and it doesn't change too much, then yeah, you're pretty chilling if you're GK. So definitely a preferred like staggering of extremely top tier teams in North America as they move on. Speaking of which, it will be Sakura choosing the next map, Rose.
I want to say we go to King's Row. I feel like that it maybe has the most potential in terms of being able to shut down the Wrecking Ball, as it's not as super viable in King's Row, even though we still have seen teams play it. But I also like Esperanza. Maybe play a bit more of the Zarya here. Maybe you ban out the Winston this time around and you just have to play against a slower tempo ball.
Just run in with the Wrecking Ball. I mean, that's, you know, Cover's going to be pulling the Wrecking Ball out for sure as we continue on. Maybe not on the King's Row if they do end up going there, but if we do go to King's Row, it's like, okay, well, we have to put Lethal on Hanzo now, and what a shame. Oh no, that sucks.
No,
why can't we
so
play
sad.
him on something else? This is so sad. Yeah, so yeah, Hanzo's been looking pretty decent actually over the last couple of weeks, including, you know, in ranked as well. So yeah, we'll see if GK can kind of continue this tempo through. Sakura did end up getting a couple of nice kills, but when it comes to like this dive and even the head-to-head, like I mentioned with Maimon and Zomba, they are right now just head and shoulders above Sakura.
I'm hoping we'll still be able to see some good signs here from Sakura, but it does get a little bit harder now that GK has banned out the Zarya. A pick that Zeb has really been favoring, even their match versus SSG. They were able to get a round win on Ilios well with the Zarya Reaper Tracer, and unfortunately that composition just didn't quite work out for them in the rest of the series. But banning out Wooyoung feels good. After what Ultraviolet did to you on that first map, I think you cannot let him play this hero again.
Sad that you only get one of those bans in this series. Yeah, you could also just play Ana here. Probably get countered by the Kiri, but you could do a little funny business if you really want. Do Kiri Ana. I wouldn't be too shocked to see that. Although with Admiral playing, it's probably going to be Lucio still. Yeah, Sakura with a very thoughtful ban going into this map. Let's load into Esperanza as our second map in this series. All right, Lethal. Hit scan. Okay. Let's see if he's going to stick with this. I would like to see some more Freya, honestly. You know Sakura also just going to be running it down on something like a Queen, like this Rush style. I still like the PDK on the Reaper, but again, it's actually connecting with the backline or like even connecting with the DPS, which is the problem for PDK in that last map. We'll see if it's a bit easier now with the Queen. Obviously, the Shout is definitely going to help PDK.
And the Lucio as well.
Something to be feared.
Yeah, like we saw Natsuki on the Wooyoung on the first map, and so now we're seeing the return to Lucio, which is a real standout pick here for Natsuki. So not only do you have the commanding shout, but you also have to amp it up on the speed. Should be a lot easier for this Reaper to get up close to the targets you want. I'm looking at Lethal, Admiral. I think you just kind of have to leave Kaffa alone with a composition like this and try to just focus either when you see Kaffa jump in like that or just try to go in after he's used his cooldown to start rolling away.
Everybody is so nimble though, apart from Lethal, sadly. Tried to end up dashing away, was actually on low ground. And now Maimon is in trouble, takes a couple of left clicks to the face, forced to recall. Ultraviolet also pretty damn low. In fact, on the wrong side of the map right now. Just kind of vibing out with Maimon as Admiral ends up getting soloed by Zeb. Good early push from Sakura. And this is really where they want to be as well. They want to be on the point. They want to just stick here and not a fight on the extremities against the Wrecking Ball.
They want to make that Wrecking Ball come to them. And so you will see the point presence, look at Kaffa having to just come to the cart. But you have now this Kiriko that just needs to swift step away. And all while that happens, Zomba gets caught out by Ultraviolet.
Get Shumba down, and with your Tracer dead, that means a lot less to kind of follow up onto Kaffa. And again, the kiting potential onto PDK cannot be understated. Good double kill from Admiral, but there is the bot in control of GK now.
It's tough because I think that Sakura just scattered there, and that's when the comp starts to become a lot less powerful. Maybe they saw an opportunity to go after somebody on the GK backline, and then that didn't quite work out for them since they all got picked apart, off-angled by Ultraviolet, and then just go from there. And now it's going to be Qadsiah waiting for the rollout to get to the backline of Sakura. At least they have the rush. You can match that for both teams, and the pulse bombs too. So this could still go Sakura's way if they're able to get the trajectory of this Qadsiah rush light and maybe land the pulse bomb.
Yeah, well, there's both the rushes, like you said, and Lethal already dies. But now Suki actually caught up by the Mega, not with the team. So 1-for-1 trade. Z now forced to use that swift step, including the Suzu. So WMIMO knows this Kiriko is a little bit more vulnerable. A shout, though, is going to save the Kiriko for the time being. Because once again, Mimone just trying to find a pick on this extremity. However, now the bot in control of Sakura. Looks like they're going to have to back off, or at least for the time being, as Qadsiah ends up just bowling straight into the backline. There is an ult here from Zeb, and in fact, let's get a quick listen in from GK as they head into this next fight.
All on. Blue left, look blue, quick blue. All on. All on. Blue down. Rip low. Carry left.
Alright.
Go on, I can't help you.
That's right. That's good. Maybe you will point.
Stay point.
Yeah, I can.
I got
for I'll Kiri ult.
Content play. Yeah, I have Bell for Queen ult.
Yeah, they're gonna like beat push tennis probably.
We can look for Ajax under Lou.
All the carry.
Look for Ajax, make better beats.
Yes.
Queen no left. I saw Queen low. Push out. I'm up top of Dennis. Mermaid. Queen low. I'm gonna be on Trey.
Dip in, UV.
Yeah, I'm on. I should be fine.
Still getting fine. Queen went.
Oh, I can't help Polly.
Yeah.
You're fine.
Ripper carry top. Ripper weak. Yeah. I can get better beat now. Can we look for push Lucian?
Lou under right.
Push.
Queen one.
3-2, same beat.
Queen one.
Last.
Carry one.
Ripper one.
All
on me. Yeah, Trailer under.
Ripper.
Maybe he's out. Wait, what? I haven't seen Pulse Reaper. I think he's out. Pulse Reaper, Kitty, and Queen.
I'll take Trey.
Only a beat.
I think Trey behind.
Okay, I want to go with Kyriel. Can you set up for a slam on my Kyriel, Qadsiah?
They're far right.
Really nice team comms there from Ultraviolet. GK saying, like, look, we can go for the better beat. We just need to survive the initial engagement from Sakura, and they do just that. Avril managed to slink away at 40 HP, and they ended up coming out on top. Here comes the push now around the corner after that checkpoint. Ultraviolet does end up going down, however, but Nasuki is going to be the focus here of Qadsiah, just blows through the back line. Great teleport away by Z. But here comes the bot. Sakura managed to steal it away for the time being, but again, GK just fighting on these off angles. Even a Mind on the point. GK haven't got really the numbers, though, to stick around, but they can buy time. And it looks like PDK right now and Zeb a little bit too scared to fight in a 1v2 versus Mimone. But okay, Qadsiah eventually thrown down to the floor. And it should be a win from Sakura if they can actually stabilize.
They still stabilized with 3 ultimates as well. That last team fight went so fast that they were able to hold on to the Stuff Blossom as well as this Rampage. It was a little bit more difficult, I think, in that open space to land it. And the team is still going to be quite mobile. So I think maybe even making use of either of those ultimates will be a little bit tough. But let's see if they can get the job done.
This Rampage is going to be tough to actually connect. Not only because of the Suzu, but no one's really all standing in the same place at once. Mimone in the 1v1 versus Zomba. Off onto that mega health pack. Slam comes in. Oh, Natsuki got dominated there. Slam down, goes up, Lethal just bolts him in the sky. And that Rampage connects with only one, and it is Qadsiah. And Wrecking Ball can just roll away. Probably doesn't even need to get Suzu'd in that situation either. Lethal holding down the bot so it doesn't get anywhere near the checkpoint. And with 4 minutes to go, yeah, Sakura looking for a miracle.
The bot's even getting pushed all the way back into GK territory as these fights are messy. Jack, they are happening all over the place and no real true coordinated team fight just yet. Even the Rampage only getting 1. Zeb actually, after using that ultimate, is going to switch over to the D.Va. D.Va's going to have that defense matrix to deal with somebody like Lethal on that Freya. And you can also maybe, if you can have your head on that swivel, be able to eat up a pulse bomb too. Not up quite yet here for Mimone, but maybe Zeb can get back into the fight a little bit better and also also help out with a bit more of this chaotic fight.
Amel almost got focused down there. There is the beats. A lot of that damage actually sent towards PDK's way was Matrix in the end, but Cuppa is going to force Zeb all the way back. A better beat, though, for Sakura potentially here. Only one on board, and Suki does manage to land it on top of the high ground there, so an instant sound barrier rather than a small cast knife. Admiral Lethal die, and yeah, checkpoint secured, so that will be forward spawns here for GK. But they can come back with a rush. They've got mines as well. Lethal switching over to the Sojourn. I mean, this is a slow bleed out. They need to find a pick. They need to find something. Natsuki trying to play Minesweeper right now, but it's going to get chased by both Maimone and Cuppa after those mines connect with the ground.
All the way pushed back into a corner, and this is where Ultraviolet takes the chance to turn the tide with that Kitsune rush. Oh, you got the pulse bot too. Right when Z was vulnerable.
Yeah, Z, I think teleported it in there to try and help Natsuki, but ended up sitting on the pulse bomb like an egg there, and it hatched, and unfortunately that hatch was a rather large explosion. GK now with no ults on board, doesn't matter, because they got checkpoint, they got forward spawns, and there's 2 minutes to go with Sakura's ult bank looking as empty as theirs.
That just means you're going to have to win with raw mechanical skill right now, and especially with how long some of these fights are taking. Oh, but that's a good start. Zomba actually finds a pick on Ultraviolet and Lethal, while Cup is just trying to play Distractor in the back.
Yeah, but they need clean fights. Ideally, you only let one player fall. Lucio, not too bad, can get back to the point in time, but you need clean engagements now if you're Sakura. You need a team wipe, and then one more maybe to even get the lead. They've got a rush, they can do it, and Zomba could go massive. If he connects the pulse bomb onto someone like Admiral or Lethal, and there's no saving grace to the Suzu, that could be what they need.
They've done it before. When Z had this Kitsune rush, just let PDK go absolutely wild on this Reaper. And if you can actually place it with a good time, or you can catch somebody like Minor without blinks, even Lethal as well without the power slide.
Oh, what a stick.
Zomba!
That's exactly the stick they were looking for. Lethal down. Ultraviolet did TP towards the Sojourn, but there was no saving grace to that Suzu. Natsuki is going considerably low, but once again, Zeb coming in clutch. Matrix all the pulse pistol shots, and Natsuki survives, and they get the checkpoint as well. A pulse bomb from Maimone. He laces down Zomba, who was just on the checkpoint alone. Natsuki was off to the sidelines, but wasn't in a good enough condition to actually contest Maimone. PDK now looking for a kill onto Admiral, who's holding onto that sound barrier. A nice little boop away, but this 1v1 is going to end with a kunai to the back of Admiral's head. And with 90 meters lead from GK, it's good for them as well, as they've stolen the bot. 30 seconds to go as Cuffer is just leading this robot directly towards the checkpoint of Sakura's side of the map. This is disaster.
Oh, but Zomba actually finds Maimone in a duel out on the side. But unfortunately, Lethal is going to be able to use that charge shot to get rid of that mech. And without the tank, it's going to be a really difficult fight for Sakura to come back in. And the overclock too.
It's impossible, Rose, unfortunately. A 2-man sound barrier from Natsuki. Cuffer stealing the bot away, meaning that Sakura had to split their focus as GK end up taking Esperanza, and they lead the series 2-0.
Oh man, I actually thought that there was a really good chance there for Sakura to come back in and make that final little bit of meterage quite close. If they were able to stick together as a team, I think especially if Zomba doesn't go down there, then you do have a bit more pressure from your DPS. And then Zeb loses the mech, and it was just all over from there. Look at the numbers from PDK, though. I mean, so much better off on this map. You're also doing over 9k damage, and that feels really good, especially towards the back half of the map. I feel like PDK really came to life and is able to do a lot more with the Reaper, being able to find some more of those instant pickups.
Yeah, and like I think a lot of that is because Wu Yang was banned, so he's not forced to use every CD in the book to get out of the way of Ultraviolet.
Maybe that was part of it for sure, but...
Yeah, who is still putting up big numbers. Second highest damage on the team. Not too bad whatsoever, just behind Maimone there at the very end. But this is GK looking about as strong as we kind of expected. Sakura, though, they look better compared to their game versus SSG last week. See if that trend will continue in this map. Maybe they'll even take the next one. But right now, this is GK playing at their best. Wu Yang cannot be banned anymore by Sakura. Same with the Wrecking Ball. So, I mean, maybe we go to a King's Row to force them off the ball pick. But this is looking like a GK win from here on out.
Otherwise, maybe you end up going to something like Saravasa and you ban out the Sojourn. I don't know. I'm trying to think of the other targeted bans that you could do for the rest of the series, but I think that King's Row is probably the safest bet with making the ball a little bit less good, but it's still going to be so tough. Wuyang gets, I think, even better on King's Row than some of these other maps that we've had, especially with a lot of those buildings that you can bank the shots off of and all the corners that you can play around. But
yeah, it does feel like an upwards hill battle right now for Sakura, but I think week on week improvement is definitely coming to the forefront for them. So you've got to be happy about that. I mean, feeling confident coming into this series, you've got to be. If you're not confident when you're playing your game, you're not going to be playing at your best. And I think with this being your second opponent of week 2 of stage 3, you're feeling okay. If we lose this, it's all good. We've still got different opponents later down the line. Maybe we even take a map off of the Team Liquid as we kind of evolve this meta a little bit more. We'll have to see where they want to take us, though. Like I said, Wuyang and Ball can't be banned from their side. So do you think GK end up banning another DPS here? Where are your thoughts when it comes to that?
I think if Sakura did want to go for another target ban, they could consider trying to ban out the Sojourn on a more Sojourn-favored map. But as it stands right now, most often than not, I feel like hit scans are still not the direction a lot of teams want to lean into if they can help it. Instead, they're really putting Reaper into that hit scan position instead, which is what we are seeing Sakura try to do. So target ban that way, or yeah, go to King's Row. I feel like those are two of your best options right now if you're Sakura.
Yeah, Kings would make a whole lot of sense. I mean, you can still play the Queen there, the Zarya too. Zarya can't be banned. It was banned in that last map, which would have been super good against the Wrecking Ball as well. Just being able to save people and push PDK more into the backline as well. So yeah, we'll have to see where GK also kind of pivot their bans going into the next map. I think the Queen, yeah, it does leave a lot to be desired. I think the pick right now, especially with the prevalence of something like a Zarya, can be quite tough to actually make work. Wrecking Ball as well, also pretty decent against the Queen, just not being in a range where she becomes effective. It does end up helping the Reaper in the fight, but it can be tough to execute against a team of GK's caliber. Saravasa is actually going to be the map pick here for Sakura. Okay.
Well, I did say it could be Saravasa or King's Row, right? Just like if you want to, sure, go ahead and ban out the Sojourn. But I think like Wuyang's still super good here. Maybe you do end up feeling like you play a little bit like Admiral's going to be perfect for this. Just play Lucio Wuyang. I don't think you really want to try to ban out the Lucio if you're Sakura, because then that also hurts your own team when you're trying to play Flashpoint and trying to go fast. But I do wonder, maybe like, do GK ban out Reaper? do they ban out like Tracer?
Yeah, you could. I don't think you ban out the Tracer. Well, you could actually ban out the Tracer.
You could,
because my mom if you're GK,
play something else.
Yeah, right. My mom can just flex. So it's like, okay, I'll just play literally anything else. The guy is kind of a flex god. So with the Sojourn ban, I actually don't mind that too much. Oh, sorry, the Reaper ban, I don't mind that too much, but then PDK is probably just gonna play Sojourn. Definitely prefers that hero, I'd imagine, over the Reaper. But yeah, we'll have to see. I'm curious, because GK at this point, it's like, okay, the world choice. So when it comes to the Zarya in the next map, it's like, all right, whatever. It's like, it's fine. Whatever we ban here,
I don't think GK really care. Like they could ban anything, and I think they're probably going to do quite fine. Yeah. But I think, like, if anything, we really need to turn our attention to what Sakura decide to ban. They've already gone with some great bans to start off the series with that Wrecking Ball as well as the Wuyang, but they actually decide to ban out the Ana here.
Yeah. Junk Queen and the Ana ban. Junk Queen is, yeah, honestly, if you're looking at this from, like, okay, are they going to play something like a Winston, a Wrecking Ball, or whatever? The Queen's decent on a control-y type map, so don't hate it from GK, honestly. An Ana ban from Sakura, kind of knew that Wuyang and the Lucio's going to get picked up from GK here, so we'll see how Sakura end up kind of working around this. This does kind of indicate that your tank wants to play something a little bit more aggressive, that the Ana will kind of dominate, maybe something like a Hazard.
You could play the Hazard. I could definitely see that. I wonder if you still decide to play the Zarya, though, and maybe you're hoping that the Zarya is going to still have a fairly good matchup into whatever you expect out of GK. But, like, I guess, like, Ana, I suppose if you expect them, maybe we'll end up seeing Ultraviolet play a little bit farther back, but he was likely going to play Wuyong anyway.
Yeah, exactly. That's kind of the expected from GK. Let's have a look, though. Third and potential final map here for GK. Could round out the series a little 3-0 and move us on to our next one. TL and Extinction after this. Suravasa. Now, PDK, the Reaper, is going to be even better on this map. So it's continually gotten a little bit better for PDK over the course of this series at the very least.
We'll see. I think Sakura do need to try to come up with something a little bit special. The Zarya hasn't worked. I think the Queen also not as what we were hoping for Sakura fans. But as we actually see the gates open, they're going to try Zeb out on the Orisa. So a completely different look here with PDK on the Soldier. We actually ended up seeing a bit of this coming through earlier today in EMEA. But GK also going to come out with the Torb. So most of the times, Torb we are seeing as a Tracer check. So maybe you are quite scared of Zomba on this Tracer.
Okay, you will get kind of dominated against an Ana as a Soldier. So you know what? Fair enough. PDK so Soldier, I'm here for it. Yeah, we did see, like you said, we did see a little bit of the Soldier today with the damage boost from Kellex. I mean, that was, well, that was kind of fun. It was
Mercy
a little
Pocket
bit trolling.
Goes crazy.
Well, Maimon wins the duel against Zomba, and what's Lethal going to do? He's going to sit long range, just hold left click, and just hope his team follow up with the damage, which they definitely will. And what a backline to try and push onto as well if you're Sakura. You have the Torbjorn, which is very hard to die, but then you also have Ultraviolet, which is dealing probably the highest damage in the lobby, if I had to make a guess after what we saw the last couple of maps.
I think sources say quite likely already. He is at 1,700 damage so far in this map, which is twice the amount that anybody else has. We're already going to see a switch. Sakura decided to give up on the Orisa completely, and the Soldier, we're going to see them go back over to that Zarya Reaper, and they can play as a team a little bit better together, I think, as well. Maybe you have to go on a bit of a solo mission to try to get rid of this lethal turret, but that's not good.
Okay. Not good at all. Emerald does end up trading, and the Rush and the Tidal Blast end up connecting with the backline as Z, unfortunately, just falls face first onto the concrete and then was left there. As Sakura try and end up getting a touch, but unfortunately, it's just 100-0 on the first point there for GK.
After losing the first fight so early, and now they're having to struggle to figure out what to play next, Sakura are behind in ultimates as well. You had the Rush, which was perfect timing against something like that Tidal Blast, but are virtually just not able to capitalize on the value. Usually when we would see these Rushes do so well with the Reapers, PDK is able to get into somebody's face or just any of the Reapers respectively, but now you're going to get hit with mines as you walk into this next flashpoint.
Yeah, and they've actually separated Zeb almost there, luckily. There is a small doorway that the supports could run through. Cover trying to look for some bowl-offs the map. Well, Z does end up teleporting away, but that's one key cooldown now down. And direct hit from Ultraviolet sends Z to the Shadow Realm. And a sound barrier on top of that. So that's going to be fight over with, and that's going to be points for EK.
Sakura now at least look towards having something like the sound barrier to deal with Molten Core. Oh my god. Yeah, Molten Core up for lethal. I'm excited to see how he decides to use this. But sound barrier and Graviton Surge for Sakura. If you can actually get anybody grouped up, then maybe the grab is able to be successful. But we've also seen Torbjorns actually use this Molten Core defensively, so you can't get close to the grab.
All right, well, there's a turret down. That's 0.5 of a kill at the very least for Zomba. TP into the backline. PDK going against that Torbjorn. Sound Barrier is going to make sure he can actually stay in the back line for the time being and actually finds the kill in the end onto Lethal. Mymone and Abra actually chased down Zomba. That overhealth not meaning all too much for the rest of Sakura now. As Ultraviolet used that wave on the grab, even pops the Tidal Blast onto Abra to keep him up. A knockdown onto Zeb, but a Death Blossom on top of Abra, punishing him for his sins in the back line. Ultraviolet now with the Guardian Wave still in his back pocket. And now with the falling rain too, he's dishing out damage, but they actually need the point back. Sakura did manage to cap in amongst that grab fight. And even now, their staying power is going to be, well, tenfold, considering they used that rush on the point. So it's going to be GK with a small retreat before they try and re-engage.
But the fact that you can cut away from that, and Admiral still catches somebody so that they can go back in. Kuffa's going to have mines very shortly. Unfortunately, gives his life over to the point, but this is still very winnable for GK.
Look at Zeb, he's just taking so much damage in the front line. Obviously, you want to just contest for as long as humanly possible, but not only is the turret kind of dominating the Zarya, but Lethal's just frontlining as the Torb. He hits the overload, and yeah, the guy looked immortal. Right, GK. He might have to deal with a touch here. Zomba is hanging around, but actually just can't get there. 2-0.
Oh, the full team effort there too. You like got body blocked by Kuffa, maybe even got slammed down in the process. But everybody was going to follow up on that to ensure that GK did win that second flashpoint. And now they get to move on to the next one with sound barrier advantage. They've still held on to mines as well since Kuffa earned them in the last little bit. And look, I mean, PDK just comes in with the Wraith and the bubble and gets
look at Ultraviolet.
HP.
Can look at
no one can touch him.
Bro was just right next to Zeb and no one was looking at him as he sends out tactical nukes around the corner. All right, well, there's the point unlocked.
Point unlocked, point capped. They just need the sound barrier, and now they still have held on to Mines, Pulse, Tidal Blast. Ultraviolet can give the Tidal Blast over to Mymone and almost ensure that you get this Pulse Bomb. So if you're able to force Z to use Swift Step or Suzu early, then... Or Ultraviolet just goes in now with Wrecking Ball.
Unlucky. No one was there. All good. Ultraviolet's still not dead, by the way. 14-0, highest damage in the lobby at 6.7k damage. And also highest healing on his team as well. So
away quite fast.
Yeah, he's looking good. He's looking good. All right, here comes the push here from Zeb. And still with these mines now. Graviton Surge in the back line. Guardian Wave and a little bit of healing there from UV isn't going to help Admiral, who's just solo grab. But still, you have to kill Kuffa. I mean, Sakura's supports are looking a little bit worse for wear there in the backline, and Lethal gets a hammer kill on Z. All right, well, that's an unfortunate way to go. I don't think you're going to be staying around too much longer, Zeb, either. Sound Barrier's going to come in from that Suki, hits 3, and now they're going to try and look towards that point. Mymone does end up getting chased down in the end, but an expensive fight for Sakura as Lethal. His turret is still doing work. The guy is absolutely dominating on the Torbjorn, and Ultraviolet tags PDK straight out of the E. And there's Molten Core. This is just some of the silliest Overwatch I've seen in a little while. Lethal eventually ends up going down. Sakura is still holding on to this point thanks to this rush.
They just have to use Q on cooldown, though. You saw as soon as the rush came up, Z's using it. They expended the sound barrier even when they only had 3 alive because they knew it was do or die. 71% here for GK, and they're still coming up with kills. Zeb can't get away from that. And so that's a player advantage for GK as they enter into the final fight of the splash point.
I think you need to be a medium to tell us right now that GK are going to win this fight. They've got Tidal Blast. Ultraviolet is still not dead. Hit the 20 kill streak a minute ago. Sakura at least have 87. They're going to touch, but this fight is going to be... Oh, where's the turret? Oh, it died. It just exploded in the air. Well, hit the skybox. Unlucky. Zomba does end up having to use the recall early on. He's 14 HP. Mymone chases him, at least triggers OT. Tidal Blast now onto Mymone, who tries to get to the back line. No immediate knockdowns, but Natsuki is in trouble and in dire need of support. PDK with the Death Blossom on the point, but that turret in the skies is just kind of dominating. Like an orbital laser, you see that tracking people. And Lethal, he's got the hammer speed up perk as well, so he's a force to be reckoned with as he chases after the Lucio. But GK round out that map with a win, a 3-0 on Sorabasa and a 3-0 in the series. They continue their streak in Stage 3.
This is the result we definitely expected, but this dominance from Ultraviolet cannot go understated. Almost 10k damage, 0 deaths. Even Mymone only died once in that entire game. Like, just kind of incredible.
Yeah,
what a
Ultra
tough
Violet's
opponent.
numbers.
Poor Sakura.
This is going straight on the Reddit is all I'm saying. Like, they should probably nerf Wu Yang at this point if you're looking at these stats. 9,000 damage from UV, 0 deaths on Sorobasa as well. Maybe he's one of the best in the world.
Truly.
Maybe. I mean, the numbers, you know, they're running with this narrative of ours. Tough uphill battle for Sakura. You can't really, like, sugarcoat that. But what a great performance here from the opposition. That's exactly the GK that we hope to see again in this stage. And so far, they are on this very trajectory once more to take the crown at the very end.
And Maimon also looks like he's slotting into the roster a lot better. I think the second stage, especially after having to fill in for Zera, it could be a little bit tough. But I think as the weeks have gone on and as we've entered into this third stage, they look so well put together. Like, the team coordination is there. Also, just the individual skill is there. A lot of them were winning these 1v1s all scattered across the map. And just a great performance from them today, for sure. Even when they got some of their best heroes banned as well.
I mean, they're rank 1 for a reason, right? I mean, I think a lot of people coming into this stage would have them at the very top of the power rankings. I think that continues to be the case. Maybe they did get a little bit of a gift in their schedule, having some Team Liquids and space stations, you know, later in the stage. But I mean, if you're playing like this, it looks great. It really does. Look how fast he's
give us the hammer kill.
You got the hammer perk. I mean, you
It's
tried.
the Christmas skin for me, honestly.
It dominates.
Lethal. What a goat.
It really does.
It does dominate.
264 limbs.
Oh my god.
Well,
that's in the series as a whole, by the way. That's not just that map. That would have been insane. That looks like a custom game, but yeah, that's just ridiculous.
yeah, I mean,
That
just
looks like total mayhem.
control, right? Map, actually. Map 1 already, there was absolutely no opening for Sakura. GK ran away with it. Like, my mom didn't even die. Like, it was just no death. Nothing.
That's good for the fantasy.
Yeah. That's right. That's right. Wait, who of us has my mom?
Just Avril? I don't know. Someone's got him.
Someone was feasting.
Someone's
Yeah.
going to be
The
very
UV
happy.
and
I'm
Lemon
actually trying
enjoyer.
to find it. We'll see.
Okay.
Is that somewhere?
Unless you do
But
that.
yeah, I mean, look, the team is just on top form right now. And I think if they just continue this, it's going to be even tough for Team Liquid to take them down. Is that in week 3 or 4 they face Liquid? Oh, it's in week 5.
It will be 4. Yeah, because I think next week they have GK. They have Nightmare. Sorry,
Nightmare,
they are
and then
GK.
they have
They're having
Extinction,
Nightmare.
then Liquid, then Dildux, and then SSG. So yeah, Liquid in week 5, and then week 6 is SSG. Like I said, that's a really nice schedule if you're GK, because you have so much tape and like review you can do of Liquid's and SSG's games.
And you have
just
time to mesh as well. Like, you have time to like figure things out. You don't have to face the tough opponents. Like Nightmare, they had to face those tough opponents week 1 when they're still trying to figure out their own identity in this new meta, right?
Yes.
So like having that heavy load at the very end of the schedule, that does a lot for a team, I think.
Yeah. Upside down.
As long as the patch stays good.
Yeah.
As
I
long
don't
as it
think
stays
they're going to
good.
nerf. If they nerf anything, it might be Wu Young's damage, like slightly. And I'm not just saying
but
that
we
because
saw-
UV just dominated. But in general, I think the consensus right now is the damage is a little too high on the left clicks. But honestly, you never know.
But
The
even
hero's
when
fun.
Wu Yang is
It looks
banned,
cool.
even when Wu Yang is banned, like, it's not like UV has nothing else he can play,
Yeah,
right?
that's true.
Yeah, that's
He's
true.
still
The
shooting.
Kiriko farmed.
Exactly.
Crazy.
So yeah, a tough opponent to go up against. Great to see them continuing on their dominant streak, and we hope, of course, they can ride that throughout this stage. How would teams like that match up against our Korean teams, which are always at the very top? Because we're not.
Oh, I wish
We're
we
not
had
going to
Avril
see
here
them
right now.
clash, right?
We need Avril. We need a little lower
biased.
third with
He's a
Avril
little
space on it or
biased.
something.
We really
We need the
do.
bias. It's difficult. I think, historically speaking, look, GK, they have won against Crazy Raccoons when they were under the Nightmare banner back in Hangzhou. However, I still think they're like Falcon to Crazy Raccoon. They're going to be on top, but GK have improved, or at least that roster's improved, like stage on stage. So the closest the gap has ever been was mid-season, and it is slowly closing. So if the meta stays the same way, they've got a good chance, but it's still tough.
Yeah, I think mid-season championship gave a lot of hope to a lot of NA and EMEA enjoyers out there, or other Pacific teams, just to see that they can make it competitive here and there. Yes, it's still the Korean teams coming out on top at the very end, but it was more exciting. Speaking of exciting things, you could start your very own exciting journey in the FACEIT League right now, today. I know, it's crazy. All you have to do is make a FACEIT account and start playing, improving, earning rewards. Yes, that's right, you get in-game rewards and awards, all of those things. So head on over to FACEIT.com and read up on what to do and how to do it. And you know, I heard Jaws loves to play with all of you. He's looking for a team currently. I
think I'm washed as hell, actually.
No.
Yeah, we could.
I'm
washed
now.
as hell.
Hello?
You haven't grinding a ton, but come on, my Wu Yang is not that good. I've been like defaulting to Kiriko and Alari still, and I'm like, man, I need to practice more Wu Yang, I think.
I've got you covered.
Good,
see,
because I will only play Kiri.
We can be a really good mid team.
See, we got Ram, Kiri, and Ramatra. Like, it's perfect.
Yeah, my Ram, not in the meta, but that's okay. I don't let those little details discourage me from my road.
Doesn't matter if you're hitting your shots. Am I right?
That's right. That's right. Doesn't matter if they're worse than me. Doesn't matter. I can play whatever I want. For now, though, I will be heading into a break. In fact, all of us will be heading into a break together because this is a team sports. And when we're coming back, we hopefully are ready for our last match of the day. So we're going to see you on the other side of this.
Was it Shifu told me? Nothing in the world is as yielding as water. But in its ebb and flow... I honestly forget the rest. So, I'll just go with the flow. Booyah! Making a splash. Always good to hydrate. Much better. Easy! Oh, check me out! Bye! Ultimate's ready. You're protected. Go make a splash. Hope you brought a change of clothes. Guess my training's paying off. Let's keep it going. Li Wang Huanglan! Wouldn't want to be ya! You just witnessed my most famous party trick.
Hello friends and welcome back. This is our first day of week 2 here in stage 3. Zoe here joined by Rose and Jack, and we're about to set the stage for our last match of the day. It is going to be Team Liquid taking on Extinction. Now Team Liquid, did you guys they were speed running it last week, so not too much to take away from their match. Extinction, they played the Dill Ducks in their opening match in week 1, and there were a lot of bright spots there. Obviously, it's a messy game if you're going up against the Dill Ducks, right? I think Doomfist, Moira kind of compositions, but the adaptations from Extinctions, they were good.
Yeah, I think the lower third kind of says it all there as well. King, Vision, 68 and 14 and 74 and 18 Olymps of Death. Like, they look really, really good in this series. You obviously, with Dill Ducks as a squad, they'll get a win. They will eventually. It didn't unfortunately end up happening against Extinction, but unfortunately, I feel like this is going to be another game that we just saw with Sakura and GK. It's a tough match. It really is, man. Just get these out of the way. Focus on the weeks to come, because Team Liquid, although they did end up losing that map to Nightmare, they look really clean as soon as they got off of control. They full held watch point. Like, it was ridiculous.
Yeah, it did look very good for them.
To win.
I think you have to take a look at those little wins, right? And that's the thing that's really going to help give you some momentum heading into those future weeks where you can start to play against opponents that may be a bit more evenly matched. But it also wouldn't really surprise me all that much. Maybe if we did see Extinction have some close fights or close maps here and there. Especially when you look at this roster, you've got a King that I know has been really good to hold this team together. But you also have Alba that's coming in and has been improving a lot as a support player over the last couple of stages of OWCS and as a new player to competitive. And then of course Hitori, who's just has such a wide and deep roster pool. I feel like that's something else that's going to be really great to see if like Hitori can pull out something, or the team as a whole can show us a bit more of that synergy as they move into those future weeks.
Yeah, no, 100%. Hitori stood out last week because she was able to make those adaptations for the team, going from ball to hazard and whatnot. So like they can make swaps in their composition. Now they are going up against Team Liquid. They've been lights out last week. I mean, Nightmare was just kind of silently rolling over. Like there was not much. Yep. I guess
they're just the
except
Ilios
for
team.
Ilios, but other than that. And you expect them to be good here, right? Like Infected being able to play balls, everyone the Tracer, Trion Genji, like all is well.
Yeah, it's really comfort, I think, for the entire team. I mean, Zera, obviously everybody was kind of singing his praises, and rightfully so, when he was dominating in Hangzhou in stage 1. I mean, the guy was carrying in that match against Crazy Raccoon. That match that NA finally took a series off of a Korean team. Like, he was dominating, and him being on Team Liquid now with a lot more support behind him, you're expecting even bigger things out of him. And Tree is no slouch. Like, yeah, this squad is just packed head to foot. I think GK is still probably rank 1 in a lot of people's minds, but Team Liquid number 2 for sure.
I wonder, though, if actually Team Liquid would be able to win this stage. I've had them pegged as the stage winner since the very beginning, and I think a lot of it right now is just the current meta. You got the Wrecking Ball, Tree and Zera can both play the double flex, and I think that in itself is going to be very powerful as we move into these future weeks, but especially for the Tree can play basically anything. We even saw a little bit of flex over to the Pharah. It didn't quite work out the way that maybe they wanted it to, but the fact that he even has that as a pocket pick to bring out, you expect that Team Liquid will be able to make adjustments on the fly to be able to deal with some of these crazier hero picks that we've seen some of these teams come out with in North America.
Yeah, I do like that our top 3 and 4 teams all feel fairly confident and at home in what we perceive as the meta, so more dive heavy. I think it's nice to see that versus stage 2 was all about if you can't play Symmetra, then you're gonna have a rough time. You just kind of lose. So we don't really run in that same scenario, so it once again feels like more even playing field being amongst those top teams, because I feel like NA overall is just like a very top heavy region, and then the rest is just kind of I don't want to call it freebies, but now I said it anyway, and that's why we just transitioned into this first match. Or rather, the second last match. No, the last match.
It's the last match
It's okay,
of
the day. There we
You're
go. We're good. We're good. And it's going to get even better because Overwatch on the horizon. So please, friends, take it away.
Thank you very much. Have a good little break. Should be fine. Should be fine. Yeah, it's going to be a fun one.
Been a long day.
Regardless, I think Team Liquid, the expectations for this team coming in is just a flat-out win here. A little 3-0, one and done, and then yeah, go have some dinner. I think for Extinction side of things, and something that we touched on last week in their game versus Dildux, they did end up winning 3-0. Felt really good, and a team that is very much taking this stage seriously. I mean, I saw an interview with Tori saying, we are going to practice as hard as we possibly can. We're reviewing as hard as we can. Like, we will take maps. We will take series off of good teams. We want to. They fully believe that they can do it. And yeah, if you've got that much passion and drive behind you, you know, a lot of things are possible. Extinction come into this series, though, Ilios being the map. We are seeing a Reaper ban from TL, and then a Wuyang ban for Extinction.
Okay. Well, I mean, Vega popped off on the Wuyang last weekend as well, and is one of those other Wuyang players that has decided to go for that Falling Rain perk. We just saw how much damage it can do in the good hands of somebody like Ultraviolet, so I think very wise for Extinction to ban that out right away and see what type of impact it can have on this match. Similarly for Reaper, this was a pick that Vision was playing a lot of last weekend, and so you have to imagine with Extinction being able to win versus Dildux with that Reaper from Vision, that's also a hero that would give a Ball or a Winston from Infected a ton of trouble. Go ahead and ban that out right away, and then you don't have to deal with it as a counter to your dive.
Just got an update from the chat as well. Predictions looking a little lopsided. 98% for Team Liquid, 2% for Extinction. Honestly, the person who voted with 12k channel points, dude, if you win, that's a 1 in 56. Like, that is a hefty return. So, you know what? Value predictors, I'm here for it, but we'll see if TL can can prove them wrong. Hey, you never know.
Earlier today, but
you never know.
I am with you. I'm here for the upsets. I'm here for the good games.
I do want to say one thing too. Oh, Tree switched over from the Pharah. I'm really liking the Pharah, especially on some of these high ground maps recently. We've seen it middling success, but I think Tree is definitely a player that can make the most of it. King on the other flip side of things, though, is actually coming out with Echo instead. It's a decent target to copy the Genji, copy the Tracer. It's very easy to get a free Pulse Bomb, a free Dragon Blaze, and being able to get out of the way of these heavy engaged like dives. Oh my goodness, Tree dominated Vision. That was disgusting. Okay, well, that's
Vision
the point
didn't even
cap.
see him there. No way. Like, a Vision was hardcore focusing on something else, and then all of a sudden Tree goes hits him with a shuriken. Jeez. Easy team cap here for Team Liquid once you remove that DPS, but yeah, I like the theory behind the Echo as well. Kind of wondering maybe if Team Liquid might want to think about the Pharah a little bit later, but listening to an interview with them, they were saying the Pharah would be very good against something like the Reaper, and since that's been banned out, that is no longer a factor that they have to deal with. It opens them up to be able to play this double flex that we expect Team Liquid to be very good with.
Infected equipped like the AA guns there for King, who was just out in the middle of nowhere, just getting gunned down. That was a bit unfortunate. A couple of reset dashes for Tree, though, in that small corridor. Easy clap for him, and double support kill. That's a quick reset for Extinction. And King
has decided to go over
Genji.
to the Genji as well. Yeah. It makes a lot of sense. I think the Echo was going to have a hard time finding purchase, especially when you just have such mobile heroes. You were still getting chunked out even by the Tracer. And so now at least the Genji can come in and play a bit more with the unit as Satori wants to play with a Wrecking Ball. Student Rush, though, here for Scuffed on the point.
Yeah, free cap as well, Team Liquid. Don't want any of that noise. They just want to be able to get out, re-engage as soon as that rush disappears. Blade ends up getting popped, though. Vision's going to be the target, but Tree ends up getting bowled away by the Wrecking Ball. A quick teleport in. Anna Suzu from RuPaul saves Tree's life. It was like sub 50 HP there as Tree kills Satori. Nice reset dash onto Scuffed as manages to cap the point for Team Liquid. Tree with a heavy lifting in that last fight.
I really like the way that they played that. Let the rush cap the point there for Extinction, and then they come back in with a better position with the Blade, and they actually just full pump that damage into the Wrecking Ball. Made that Wrecking Ball such a non-factor. RuPaul just hits the kunai into the spawn. I think, like, what?
Yeah. There's so much small, like, chunk damage as well coming from the ball. Bit tough for Vision there. Mines on the high ground, sound barrier, and King is isolated, and RuPaul finds yet another kill, and Extinction, they got a touch. So Hattori and Alba will make their way to the point. Looks like Vision is going to join them. Azera is booped up into the sky by the Wrecking Ball, but here comes the rush. Alba now down, focused by RuPaul, who's found yet another kill, as Team Liquid just running this one home. Not even close, sadly, there for Extinction. They got to the point to trigger OT, but only got 16%. As, by the way, just as a quick tally, a quick update, no deaths for Team Liquid there in that round.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely deathless. I was really too bad. Alba was so close to being able to use that sound barrier, but just wasn't able to use it in time. So many members already down from Extinction as well. I think it would have been very difficult for that to have been the difference maker in that last fight. But yeah, no deaths for Team Liquid. If they come out on Reinhardt, absolute cinema, please.
No.
Please.
It's ruined.
Please.
The Rein's just going to sit on point, hold shield, and die. There's no way.
Oh, come on.
I mean, as much as I'm sure Infected would love to play the Rein, we'll save that for a King's Row.
Oh,
like the Sombra pick, though, from Vision. Good
Yes.
adaptation. Hack the Mega Pack away. Infected's got one less thing to kind of roll around and grab, and it also helps the supports.
Yes, I was thinking the exact thing. That's why I was starting to get excited, is the fact that Sombra can be that big difference maker versus the Wrecking Ball, but... Oh, Vega.
Yeah.
Vega moment. Vega Lucio moment.
Yeah. Vega and RuPaul quickly dealing with that small dive. But yeah, I mean, I like the Sombra right now. Oh, Tori got dominated there by RuPaul and the rest of the gang. But
I
yeah,
like the
being able
theory
to hack
at the
away the
very
health packs is really nice. It stops Infected from playing a little bit more freely around the map than just being a self-sustaining tank, having to rely on RuPaul a little bit more. But actually setting up a hack dive, a hack onto somebody is still going to be tough. The hacks don't last that long anymore, and even getting onto a Genji, it's not normally enough time unless you get a big slam down as well.
Especially when you're not going to be invisible either. Like, I think it's a lot easier for the opposing team to try to figure out where you're going to try to attack from. And you also have so much ways to just spray damage to try to unstealth that Sombra.
Yeah, it's...
Well, again, Vision
it's
goes
also
down.
tough. If that, like you said, if that Sombra gets revealed in any way, you're going to die, like, really quick. That Translocator goes a decent distance, but not enough for you to escape a Tracer Wrecking Ball, Lucio. There's just no shot. Nice little stick in the corridor. Oh, that was almost a kill onto Zera there with her own pulse bomb, but it's all good. Guy's a monster on the Tracer. There goes the supports and the Tracer kill as well. Triple for Zera, team kill for Team Liquid pretty much, and a continuation of the control for Liquid.
You get the rush coming up soon. In fact, it's playing so far forward, knowing that he also has the mines available. That's just going to cut off a lot of the routes of entry for Extinction as they try to make their way back in. They also know very wisely that they're going to have to back up a little. They also don't want to fall to something like that pulse bomb. They have to know that Hattori is also quite close to mines herself. So just want to make sure that you're playing as safe as possible.
I was already dead. Been shoved in the locker there by Zera, sadly. Mines on the point, 10% to go. Mines were infected too, so it's a it's mine warfare down there. No one step on the point from either team. Although the slam is going to at least clear a couple of them. Sound barrier, and now Tree's going to step up with the blade. Vision might not even get an EMP in this map, I'm going to be honest with you. 95%. Pulse bomb from King lands absolutely nobody. And unfortunately, that is going to be all she wrote there. A little slash and a dash there onto Lucio, and Alba dies with the B. Oh, dearie me. Team Liquid managed to get the AJ at the very end as the curtains closed. A 2-0 on Ilios. Very fast map indeed. Only a single kill. A single
and only one
kill
death.
Onto Tree.
Only one death. What?
Yeah.
Yeah, Tree only died once out of the entire Team Liquid roster.
And that was the rollout too. That was him dying to the Sombra initially, right?
Honestly,
that small little
crazy.
dive.
Yeah. Wow, I mean, great stuff there from Team Liquid. I think this is something that you have to expect the rest of the series is going to look like. I was really having some hope there that we might be able to see some close maps, but after such a performance like this, I think it's going to be quite a difficult ask. But what else should you expect from Team Liquid? I think is when they are being considered as one of the best teams, if not the best team in the region, they have to play as such, especially against these teams that are in the middle of the pack.
Yeah, I think Qadsiah and Danny in the back rooms are going to be happy with this so far. Though they are hoping to be the very best. I mean, you look at even Toronto Defiant from last year, you know, like kind of crafted from the ground up to be the most dominant team in North America, with, again, kind of Qadsiah and whatnot being behind the scenes. I think they're expecting the same level of success here. They had Knife obviously leave the roster and he ends up going back to Korea to play for Onside Gaming, but with Zera joining, like, that's cool. That fills that void like so well. I think this team right now with the core 5 players with no substitutions, it looks good. It looks really clean. And it does make me excited, actually, for that GK match in week number 5. But getting ahead of ourselves a little bit, of course, with Extinction still needing to claw their way back into this series.
Thinking about where we might want to go next, I know Hattori has a mean hazard. I wonder maybe if we decide to go somewhere where, like, do we want to go to Esperanza? Maybe you play the hazard and you try to ban out the Wrecking Ball. Do you like your matchup into something like having to play into the Winston from Infected instead? We could also see King's Row, where you could either bring out the hazard or you could bring out the Junker Queen. I think both of those would be very good picks here for Hattori. Actually, Hattori can just kind of play anything. So, yeah, pick your poison.
As you'd expect, the stats being a little bit one-sided there. Those 3 elims equal the single kill that Extinction ended up getting, and a 0.12 KD too. Yeah, so like I said, it's kind of what you're expecting coming out of that map as we laid out the stats for you throughout it. We'll see if TL can just continue that. But yeah, I think you're right, Rose. I think being able to go to something a little bit more confined might be better for Extinction, and Atlas is actually what they're going to pick.
Perfect. I mean, perfect, right? I think Atlas has a couple of flashpoints that are a little bit more enclosed. And so you take a look at a map like that, it's really good for double flex. If you want to play that, it's going to be amazing for the Reaper now that that has also been unbanned. So it allows you to play a little bit more grouped up, close together, which is something that I think we're really expecting out of like a Hazard, Reaper, Genji. Or, you know, this is what they ended up playing versus Dilducks when Dilducks were slamming them with the Doomfist. So, yeah, I think Hazard, Reaper, Genji works out here.
Don't forget as well, the DHL moments from this stage. You can check them out. ESL.gg/DHL-OWCS, and you can give a little homeboy a little wave down there. As we do head into the finals in Stockholm, you can be in with your chance to actually win a ticket there and a trip to the finals, which was a whole lot of fun last year. So make sure you go check that out and predict the EMEA and North American winners. And if you think it's going to be Team Liquid or GK, hey, both of them might be an easy prediction from yourself. So yeah, make sure you go check that out. And yeah, thanks, little guy. Hopefully we'll get Johnny to dress up. Is our little robot friend down there.
I think that the costume would be too small for him.
Too small? No, surely surely the robot
really
is
tall.
as big as Johnny. No.
Well,
surely
I think
the
most
bot
of
is
the
even
time.
taller than Johnny's.
Don't want to get too much into the movie magic behind some of the character costumes, but usually they're built for small people. So
no, I mean, come on, we'll figure it out. Johnny will be cosplaying as our DHL friend and mascot down there at Stockholm. I can guarantee it. I can't, but it would be fun if we did see that. Wrecking Ball banned from Extinction and a Lucio banned from TL. Okay, what do you think of this?
Well, Alba is a main support player, so taking a look at the Lucio ban means that we will not see Extinction have access to that same type of speed. It's going to force Alba to have to put the Wuyong, which it's looked pretty good on. So maybe we do see a bit more of like the Kiriko Wuyong as that backline variant for Extinction, and then Wrecking Ball. Can't let Infected play Wrecking Ball. I think it at least allows you to make sure that if you are going to play something like the Hazard, you don't have to deal with the Wrecking Ball going after your backline. Maybe you have to deal with Monkey instead, but that's also something that you can plan around with that Reaper.
Yeah, a little bit better with the Reaper and the Hazard on your team. Like, okay, if the Winston does jump in, it's a little bit harder to get out versus a Wrecking Ball, you can just kind of spin and roll away. And to be fair, Team Liquid actually banning the Lucio there is actually going to kind of almost halt that strategy and put that in its place because the Reaper really does need that extra speed. So actually taking that Lucio away is going to put a little bit of thorn in the side if they do want to pivot towards the Reaper style. We'll have to see. Atlas being a fairly open map, especially when you're transitioning from points, but like on the points themselves, the Reaper does get a lot of work done. In fact, we've seen a lot of work from the Doom recently in EMEA, which would be a sight to see. I would love to see it, but I'm not sure how likely that is going to be.
Like that Extinction were on the receiving end of that. Baz from Dildux played the Doomfist versus them, and it forced what's really weird counter swap to have to happen mid-map. I mean, Extinction were down 2 flashpoints. If Dildux were going to win a map, it could have very well have been that one, but there was that reverse sweep on Atlas after we saw Extinction finally figure out a way to deal with this Doomfist, and that swap was to the Hazard, Reaper, Genji, Kiriko, and Lucio. Lucio is now unfortunately off the board, but I think you could still run off 4 of those pieces. And do you actually think do we see Juno here? We haven't seen a whole lot of her as of late, and she is quite squishy, but she still has the ability to give your team healing and speed. Speed mostly is the big thing I'm looking at.
I mean, realistically, I think Juno's a little bit too fragile in a lot of these comps. There's very few ways to actually save herself from any kind of dive apart from using kind of the speed ring or the shift, right? So the likelihood we see Juno is pretty slim. You do, especially with how fast these comps are, you need a teleport. You need, amp speed. You need, unlike wall riding, right? You need something to get away. Wu Yang does a decent amount of damage and is able to kind of kite with the Guardian Wave and with the Tidal Surge to the point where he's fine. But compared to a Juno, yeah, it's tough, especially with the lack of kind of instant self-heal too. Looks like Infected. No surprise, it's going to play Winston. Like the RuPaul Ana pick though, like we said before, or like you said before, Rose, the Hazard in the Reaper is probably on the docket for Extinction, which is correct, but RuPaul has got the read here and is going to play the Ana, which is going to be another big tool that Extinction had to deal with. Hitori cannot get hit by sleep, otherwise you're done for.
Or the anti-nades as well, I think, can play such a huge factor, especially when Infected, Tree, Zera, they've all been playing together with these immaculate dives. Imagine, like, you get an anti-nade onto somebody, or even look at Infected being able to get that burst healing. The Reaper cannot touch him.
Infected, that's back-to-back. Oh, look at the Wu Yang. What's up, Alba? Almost a solo kill Infected there, but unfortunately, it is King that bites off a little bit more than he can chew. But this is the comp that we were talking about. It's like the double shotgun, right, with Hitori and Vision. Infected is going to have a tough go with this. I'm curious if he even stays. No, it looks like straight over to Hazard and Kiriko. Yeah, don't want to mess with Hitori on Hazard or this Vision Reaper.
You look how far back Infected got pushed even on the Winston. You just your jumps to get away, your bubbles defensively. It doesn't feel good as a Winston player to have to use any of those cooldowns to just get out of dodge. So now that you've got the Hazard, I think you can play a little bit more around this, like a bit more toe-to-toe with the Tori. Maybe you can actually have a bit more staying power versus the backline as well. And those jagged walls are going to be a news chains for either of these tracers to deal with.
Very early Tidal Surge there. Albert actually uses it on himself, not the tank in the front line, and Hitori and Vision end up going down. An odd angle, actually, for Albert to actually be on the point, looking upward to try and heal the tanks. The tank and the DPS, even.
That was really odd, but Alba was under quite a bit of threat there. I think it was the Tracer and Genji coming after him, and then after the Tidal Blast got used, they were able to swiftly get away. And now Vega's got one of his own, so you could apply that over to either Zera or Tree, honestly. Even Infected, all 3 of them are very good candidates for this Tidal Blast, depending on the positioning that you see in the map.
Tough 1v1 to win on the extremity here for King. You have a Tracer facing up against you with the healing from the Wu Yang too. So actually winning that 1v1 is just so tough. Heads up play there from Vega using that surge there to dash out of the way of that pulse bomb. Here comes Zera though, straight onto the back line, and that is how the best team's using this right now. Tidal Blast on the Tracer, chase the enemy Wu Yang, force him to use the ult on himself, or just insta-kill him with a pulse bomb, or just a couple of bullets to the brain. Team Liquid at 85% now. Hitori does end up winning that fight versus Infected with the help of King, and the flip does end up coming in.
Yeah, they got really close to killing Hattori, but then all of that healing came through, and once again, Hattori untouchable on this hazard. And now Extinction are set up with control of the point, but they also have the rush with the Reaper. I mean, the Death Blossom could actually move quite fast through this.
Rush from Scuffed on the high ground. Very easy escape here for Team Liquid. Downpour ends up connecting, but a reverse 1-2 as Hattori's now locked in place, staying with Vision. He's got the Death Blossom. Doesn't need to find any targets, though, as King and Alba have already done the business. Overtime ticking down as Extinction end up coming up big. That's a cap on the first point. Team Liquid poured off guard, a little bit unawares there with what Extinction were bringing to the table, especially losing that first checkpoint, or the first cap even, because you're running Winston. Ended up snowballing in Extinction's way.
Extinction also just got the better of the ultimate economy at the end of that flashpoint, and even if you don't use the Death Blossom on something like the Rush, it was really great to zone if you needed it, just to cover the flashpoint so nobody could touch. And so it'll be Extinction up first to the next flashpoint, still with that Death Blossom, and Topa Vision does not get enough healing. Oh, he just evaporated.
Died to RuPaul. Okay. Well, there's the blade from Tree. And as soon as you hear that Tidal Blast go off, you know that Wu Yang is extremely vulnerable. Alba manages to escape, though. A sliver of HP remains on the Wu Yang. Oh, the stick! Whoa, King came out of nowhere! Double kill onto the DPS. Tree didn't know what hit him. Extinction, they're going to be able to recap now as Team Liquid dominated. The King and Crown definitely on his head. RuPaul at least kills Hattori, so it'll be a quick re-engage from Team Liquid as Hattori overstays.
Yeah, that was such a big pulse bomb there. Actually landed onto Tree, but now you've got a return one coming in from Zera, and the fact that you don't have a Tori, you're not getting a lot out of that flashpoint outside of that 20%. Still, any progress is good progress, and especially after you won that first flashpoint, you definitely want to try to work towards winning out this map and actually tying up the series. So, as we head into this next fight, still have the Death Blossom, still haven't really seen a good time to use it, and it still might not be super impactful the rest of this fight. But we also are looking towards that downpour.
All right, well, Scuff got one clip. You have to reset here, I think. Tidal Blast for Vega too. Team Liquid, they're just going to do the same again. Mentioned before, the best teams right now are using this Tidal Blast on the Tracer. Well, that's a sad death. A Tidal Blast on the Tracer. Tracer heads towards the enemy Wu Yang and instantly gets the kill. A nice initial kill, though, from King onto Zera is going to stop that combo from coming through, but they do need to touch.
Well, I mean, the Tidal Blast does actually get applied over to Tree this time. Oh, my goodness.
Oh, guess who can also jump to the back line? Genji. Yeah, Tidal Blast actually kills Alba just with the damage. Tree just needed to deliver that package to him. Good cap, though, by Team Liquid, and they only used one ult to get that one in that last fight, Rose.
It's just amazing, because now they just have the rest of what they were holding on to with the downpour, the rush, and all of this is going to be good to match that of Extinction. They should have still not used the Death Blossom. That's unlucky. But the downpour first from Infected. Who did that hit?
Yeah, downpour, not sure, but it did force positioning, that is for certain. Zera kills Alba. Pulse bomb in the hands of Zera, but he's 10 HP, gets chased down by King. The DPS from Extinction at least getting on the board, but here comes the rush on the points. There is going to be a return rush there by Scuffed, and it is a 3v5 right now, but they've managed to force Extinction to use that ult. A quick disengage there from Team Liquid. They do end up sacrificing RuPaul and the point, at least this first cap. But Team Liquid come back in knowing that Scuff doesn't have that rush any longer.
No rush. You've got the Tidal Blast, which can be used defensively here, or you can try to do the same thing that Team Liquid have been doing, which is apply that over to King, try to get this pulse bomb landed onto either RuPaul or Vega, but they also know how they're using these pulses, and Zera is actually the first to go ahead and pull the trigger. Alba can't use the Tidal Blast now.
No Tidal Blast available for King. Vision's still trying to hunt people, but Scuff just gets picked. That's 2 picks back to back. This is Extinction. Not even forcing any ult out Team Liquid as Tree lands. Nice little dash right click.
58% is still a good amount to walk away with if you're Extinction, but it definitely feels bad when you had that Tidal Blast and Pulse Bomb setup from Alba and King, and you were just not able to execute on it. As Zera's going to be 68% away from another Pulse Bomb, too. As we keep on the 6th fight, it's really all eyes on Tree here. If you can actually weave this blade, maybe even the Tidal Blast too.
Oh, Alba's in trouble. Had to use both CDs. There's a Tidal Blast straight to the back. Scuff's already dead. A quick reset dash onto the point. Nice little Wraith Fort there from Vision. Does get out of range of the Tidal Blast, but I think the fight's already done, unfortunately. Teleport away. Perk's going to help that speed up, but nah, this is Team Liquid all day here.
One more team fight for them as well, and that's going to be the second flashpoint secured. And still have not had to use very much of anything in order to win these fights. So they still have Blade, and they can also try to combo that with something like the Downpour or the Rush. Either way, they can play really aggressively with these ultimates in their pocket. And Extinction have taken so much damage on the income. They've used Suzu already.
Forced to Suzu. Yeah. Rush available for RuPaul, and now they can just find the point. Downpour connects with one backliner. Oh, maybe not. It looks like Alba escaped briefly, but a Tree with the blade. Everybody separated there by the Downpour. A perfect setup for Infected to guarantee Tree kills. 2 points now on the board for Team Liquid, as Extinction still reeling.
A great effort so far, but it just hasn't amounted to enough after that first flashpoint was captured by Extinction. Hopefully they're able to get some good use out of the positioning of the current map and where their spawns are to get to the next flashpoint first, and then they also have the rush that they can use to engage into this next fight. But it is so tough when Zera has been landing Pulse Bomb after Pulse Bomb. Oh, but that's good. That's a very good
pick
start.
Initially, but again they force Alba to use all cooldowns. Zera almost lands the one clip on Vision. Wraithwalk used. Infected dead. 2 members from Team Liquid now back in spawn. Again, leads Extinction to land this first cap. Nice little kill onto RuPaul, but it's actually finishing these points, Rose. That's been their big problem. Good hunting there.
I think this is such a better position for them. You've got 3 ultimates still. You're going to have 2 more if Vittoria and Alba can catch up, and it's just 25% away. As long as you don't get chunked down or get randomly taken out by a 0-1 clip or, you know, Vega triple orb, I think you're going to be okay. And if you can also get the setup for these ultimates correct. But Team Liquid have been moving in at such a lightning pace, and the fact that Alba is down again, they're just getting pick after pick for Team Liquid here.
I fear for this fight, and Extinction and plus the emergency rush button on the point. Scuff was trying to hightail it out of there, was trying to get to the top of this point to get out of the arm's reach of Infected, but unfortunately that Mantis blade is rather long. Extinction at least going to get 80+%. But again, it's about actually finishing these fights.
Yeah.
It feels like it doesn't matter how much percent they have on these points as Team Liquid, that always come away with the cap. And there's only one more before this fight, before this map ends, and we go to map 3.
Yeah, that's the hard thing. Like, Alba dying there meant that you just didn't have your full team available to actually try to execute on those ultimates. And now Team Liquid is in this position where the shoe's on the other foot. They're going to be the ones that have all these different ults at their disposal, and Vega's still going first.
Tidal Blast from both of the Wu Yangs. A solo Death Blossom. You love to see it from Vision, okay. And again, used defensively there from Team Liquid. That's the first one this map at the very least. It's not what you want to see. And now they're hightailing it out of there. Swift step away. They've still got ultimates to Team Liquid, but we'll see if they actually want to use them. Dump them in onto this fight, especially with the kill onto Infected. It doesn't seem likely. Happy to go 2-2 on Atlas as we transition now to that 5th and final point.
Great stuff from Extinction there to be able to just flip that tide back in their favor, and very smart of Team Liquid to just say, hey, we have to give up this flashpoint. We have too many members down. There might not be enough of a swing with these ults, but a great way to start out this next one is with that pulse bomb from Zera.
Yeah, Alba has just been bullied this map, sadly.
There's got to be someone, right?
Yeah, not really. I mean, if you don't just run away from Zera, Forehead. I mean, realistically, Zera has just been stuck to him like glue. It has been. You are just ideally as the Tracer or the Genji, to be fair. You're forcing the Wu Yang to use the shift, to use the wave, you know, to just get him into a position where he has no cooldowns and then run him down. Yeah, the Wu Yang's going to be so susceptible as soon as there's no Kiriko also kind of looking at you as well, and Alba.
Yeah, exactly.
And it's just been prime target for Team Liquid. And rightfully so, the character is still ridiculously strong.
And but it's tough when you're non-factor in those fights, because not only do you not have that healing, but you're also not building up to those Tidal Blasts anymore. This is a good start too for Team Liquid, but they've already captured that first flashpoint. Extinction don't really have a choice here except to back away.
Yeah, they have to get out. Just die on point, just die fast. Nice triple kill from Tree. There's 3 ults, and they didn't even need to use anything there to get the pick onto Vision.
Now we're just getting into that territory where if Extinction try to go in for a full fight, like they don't have enough time to regroup and actually come back, and this is final fight.
They should downpour forward here. They should just run at them 100%. Scuff just already used Suzu. Force Scuff to use the rush not near the point. I mean, that is going to be the name of the game. And if he does use it, just downpour it as they're trying to actually utilize that increased attack speed. It looks like Tori and Vision have managed to make it to the point to trigger OT, but King is already dead. A rush on the point, and downpour is going to connect as well as Tree has still got the blade. And look at that, Tori's just on her lonesome, on the point, just stuck in place. Zera connects a pulse bomb onto Alba, and that blade, Tree, half a hit marker or there some. Team Liquid just wiped the floor of Extinction. It went to all 5 points, but it felt like Team Liquid in control of every single one of them. They find themselves 2-0 up and match point in the series.
Well, just so many first picks as well. Every time we were expecting a team fight to happen, there was a pick from Team Liquid onto Extinction, and then all of a sudden, Extinction are playing on the back foot. That's not really how you want to play with the hazard compositions. You don't want to play reactively. You want to be the ones getting up close and personal in their face. And despite the fact that we are seeing some, pretty good damage numbers and healing numbers here from Extinction, it's just, again, lights out by Team Liquid.
And you can see how much pressure and damage they were doing with Vega's damage and healing, Rose. 9k damage from the Wu Yang with his 6k healing. On the flip side, Albert, complete opposite. 9k healing. I think it was about 4k damage or there or thereabouts.
Hey, you gotta be a little bit easier on the guy. Like, we're getting first picked a lot. It was just Alba in the sight lines of Zera and Tree at all times. And that's just kind of what you should expect out of these compositions. We were already touching on it with the Tracer, really trying to get back there to force out the cooldowns of the Wu Yang, so you are not able to actually be a factor in those team fights, or you're just trying to play escape. And that's why, like, this is a perfect exhibit of that. Azera's just going to always chase you down. So the numbers reflect that. Alba, unfortunately, was the first to die in a lot of these fights because of how much pressure Zera and Tree were putting on him.
Yeah, I love that blade kill there as well. Infected used the downpour, forced the supports back, and then Tree's just walking at you with the ult. Like, you can't go anywhere. You've already used all your abilities to get out of the way of the downpour. Perfect duo there coming through from Team Liquid. There are the stats from the last map. We do go to all 5 points. So again, there are positives here for Extinction. It's just you are put under a lot of pressure from the front line, from the DPS when you're someone like Alba. The supports are always going to get focused first. Unfortunately, supports, that's just your job. You know, I'm very familiar with that myself. And at the end of the day, Team Liquid aren't the underdogs here. They are going to be wanting to come out this one 3-0. I think Qadsiah and Danny in the back rooms is, if it's not a 3-0, then definitely need to kind of look over this game again and just improve as the weeks go on. But still, signs of life for Extinction as we move into map number 3.
I know that Team Liquid were disappointed by the fact that they even lost that first map to Nightmare last weekend. The Ilios is their best map, not really a secret. You've got the opportunity to play Winston or Wrecking Ball from Infected, and then whatever flexible DPS are going to work that are unbanned. So I feel like it was always a little bit of a surprise to see Team Liquid lose that map in the first place. But obviously they've ironed out whatever kinks they needed to in the opening weekend, and now they're back full steam ahead. But I'm hoping that with that first Flashpoint Extinction we're able to capture, maybe they can sneak a couple more good fights out of Team Liquid. Try to catch them by surprise. Like, the Reaper was definitely not something that Infected wanted to play the Winston into, and so that did net a Flashpoint for Extinction right out the gates that way. Maybe they can do that on this following map and keep on going, keep on improving.
Yeah, King also looks stellar on the Tracer. Just the nice little pulse bomb. We saw, obviously from Tree's POV, when he got stuck, he was like, okay, wow, okay, that came out of nowhere. King still looks really good. Don't forget, in the shop right now is actually the Owl Unvault, which is some of the old Overwatch League skins from back in the day. So the 2020 Pacific All-Stars Diva, the Rhine, Rock Climber Zarya, and the Widowmaker skin, which I will not be pronouncing. So we can do that for me. Thank you, Zoe. Yeah, I think Rock Climber Zarya is the only one that I don't have. So yeah, it's in the store until 23rd of September. I don't know, right? I have no idea.
I'm
What I do know though is
yes.
is we go to King's Row. That's the Extinction's pick.
Which makes so much sense. We talked about the theory about this in our last map, but just in case you weren't watching the match, King's Row here is going to be one of those map picks Extinction wants to go to play something that's a bit more front to back with the Hazard, even with Orisa if you really wanted to swap over to that. But really one of the ways that you can try to deny the Wrecking Ball or even with Sin is to go to King's Row. But as we say that, the bans also reflect what Team Liquid are expecting, which is that Hazard to come out from Hattori. So if you can also mitigate that by just banning it out, then it does make the map a little bit more Team Liquid favored, I think.
At least we're getting one King's Row per day in NA. Yeah, where does that leave Hattori kind of running then? What are we thinking? Orisa? I don't think we're going to see Mauga, going to be real.
I
but
don't
Orisa
think so
kind of
either.
angle.
I think Orisa is very possible, but I also think if you wanted to try to run the Wrecking Ball yourself, maybe you decide to go in that direction. Honestly, I'm not in Hattori's head. I have no idea what she's thinking. But we have seen teams actually play the Wrecking Ball on King's Row despite it not looking on paper to be the best Wrecking Ball map. So anything is truly... Maybe play Queen, actually.
Yeah, the only issue with the Queen, I'd say, is that you do end up running into someone like an Ana on the high ground, but banning the Kiriko is a good way of doing that, you know? Like, hey, we run our own Queen, we don't have to fear using Rampage randomly, and then it getting Suzu'd. Or not randomly, but you know, I mean, the anti-heal getting Suzu'd. But this is what I expect from Team Liquid. The Kiriko ban is like, that's fine. Like RuPaul, one of his best heroes is the Ana. I mean, Ana on this map is a classic. It has been for all time. And I think Vega's more than happy to continue with the Wu Yang. And no surprise, and like you called, Rose, infected on the ball. This is... it's going to be up to Extinction now. How do they actually respond to this? Hattori hovering Winston currently, but could quickly go change if they want to.
That is the nice thing about being on the attack first, seeing what the defense is playing. You can make that split-second decision to go back to spawn and then change to something else. But Winston makes sense if you are seeing the Wrecking Ball on the other side. You can just still play the counter dive in that sense. But I love this Hanzo pick from Vision. We've seen this before in their last match. We saw like Hazard, Hanzo, Tracer with the Kiriko and the Wuyong, but yeah, Vision's Hanzo, the hero feels very strong right now, so I'm hoping this will do them some favors on their attack.
Yeah, you are just looking for that one lob right onto the back line. Makes Ana's life a little bit more annoying to play, even if you're up on high ground.
Exactly.
Hattori getting kind of owned right now, but at least putting a decent amount of pressure with the right clicks across the point. Vision, though, antied, slammed, and insta-killed by Tree. But that's going to be the big problem. It's actually kind of navigating through this choke and crossing this giant crevasse where RuPaul can just anti you. And in fact, I think this fight's pretty much over from Team Liquid, but let's get a quick Extinction listen to see how their plan is actually going to unfold.
I'm shooting Ana, so I'll play crazy. Yeah, close Nano. Oh.
Alright, they're both gonna turn again.
Yeah.
Ready?
I'm gonna get that right, yeah. Oh, I'm low.
Quick jumping.
Wait, me and Nava is back. 1 second.
Trying to shoot ball out.
Get the Nano thing.
Yeah. 3 people on me.
I'm landing on you.
What's about to left?
Nano on 5. Can we go first?
Yeah, we can go Nano. Ready?
Yeah.
Look Ana. Scout Ana.
Oh. Cammy. I'm coming.
Oh, goodness. We need to
get a Tori.
Yeah, I've lost Ana a bit. I'm not dead out.
Follow me, I'm living.
I'm with you. Full half.
Make sure to scout.
Ready. Yeah, just missing. Okay, can we chill? Just relax. Yeah. Just play slower. The ball's right now. I can fight him soon.
That's everything.
Follow me. Ball chaser on me, they're going fast.
They go early.
I can see you there.
Above you.
Nano in the back line for Tree there. He's already found Vision. Nice anti, but Infected is also going to help Tree hopefully secure some kills. He's going to get chased though by Hattori. Had to end up going for the reload, and Tree unable to escape with the dash. Now Mines were infected on the choke, but they managed to kill Sarah. DPS dead for Team Liquid, as Extinction going to walk into this point with ults. A stick on to Infected, just going to guarantee the kill. I love just kind of throwing that one in there, just making sure Infected is going to be a non-factor for this recontest, at least for the time being. There will be a checkpoint on the board for Extinction, but look at how quick these spawns are going to come in. In fact, RuPaul is almost going to take the 1v1. They actually end up trading as Zera and Vision kill each other. Vega ends up attaching the Tidal Blast to himself as he runs through Hotel. Hattori is really low, but has Primal Rage for backup. But Tree with the Blade again. He's already found one. Make it another. And the Primal Rage, yeah, just a bit of a fart in the wind there, unfortunately, for Tori. He's going to manage to kill Tree, but the backup is not arriving quick enough for Extinction to cap.
But I did like being able to hear them talk about, hey, let's play this a little slower. Let's try to chill out a little. And then look at where that got them. Being able to still communicate through the really hard fights when Infected is just constantly knocking up your team and just taking that second to go, oh, okay, like, let's take that. But now it's 30 seconds left and you don't get a chance to just calm down. That was a great chance for you. You at least have the nano from Scuff that you'll be able to apply onto maybe Hattori to try to get back in there. But that's it, like 15 seconds. You've got to get this last third.
That's a really smart play there, actually, from Infected, waiting for the Tracer to have the recall near the bottom to make sure they can actually chase her up. Nano boost onto Vision of all people is in a little bit of a sticky situation, but still a direct body shot with the nano boost. That's definitely going to kill a Tracer and then some. Bit of an overkill arrow, in fact. And that is going to be Extinction capping the point in OT.
I mean, what a great person to apply that to. Just with the empowered arrows, you're able to get the point captured. You've also bought yourself a second life in this King's Row game. Now you enter into Streets phase. Maybe you would have liked to have the Nano available for now, but I think having the Dragon Streak is also pretty good.
Come on, man. Mine's in the spawn. I mean, honestly, yeah, take as much space as you humanly want. Take to kills Vision. I really love this proactive play from Team Liquid. Making Extinction work for every meter. Quite literally, as the payload has not moved. Moved barely an inch.
Oh, the Nano wants a tree too.
Yeah. I mean, come on, man. It's not even fair at this point. Yeah, quick resets here. Good sleep. RuPaul looks so good on this Ana. Always has done, of course. But the Ana and the Wu Yang, two different ways of actually amplifying healing, both with the wave and the nade. Unfortunately, Vega gets a head full of wood there. The arrow connecting with his forehead. Just actually going to mean they have to back up. So that is the lock we were talking about at the very top of this map. What's going up here? The Ana and the Tracer on the high ground. Zera has the pulse bomb too, by the way, and a recall. Has spot the Ana super close. Has to hit the re though after taking a body shot. And now Hattori trying to join the party. There is a Tidal Blast from Alba, defensively used once again on the payload. Same with those dragons, going to clear people off. Zera sticks the shield of all things, unfortunately. So that pulse bomb is a little bit of a whiff. But this is going to be an aggressive push here from Tree. A nice little knockdown onto Vision, quickly cleaned up by Infected. The slam down, knock up. He doesn't know where he's gone. Discombobulated, to put it lightly. Nice little hold here from Team Liquid, and with 40 seconds to go, lifelines are getting exhausted.
Vision switching over to the Reaper now, recognizing that maybe the Reaper will help you get a little bit closer into these Streets phases, but with so much time already gone, you gotta hope that this Reaper is going to be that final Hail Mary you need. You do have the Nano again, and you do have the Primal Rage, so ways to extend this fight and hopefully get yourself to that second checkpoint, but you gotta fight into Mines and the Blade from Tree.
Mine's gonna completely split the team up as well. Hattori's alone in the backline right now. Of course, has got Primal. Joins the rest of the team while they try and play Minesweeper. He ends up leaping in, but a Nano Boost onto Tree again. He's already found Scuff, looking for a second. Nano Boost actually onto Vision, but it's not enough damage for Tree to actually kill the Reaper. So Vision actually ends up surviving, ends up hopping that shift, but Hattori, without the Primal Rage, is going to be a non-factor in this fight now. Overtime ticking down as Vision now on the point trying to sustain. And now, unfortunately for Alba, has no Mega Health Pack to run to. Scuff ends up booping Tree away and they end up securing the kill as the Reaper, just with those Hellfire shotguns, just feeling infected full of lead, has got a Death Blossom to work with as well. So a lot of initial damage there, but the Tidal Blast should be more than enough. And in fact, a return one onto Vision, but he actually gets knocked down. So no knockdowns for Extinction as they continue this payload moving. And then Vision is finally found a kill on this high ground as RuPaul was trying to hide out in the brewery.
Oh, actually tries to go after the backline, but is unfortunately not able to pick up that kill onto Vega. And that just might be it here for Team Liquid's defense, as they have Infected coming back on the Wrecking Ball, and they've also been able to get the kill onto Hattori.
Nice little Hail Mary pulse bomb at the very end, but yes, there it is. Zera and Infected holding down the fort. Pretty quick to get back to the payload there, and Infected and Zera. Good hold from Team Liquid as a whole. That last fight, a little scrappy with it. That initial tidal blast actually onto Infected stopped Vision getting into a position where they could tidal blast somebody and then get the kill and then run away with the fight from there. So just quick thinking from Team Liquid, getting up in their face. Infected only dying once. Not too surprising there on the Wrecking Ball. But Extinction, at least they ended up capping that first point again. They did go to 5 in Flashpoint. So we'll see if they can hold this first. It's going to be a tough ask, though, because you know Infected's going to play ball again.
I mean, Vision's putting up some big damage numbers. I mean, the most amount of damage in the entire lobby. Hoping that maybe that will help them to get this defense going and to keep it. He is going to be coming back out onto the Hanzo, so similar type of property. If you're able to get even just one pick on the Hanzo on the defense, then it does force that attacking team to have to reset again. But Team Liquid have been just playing so aggressive, so proactively. Every single fight on the defense, too, they were always the first ones to pull the trigger. Even going back to those tidal blasts, as you said, but not just that. Also just trying to make sure that Infected can get the jump in, like lay those mines down. So Extinction are going to have to come up with something really big on this defense to play versus this dive. Oh my god! Oh, I thought for a second it was just pedal platform there for the Life Weaver, and then switch back over to the Wuyong. But Infected does come out on the Diva.
Yeah, Life Weaver fans, you're gonna have to wait a little bit. Unfortunately. I know Rack Attack's shaking his fist right now. Sorry, man. We're still pretty fun, though. Can't lie, so there you go. You found your new love, I'm sure. All right, Zera also just doing a mean bit of work in the front line there. Scuffed with a nice anti-nade, but it's going to get forced out of this high ground. And Hattori and Vision are going to go down. And a Matrix right on top of Scuff's head, so even if he wanted to try and kill Tree, he wasn't able to. Uh-oh. He's got to make a health back. Yeah, he's not going to take that 1v1. And ends up backing off, and Team Liquid, this should be a cap considering how far forward their players are.
Yeah, I think so, especially after you just forced out the recall from King. The recontest here is going to be quite messy.
Yeah, they're actually going to try and touch here. Infected does end up getting antied, though, but Hattori is still so low. Infected is still going to be able to control this high ground pretty well as Hattori ends up going down. A cap for Team Liquid in their sights. As they set up for this next fight, they're going to quick listen him.
Objective. Escort.
Right has.
You're old, bro.
Darn Zarya,
I can't try it. Before bubble isn't gonna get you.
Yeah, great TP top. They're gonna shift. I'm starting top left.
I can cart now.
I can flank behind.
I'm point. I have the speed.
Can you call me in? I don't see.
We're gonna go soon.
Yeah, still chill. I'm
Trey.
Trey low.
Door.
Make a bubble. Start walking. I can go back line. Ana top.
I can go.
Yeah, looking. Look, Ana.
I go.
Trey one.
Alright, see. 3 for 1. 3, 2.
Nice pull set us.
Yeah, kill win. Yeah, go solo blade, man. Oh, and he shit on you. You're wave back.
Nah, what if I get a remake kill? What if I get a remake kill?
Oh my god! Yeah, go for it.
Dim. I'm gonna touch. Watch this shit.
Alright, we're gonna just play that out. Hattori's got the nano on the Doom Fist. Actually ends up killing RuPaul. And yeah, there's 4 minutes in the time bank, but yeah, this is a Liquid game through and through. But someone's got to touch the point. You can end the game right now if you really want. Team Liquid end up taking the series. A little 3-0 there. Kings Row, they bowled over Extinction. Yeah, that last fight, I mean, you ended up just blowing Blade Tidal Blast on the Genji to just guarantee the kills, and then Staggered pushes in. Infected looking clean as well, as always, 29-1 on the D.Va on King's Row. Nice look from Extinction, I must say, on the Flashpoint on Atlas Rose, but Team Liquid, you expect this to be a 3-0, and a 3-0 was delivered.
And that was even after we saw some of those extra swaps. So Tori trying to go over to the Zarya to counter what Team Liquid were running. But Zoe, at the end of the day, the result everyone expected. 3-0 here for Team Liquid. And yeah, they finally won Ilios.
Yeah, man. It's rough when the series starts off with your opponents just having one singular death, right? Tree died one singular time on Control. What a feeder. First and foremost, but also yeah, I mean that's a tough start. So in light of that, I think Extinction showed a lot of tenacity. They had a lot of bright moments still in this series, which if you're an Extinction fan, like, this was not your match to win. And looking ahead at some more evenly matched matchups for them coming up in the next 4 weeks to come, I think you should still feel good, or at least okay.
Yeah, I definitely think there are things to take away from this. It wasn't like a flattening where you're like, okay, we didn't cap a single point. We didn't end up getting any meters on push. We didn't end up, we didn't end up getting the checkpoint on a hybrid or whatever, right? So like, there's still lots of things you can kind of look back to. That 5 points on Atlas was pretty damn close. I think Alba got picked on a lot, obviously, by the Tracer, like everybody kind of diving on him. You want to kill the Wu Yang super early on. So there's things to look for Extinction. I'm sure they're going to be hitting the books, hitting the VODs later on today and maybe next week. And yeah, see where they can kind of improve from here. There is still potential in this team despite this result today.
Yeah, I agree.
Actually, just looking at it, Necro, they're going to face off against Sakura next week. How do you feel like they're going to stack up against them?
I think that's going to be a great match. I think both King and Vision did have some great moments in this series. King being able to land those pulse bombs in the later part of this series, and Vision, of course, being able to pull out the Reaper that was able to work well when Tori was on Hazard. I think with those bright moments, I'm hoping that that's going to be a good match. But PDK and Zomba today, despite that loss versus GK Esports, also had some really good moments. I think this is going to be the make or break for that middle of the pack, who's going to be coming out as maybe the 4th, 5th, or 6th place team, for sure.
Yeah, Liquid, what you got more for us? I love the Infected on the Wrecking Ball. I really like his D.Va. I think Infected has got a hero pool that is almost like, it's like titanium strong. Like, is it impenetrable? I don't think so, but everything right now that is being played, he's really, really good at. Like, he's definitely one of those new age tank players where it's like, okay, he's not like a hard main tank player. He's not like a hard off tank player. Bro's kind of got it all. Like, even that D.Va on that last round, really nice matrix. Like, a lot of the time you're like, okay, I got to do the damage to get the kills, but it's like, actually, I don't need to do that. I can just matrix the Ana for eternity so she can't do anything, and then my Tracer can get the kill. I think Infected's got a really nice mind for the game, and I think spearheading Team Liquid is good for him, and I think learning as well from people like Qadsiah and Danny has been a big boon to his playing career.
I just love him as a character as well, right? Because he's just
great,
such a lighthearted character, but he's able to play seriously. And as you said, him being surrounded now by Qadsiah and co, I think that's going to do a lot for him as a player and for the team as a whole. Now, speaking of team, we should have a winner's interview ready for you. I believe Tree will be joining us, and it is indeed Tree. Thank you so much for joining us. Congratulations on the dub. I actually want to just straight up ignore this match and move on to your next opponent, because in week 3 you will be facing off against SSG. I think that's more of a test of strength for you and the team. What are your thoughts on SSG and what you've seen from them in week 1 as they play 2 matches there?
Yeah, SSG is pretty different right now because they don't really have a main tank player. Like, a lot of teams are playing ball right now, and if you're not playing ball, you're like, it's a lot harder to win. But they still have their own style, and I actually think they're pretty good. They play like the Zarya and the D.Va and stuff. But I think if we play our game correctly, I'm not too worried about them. I think at the end of the day, like, this meta is really good for us. So if we just played our game, like, we should be no problem.
I do want to ask about international competition because people want NA to do well, obviously, right? But What do you think about Korea right now? Crazy Raccoon, Team Falcons, like, how do you think yourselves, even GK, like, how do you think you guys match up to the best and previous champions?
I mean, I think all throughout this year, the gap between regions has been like getting smaller and smaller. I feel like you've seen that like in China with Nightmare, and then EWC, like GK took Falcons to Map 5, and then Falcons ended up winning the whole thing. And then even like EMEA is in the grand finals. So I think like every new LAN, it's another chance for like other regions to punch up. And I think last EWC, we had a EMEA team in the grand finals. So I think this time, hopefully it'll be an NA team.
I want to talk to you a little bit more about the overall level up of Team Liquid as well. Heading into this stage, you are definitely one of the teams to look out for, to take the whole thing and maybe even get that upset onto GK after they've won that stage 1 and 2. So I'm wondering if you could give us your perspective on where you feel like Team Liquid has leveled up the most heading into stage number 3.
I think honestly the biggest thing I'd say is like our macro and just like our communication. I think that's the biggest thing from stage 1 to now that's improved a lot, is our comms are so on point and everyone's like gotten really good at listening, because calming stuff in Overwatch, it's pretty easy, but listening is hard, and that's where a lot of people mess up.
That's a life lesson right there, not just an Overwatch lesson. Well, Tree, it looks like you and the team are on the same page. We're very excited to see more of you in the squad, especially in your match against SSG. So best of luck there. And for now, we're going to say bye and thank you once again for joining.
Thank you.
Great to hear from Tree from Team Liquid as they take a convincing victory in this second week of play. They do have SSG coming up. It's definitely going to be a more evenly matched series that we have to look forward to. Let's take a look at the standings to see where we're at after 3 days of play overall here in stage 3.
Yeah, no one on Nightmare freak out, please. Like, Nightmare fans out there, it's all good. They're 0-2, -4, 2 tough opponents out the way, but 3 top dogs in the top slots right now. GK, Team Liquid, SSG. You expect them to be here. I would have Nightmare at number 4, and then maybe even Extinction after today. I think that middle of the pack, 4th, 5th is always competitive. Sorry, the 5th, 6th is always super competitive in North America, and I think Extinction or Sakura could take that. And honestly, you know, Extinction and Nightmare, there could be like an upset there as well. Like, that series is also going to be pretty damn fire. Actually, when did they face each other? That is actually the last match of stage 3 in week 6. So that one could be pretty crazy, actually. That could decide the 4th spot.
I love it when it comes down to the wire like that. We've definitely had that happening before. Scriptwriters are on point. They always are, really, especially during LAN events, right? Like mid-season championship, that was a beautiful fairy tale of some sort. And we hopefully have more of that. The World Finals, once again heading to DreamHack in Stockholm. Nekra, was a great time last time around.
Oh, it was so fun, but it was so cold. It was
not that bad, guys.
So cold.
Everybody's complained so much. Like, it wasn't that
Americans.
bad. Just wear a coat.
Okay. To be fair,
no bad weather.
You are British.
I live in LA. It's like 30 degrees C.
Yeah,
30
but you
degrees C all the
grew up
time.
with
It's fine.
bad weather, so you know what it feels like to deal with that all the time.
I know. I see.
To be fair, even Johnny complains, and I'm like, dude, he's so American right now.
Your body gets like adjusted to different kind of weather very quickly. So when I go back to the motherland, which is Switzerland, not Sweden, I'm freezing to death at temperatures where other people wear t-shirts. Like LA has made me weak. That's basically my takeaway.
It really does. It's the same temperature throughout the entire year, and when you move to, it's 5 degrees lower, and you're just like, this is the worst.
It's just like slowly dying inside.
We will adapt for Overwatch.
We'll adapt. We'll overcome in these heinous temperatures of 25 degrees Celsius.
Yeah.
Oh no, what shall we do? Well, I know what we can do to warm our hearts and souls. How about we take a look at the DHL daily highlights?
Oh yeah.
Damn. Oh, Cargo. He's
at that
about to
Cargo.
deliver
I'm telling
some
you,
sick plays.
we need Johnny to dress up as Cargo. Please.
Or
we gotta
he
make
should-
it happen.
Or he dresses up as the push bot, which I believe is slightly bigger than Cargo, and they can fight it out.
They can fight it out. They can duel on stage. Wait a second.
And then we
Come out
put
with bits.
Jake in Cargo, right?
It's
so there's
bits
like
on top of bits.
Like a tiny Cargo versus
Tiny Cargo. Jake is not that
Wait
short.
a minute, he's not short.
He's average height. Ish,
Yeah.
I think.
Well, next to Johnny, he will look small. That's the whole point.
I think everyone looks small versus Johnny.
Yeah, looking at these highlights though, like Tree was just lights out here on the Genji. I mean, he looks so good. The Genji Tracer is El Clasico of Overwatch, and it's got to be said, this is what Overwatch is supposed to be, man. Tracer, Genji, every single map, please. It looks super good. I think Team Liquid, and like Tree said, this, I don't think there's much we can't play. Like, and I agree. Like, I don't think there's too many holes in their team and their roster right now. I'm excited to see Team Liquid's progress throughout the stage. That big game versus GKN week 5, that's a good one. But yeah, we'll see how they end up doing.
It's the little noises he makes when he's
it's so cute.
Yeah. It's giving Wally, but better.
Oh yeah.
It is, that's true.
Speaking of better things, how about we take a look at what's happening tomorrow? Surely we're not going to have a 3 Overwatch.
Genji, you can do it. Genji, I believe. Please. Please, Genji. They've got this against Quick.
Okay, listen. But there's going to be a map stolen here and there.
Oh, yeah. 100%.
I hope so.
If it goes to a map 5.
I'm just trying to manifest it. Okay, I'm trying to manifest here. Necro, your vibes are not helping.
I'm sorry. I'm just trying to be realistic.
Speak it into existence.
Map 5, I swear.
This was definitely a weekend of Overwatch of all times. I have showed up to work for 2 days in a row, and I won't call home about it.
That's good.
Yep, that's it. That's all I have to say. And this is day 1. We did show up. And you did too, viewers. Thank you very much for keeping us company throughout the day. It was a quick one. Hopefully tomorrow will be closer. It might not be, but we're still here for a good time, so make sure to tune in. Once again, Jaws and Necro, thank you so much for calling the action. Big shout out once again to our production, and we will be back. Same place, same time for everything tomorrow.